Art felt the blood drain from his face, but he didn't flinch. Despite the casual tone in which Agrona had revealed himself, Art knew he was being studied. Every twitch, every breath, every micro-expression. The same topaz eyes that had moments ago been filled with innocent curiosity were now a deep, luminous ruby, brimming with intelligence, arrogance, and ancient authority. Agrona could have claimed to be a cosmic entity from another world entirely, and in that moment, Art wouldn't have questioned it. But he didn't show it. With a flick of his wrist, Art cast several spells in one fluid motion. The door slammed shut behind him, sealed tight by a slab of stone that surged from the ground. A shroud of swirling wind wrapped around the room, dampening any sound from escaping. "Is Sylvie safe while you're in control of her body?" he asked evenly. Agrona inhaled deeply, his expression almost wistful. "Sylvie. A good name," he murmured, as though savoring it. "Yes. What you're witnessing is a harmless spell I embedded into her before she even hatched. Sylvie is merely sleeping." Two stone chairs emerged from the ground with a low rumble, and Art lowered himself into one, motioning for Agrona to do the same. Agrona accepted the invitation with an easy smile, settling back into the seat as though he had all the time in the world. "Thanks for the hospitality, and for keeping your wits intact. Communication's much smoother when you're not actively trying to murder me." "You're possessing my bond," Art replied coolly. "Hurting you in this form wouldn't do much." Agrona gave a light shrug. "True enough. I couldn't put up a fight even if I wanted to. I don't have access to any mana arts like this, but I digress. Perhaps we can discuss something a little more important than the many limitations of this particular method of contact?" The seconds stretched, the only sound between them the faint whisper of the wind barrier enclosing the room. They sat there, silently staring across the stone table. Two enemies face to face, the war momentarily set aside. Art's mind spun in overdrive. He tried to process the surreal reality of this meeting, to assemble some plan, some clever line of questioning that could give him an edge. After all, how often did one get to sit down with the enemy's leader in the middle of a war? But even with all his experience, his thoughts were fragmented. Whether it was disbelief, the lingering anxiety over Sylvie's well-being, or the simple weight of the moment, his focus refused to settle. So, instead of strategy, he asked the one question that had been gnawing at him from the instant Agrona took control of Sylvie's body. "You said you were grateful that I happened to be in the same room when you made the connection," Art said, his voice measured. "Why did you only seek me out?" Agrona leaned back, looking unbothered. "Fair question. First reason, and probably the more obvious one, is that most of your esteemed leaders wouldn't take too kindly to me popping in for a chat, especially in the body of a little girl. Assuming they even believed I was who I claimed to be, it would scare the living daylights out of them to realize I could infiltrate the most secure place on the continent without lifting a finger." He paused, a faint smirk curling at the edge of his lips. "Although, I'll admit, their reactions would be entertaining." "And the second reason?" Agrona leaned forward, his grin widening. "Because," he said, voice dropping into something just shy of conspiratorial, "you're the only one on this continent I'm interested in." Art blinked. That wasn't the answer he'd been expecting. What could the leader of a rogue Asura clan, one that had likely existed for centuries, if not millennia, possibly want with him? Whatever the reason, it couldn't be good. His silence must have given something away, because Agrona chuckled, sharp and amused. "Don't worry, I'm not going to pin you to the ground and ravish you." He gestured vaguely at Sylvie's small body. "Even if my tastes were that way inclined, it'd be wildly inappropriate in this form. Wouldn't you agree?" Art rolled his eyes, fighting the instinct to scowl. For someone orchestrating a continental war, Agrona's attitude felt too casual, too unpredictable. He couldn't tell if it was part of some calculated facade, or if this truly was the mind behind the chaos. Either way, it only made him more wary. "You're a lot more eccentric than I imagined. Almost sociable," Art remarked, watching Agrona with wary curiosity. Agrona raised a brow, clearly entertained. Did you picture me as some stoic dictator in a flowing silk cape, hell-bent on global domination? Something like that, Art admitted. Agrona leaned forward, adopting a solemn expression. Well? A beat passed before his grave look broke into a mischievous grin. You're partly right. He reclined again, shifting in the stone chair, as though no position suited him for long. Don't let the friendly demeanor fool you. I have my ambitions, my public mask, and the authority to match. But as for my personality, well, after spending generation after generation mingling with your kind, trying to keep up appearances is exhausting. You mortals rewrite your morality and social rules every few decades. He chuckled under his breath and gestured casually. Take my own continent, for example. Just a few centuries ago, public torture and executions were perfectly acceptable. They made a whole event out of it. Families brought snacks, vendors set up stalls, people laughed while someone screamed. He sighed, the gesture oddly theatrical. Now? It's a scandal. Apparently such things are barbaric and inhumane. He waved a hand, as if brushing aside the entire concept. Luckily, I have others to manage the lesser races. People who can keep up with the ever-shifting tides of mortal righteousness. I simply don't have the patience anymore. Wow, he talks a lot, Art thought, though he couldn't deny that Agrona's rambling held more than a few valuable insights. For all his flair and dramatics, the Vritra leader had peeled back a curtain Art hadn't even realized was there. Up until now, everything he'd witnessed, Alacrian soldiers on the battlefield, the deranged experiments of figures like Uto, and the fanatic cruelty of that witch, had painted a single, stark image. Alakria was a wasteland ruled by tyrants, where the lessers existed solely to serve the whims of the Vritra. But Agrona's words told a different story. If what he said was true, then Alakria wasn't a nightmare kingdom of shackled slaves and eternal suffering. It was a developing nation, flawed perhaps, but functioning. One with rulers who, at least outwardly, seemed to care about order and the well-being of their citizens. Across from him, Agrona's crimson eyes sparkled with mirth. He pointed a finger lazily in Art's direction. That look you've got right now, that irritating one, that's the face of someone realizing their enemy might actually be a competent ruler. Art didn't flinch. Well, from what the Asuras told me, you've been conducting experiments on the lessers and even breeding with them long before you were exiled from Epheotis. Agrona didn't deny it. Instead, his grin only widened. Art had expected some kind of reaction, defensiveness, irritation, even scorn. But Agrona didn't snarl or scoff. Instead, his grin faded, replaced by a look of quiet gravity. The best lie, Agrona murmured, is only telling half the truth, I suppose. His fingers tapped idly against the armrest, though his gaze was steady. Kizes and that lackey of his, Winsome, they never told you the real reason I did all this, did they? Art raised a brow, filing away the new name. Kizes. So that was Lord Indrath's first name. They said you wanted to build an army strong enough to bring down the other Asuras, Art replied evenly. Agrona gave an exaggerated eye roll and leaned forward slightly, the barest edge of frustration in his voice. That's all they told you? He clicked his tongue, then exhaled in disappointment. Arthur, do you think I one day just woke up wanting to commit genocide against my brethren? Any reason you have isn't justification for what you're trying to do, Art stated firmly. He scoffed. I should have more or less expected you to have the same mindset as Kezis and the rest of his underlings. Annoyed, Art asked, What do you mean? Let's suppose you lived in this continent without being able to use magic. How differently would everyone you know have treated you today? The royal families you know? They wouldn't bat an eye in your direction. Your peers from Xyrus? You would never have met them. Probably would have just befriended thugs and farmers from your own social class. Your family? Well, they might be the only ones that love you, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't be inwardly disappointed by your lack of talent. Art raised a brow. And This hypothetical person is supposed to relate to you? Basilisks in general were notorious amongst other races, but imagine if your very clansmen and family looked down on you for the minuscule talent that you had no control over. The same Lord Indrath who approved of you in that brusque and lofty way of his didn't even find it worthwhile to breathe in my direction. Agrona spat, his fingers clawing away at the armrest. So you found it justifiable to inhumanely toy with the lives of countless lessers in order for you to get stronger? Art shot back. He tilted his head. Do you shed tears for the ants you step on? Rage smoldered deep in Art's gut, but he held it in check. Despite Agrona's dismissive words, there was no mockery in his tone, no gleeful cruelty, just cold conviction. That somehow was worse. He truly believed the lessers were no more than tools, resources, bugs. It was naive of me to think we could have a rational conversation, Art said, his voice low and taut with restraint. Agrona simply smiled, spreading his arms as if to welcome the accusation. And yet, here we are, speaking so rationally, he replied, his expression bright with a twisted kind of pride. What I achieved through those experiments has uplifted not just myself, but the entire lesser population of Alakria. They worship me, not from fear, but reverence. In their eyes, I am a savior. A savior? Art scoffed, unable to hide the disgust in his voice. Did you erase their memories of your people murdering and torturing their ancestors, or do they just thank you for it now? Agrona clutched his chest in mock pain. Such harsh words, he said with a dramatic sigh. Arthur, I merely optimized what was already available. The lessers I used, voluntarily or not, played a vital role in the evolution of their own species. Through their sacrifice, their descendants now walk taller, live stronger, cast further. That is something worth being proud of, don't you think? Art's hands clenched into fists at his sides. He wanted to wipe the smug grin right off Agrona's face. But what disturbed him more than the arrogance was the certainty behind it. This wasn't just posturing. Agrona believed every word. This wasn't a monster reveling in his cruelty. It was a man convinced of his own righteousness. What exactly have you done? Art said, forcing his voice to remain calm. That makes decades of human experimentation worth it. What miraculous result justifies all that suffering? Agrona's smirk deepened. I'll answer your question with another. He lifted a hand, fingers lazily gesturing as if lecturing a classroom. I'm aware that in Dicathan, the ratio of mages to non-mages hovers around 1 in 100. A sad truth, no? He tilted his head. Now, what do you suppose the ratio is in Alakria? Art stayed silent. Agrona leaned forward slightly, pleased. 1 in 5. Art's eyes widened. 1 in 5, he echoed, stunned despite himself. Unimaginable, even by your lofty standards, isn't it? Agrona said with a self-satisfied wink. You're welcome. I'll admit that what you managed to do is impressive, but aren't you afraid that with so many of the population being mages, those who still hold a grudge against you will band together and revolt? Agrona looked at Art for a second in silence before he burst out laughing. Oh, you weren't joking, he said in between laughs after seeing Art's expression. Like I said earlier, my people, whether they have some of my genes or they're still full-blooded lessers, revere me. Because of the structured process of awakening I have devised for them, many of them can utilize magic to improve their mundane lives. You're telling me that you spent all this time and effort, created this entire method, for what? The actual benefit of Alacrians? Art asked, his voice thick with skepticism. I've heard the Asura's side, but since their view is clearly biased, I want to hear it from you. What's your goal in all of this? Agrona's eyes sparkled with amusement. Ooh, is this the part where the villain breaks into a long-winded monologue and reveals his nefarious plans to the righteous hero? He asked, clasping his hands together like a child awaiting story time. Art shook his head, exasperated. You're insane. Insanity is relative, Agrona replied smoothly, as if he'd heard the accusation 1,000 times before. And regarding your question, I have no intention of telling you anything. Art narrowed his eyes. You said earlier that you were interested in me. I assume that meant you wanted my help. But if you're keeping your goals secret, what exactly makes you think I'd even consider cooperating? Leaning back in his conjured stone chair, Agrona crossed one leg over the other with practiced ease. Oh, Arthur, I never expected you to join my side, he said. That's not what this is about. I told you all this because it's my hope that you'll remove yourself from the war. What? Why would I? Agrona held up a hand. Before you say no, consider this. Thus far, I've been progressing very conservatively in this war, refraining from unnecessary civilian deaths since I have use for them, but that does not mean it will continue this way. You've barely managed to cling to your life up until now, but this is just the start. Statistically speaking, how likely is it that your side can win this war, and that your family and other loved ones will be alive after everything? He paused before speaking again. You can hide, seek refuge in Alakria. Anything, really. Just as long you don't become an opponent to my army. Guarantee that, and I will guarantee that you and your loved ones will be left untouched. It would have been a lie to say that no part of Art was tempted. What do you gain from me doing this? He asked slowly. Telling me to stay hidden, or even go to Alakria. Obviously, you want me alive. Why? If I'm not on your side, aren't I a threat? Agrona's expression didn't change. Despite how I may be perceived, and regardless of what I've done to reach my current station, I don't believe true allies are made through coercion. If I want you on my side, I won't try to force you. Not through fear, not through violence. Silence followed. Agrona waited patiently for an answer, while Art sat motionless, unable to offer one. He wanted to refuse, should refuse. But there was something about Agrona's words, or perhaps the unshakable calm behind them, that weighed heavier than expected. They didn't feel like empty rhetoric. It actually seems like you're considering it, Agrona noted, an edge of amusement creeping into his voice. As a small thank you for that, I'll share something. A few things, perhaps. Answers to questions you may or may not have been asking yourself. He reached down and smoothed the fabric of the black robe draped over Sylvie's small frame, as if grooming himself for a more serious tone. First, he began, eyes glinting, your parents. They were attacked not long ago while delivering supplies to your forces at the wall, weren't they? He shot up from his seat, mana swirling rapidly around his entire body, ready to strike. Agrona remained seated, raising his hands in a calming gesture, though his eyes burned with intensity. You may not believe me when I say this, but your parents were left unharmed because I willed it. He paused briefly before continuing. Lastly, the Asuras have lost contact with your leaders, haven't they? Without waiting for a response, the Asura possessing Art's bond stood gracefully, composed as ever. That's because a few Asuras, including Aldir and Winsome, attempted to infiltrate my castle in Alakria, hoping to kill me while my forces were spread thin. Attempted? Art's heart pounded harder. So they failed. Doesn't that mean the treaty's broken? Agrona shook his head firmly. No, neither side wishes to break the treaty, but those who violated it had to be punished. So we forged a new agreement. Fear prickled at Art's mind, but he forced the question out. What is this deal you made? It would have been tempting to say that he remained unfazed and took the news in stride, but that would have been a lie. Inside, his mind was a storm of frustration and panic, every curse he knew swirling silently in response to the revelations. After gathering enough composure to speak, he finally asked, Why are you telling me all this? To appeal to you, of course. I'm trying to ultimately get you on my side willingly, remember? Agrona winked. Frankly, I don't see where your loyalty to those Asuras comes from. Kizes and the other Asuras that helped train you did so only for their own gains. You simply went along with it because you needed to get stronger to keep your loved ones safe. Seems more like a business arrangement to me. Art shook his head. Even so, you've said that you've been conservative during this war, but while you come off as well-mannered so far, your retainers have massacred soldiers with glee. Exactly as you said. Soldiers, Agrona pointed out, snapping his fingers. And really, I think it's hardly fair to bring that up when your side has treated my men with just about the same amount of hospitality. I'd say freezing my poor Jagret and displaying her corpse like some sort of trophy in front of your nobles is hardly any better than what she or any of my other soldiers have done. Art was at a loss for words. He shouldn't have been surprised that Agrona possessed such detailed information, but hearing him speak of events that had unfolded in the castle, as if he had been there to witness them firsthand, was difficult to digest. Clearly, Agrona was far better informed about their actions than they were about his. Silence enveloped the room, drawing Art's attention to the faint whistle of the wind swirling around them. What we've discussed today isn't something you can organize in a span of a few minutes. I'll give you some time to think about everything, Agrona finally said, breaking the quiet. Besides, Sylvie seems to be stirring from her sleep. After you've thought it over, recite this spell to Sylvie so you can give me your answer. He transmitted a string of foreign words mentally, allowing time for Art to commit them to memory. Then he continued, I advise you to make your choice soon, though. As I said earlier, we're progressing to the next stage of this war, and I assure you it won't be to your side's benefit. Offering you this deal does not grant you immunity from harm should you refuse or withhold your answer. Wait, Art called out. What you told me earlier, that I was the only one on this continent you're interested in. You never explained why. Agrona tapped his chin thoughtfully. I suppose it does no harm to tell you. Let's say I've enjoyed talking with an old friend of yours, King Gray. Stefan muttered under his breath. Oh, great Vritra, as one of the shields stumbled, nearly disappearing beneath the stampede of mana beasts. Shields, keep up those defensive panels. Don't let any of the beasts stray from the pack, he barked, his voice sharp with authority. Once the shields were properly chastised and had tightened their formation, Stefan allowed his gaze to drop to the peculiar black ore resting in his palm. The order had been clear. Crush it once the beasts had been successfully relocated to the Elsher forest. His eyes shifted back to the surreal procession unfolding before him. Hundreds of corrupted mana beasts shuffled forward, penned in by the shield's conjured translucent panels. The sight was both unnerving and fascinating. Creatures that would normally tear each other apart, or scatter in fear, now trudged side by side in eerie silence. Spiders the size of hounds, monstrous wolves clad in jagged ridges of dark bone, and twin-headed serpents with sickly glowing scales all moved as one, driven by an unseen compulsion. They didn't growl or snap. They didn't resist. They simply marched. Scattered among the line were several unads, non-mages, stationed near each shield, weapons drawn, alert for any sign of a beast breaking free from its daze. Stefan's grip on the oar tightened. This was no ordinary mission, and whatever was bound inside this strange mineral, it would change things the moment it was released. Even unads have their uses. Better one of them dies than a mage. Stefan's gaze swept over the unads, clad in iron and gripping weapons of mundane steel, tools they couldn't even enhance with mana. Pitiful, he thought with a flicker of disdain. He turned his attention to the sentry assigned to his force. Ashton, a lanky man with long bangs that veiled most of his face. Can you get a read inside the forest? Stefan asked curtly. Ashton dropped to one knee, pressing his palms to the ground in focus. After a moment, he replied, My range is cut to about a fourth inside there. Then it looks like you'll have to go in with us, Stefan said flatly. Ashton jerked back, his eyes wide beneath his fringe. What? That's not what... Before he could finish, Stefan seized him by the throat and yanked him forward until their faces were inches apart. His voice was low and cold. Listen, I don't care that you sentries think you're special because of your voyeuristic tricks. You'll stay close to my personal shield and caster, about as safe as anyone can be in there. Safer than you'll be if you keep running your mouth. The boy clutched Stefan's forearm with trembling hands, his breath catching in a choked grunt that Stefan assumed was meant to be a yes, sir. Merciful Vritra, Stefan thought grimly. He's not going to last long as a soldier if he's this rattled just being near a battle. You'll be fine, he said, loosening his grip. Now form the mental link, with me and only me. Something tells me you're not exactly gifted at multitasking. The sentry gave a nervous nod, then raised 2 fingers to Stefan's temple, closing his eyes in concentration. Can you hear me? A hesitant voice echoed directly in Stefan's mind. How is it that you stutter even inside your own head? He mused, barely resisting a sigh. I can only do one-way transmission of mental communication. I won't be able to hear back from you. Okay, Stefan replied aloud, rolling his eyes. He wasn't particularly impressed with the boy's skill, but at the very least, the sentry's presence meant his shield and caster wouldn't need to hover so closely. They could rely on the boy for updates and focus more freely on their roles. Stefan turned his attention back to the task at hand, eyes fixed on the corrupted mana beasts as they vanished one by one into the thick, hazy forest, the ancient domain of the elves in Dicathan. The mist hung heavy between the trunks, swallowing the grotesque silhouettes of the monsters as they trudged deeper into the trees. Only once the last of the beasts, herded carefully out of the northern stretches of the beast glades, had disappeared into the dense woodland, did Stefan raise the black oar in his hand. Unads, frontline positions with weapons ready. Strikers, form up behind them with your shields and casters close. Prepare to charge on my signal. Around him, several teams of mages who had been on standby, silently observing the shields shepherd the horde, sprang into motion at his command. In seconds, they were lined up along the forest's edge, weapons drawn, spells primed. Stefan scanned the formation, ensuring every unit was in position. Then, without hesitation, he clenched his fist and crushed the black oar. A sharp, unnatural pulse rolled through the air, and then chaos erupted. From within the forest came a surge of snarls, guttural growls, and bone-rattling roars as the spell binding the mana beasts shattered. Their stupor ended. The horde had awakened. Several unads moved briskly through the ranks, distributing vials of foul-smelling liquid to the waiting soldiers. The stench was sharp and acidic, making more than a few wrinkle their noses in disgust. Still, each soldier dutifully sprayed it onto their clothes. Expensive and short-lived though it was, the concoction would keep the corrupted beasts from turning on them, at least for a while. Once the task was done, a heavy silence settled over the company. Every soldier stood poised, waiting for the command to move. Stefan flexed his fingers, anticipation coiling in his chest. He was more than ready. It had been less than a season since he'd completed the training necessary to evolve his initial mark into a proper crest, an impressive feat for any Alacrian, let alone one who had only just turned 18. But it wasn't enough. He wanted more. Like his father, he aspired to earn the right to enter the Obsidian Vault, and if he proved worthy, to claim an emblem from within. He looked forward to returning to Alacria. He knew his father would survive the trials of the Obsidian Vault, and he wanted nothing more than to see what sort of emblem he would claim from within. Perhaps he'll be blessed with a legendary regalia. If so, the House of Vale will soar within all of Vekker, perhaps even within all of Alacria. Yet Stefan knew, deep down, that his father would never be capable of claiming a regalia. A mid-tier mage at best, his father had attempted the Obsidian Vault at a relatively young age, but even that boldness couldn't mask his limitations. Stefan, at only 18, had already matched him in raw power. Twice his father's age, and yet still surpassed. That was the truth Stefan carried with him. He held no contempt for the man. On the contrary, he respected his father's strength and discipline. But in the end, he was just a shield, a guardian, a protector. Whereas a thunderous crash echoed in the distance, cutting through Stefan's thoughts. His enhanced senses, sharpened by the crest etched into his body, picked up the faint shouts that followed. Elves. A patrol must have stumbled upon the horde. He cast a quick glance over his shoulder, confirming that the signaling artifact, their beacon to guide them safely out of the forest, remained secured where it had been placed. Steeling himself, Stefan drew in a breath. "Charge!" he roared, his voice crackling with authority as he surged forward. In the same instant, he invoked his crest, mana flaring to life as it surged across his skin like a living armor, wrapping his body in a gleaming sheath of power. The non-mages surged forward first, a thunderous wave of war cries and clashing iron. There was no hesitation in their charge, no visible fear in their faces, only resolve in the face of death. Behind them came the mages, moving with measured confidence. Some murmured incantations under their breath, while others remained grim and silent, eyes scanning for threats as they advanced. Stefan followed, certain that it was his own commanding presence that fortified the troops. Their confidence was no accident. It stemmed from his strength, his mindset, his unwavering certainty of victory. The Decathians might have their strange, multifaceted magic, but to Stefan, this mission was nothing more than another rung in his ascent. Another chance to succeed. Another medal to pin to the legacy awaiting him in Alakria. He wove through the forest's shifting maze, the fog so thick he could barely see his own feet. But the sounds of battle ahead cut through the mist like blades, shrieks, snarls, the hum of magic being unleashed. As he pushed forward, the haze thinned just enough to reveal the clash between the corrupted mana beasts and the defending elves. Despite being outnumbered, the elves were holding their ground with fierce tenacity. Arrows glowing with mana zipped through the trees, each one striking true, felling monsters large and small alike. And the forest, ancient and alive, seemed to rise in their defense. Vines lashed out from the underbrush, wrapping around limbs and necks, choking and dragging down the more massive beasts in a tangle of roots and thorns. Nearby, Stefan's eyes locked onto an older elf amid the chaos. She carried no visible weapon, yet summoned deadly blades of wind with a flick of her hand, sickles of compressed air that tore through several beasts in a single motion. Precise. Lethal. She was his target. "Seren, focus shields on me and stay back with Mari. Ashton, stick close to them and relay my position if I'm in danger," Stefan commanded without slowing. At once, polygonal panels of mana shimmered to life around him, orbiting his body in tight formation. Barriers forged by Seren to intercept any stray attacks. Behind him, a soft hum rose as Mari began gathering her magic, the air distorting faintly with raw, elemental pressure. Stefan drew mana through his crest and unsheathed his sword, a finely crafted weapon that had been enhanced by a high-grade instiller. The blade roared to life, engulfed in jagged, flickering fire. Not a clean, elegant flame, but a wild, tearing inferno that gouged and seared with every stroke. Without hesitation, he surged forward, the mist parting around him as he closed in on the elven mage. Mana continued to surge through Stefan's crest, flowing outward in steady pulses that fortified his limbs and quickened his stride. Power flooded his body, exhilarating and familiar as he hurled himself into the fray like a true striker, sword blazing with jagged flame, a beacon of dominance for the soldiers behind him. The first elf to cross his path was a lean young mage with cropped hair and sharply drawn brows. The elf spun toward him, eyes widening as realization dawned. Wind gathered rapidly around the twin daggers in his hands, his lips moving in a spell, but he was far too slow. Stefan's blade crashed through the parry with explosive force, searing light trailing behind the strike. He felt the weapon bite into a thin layer of protective mana, then slide past it, carving into flesh. A flicker of pain and disbelief crossed the elf's face. Then he crumpled, lifeless, at Stefan's feet. So even a weak mage like this is able to protect himself with mana. How odd. These Decathian mages, while versatile, are just as slow as I'd heard, though. Primitive fools. All around Stefan, the battlefield had erupted into chaos. His fellow mages had already clashed with the elven defenders, spells colliding in bursts of color and force. The tide of battle was rapidly shifting in their favor. His soldiers fought with precision and ferocity, drawing the elves' focus and fracturing their lines. That distraction gave the corrupted mana beasts free rein. Unburdened by fear or instinct for self-preservation, the twisted creatures tore through the forest like living storms. They barreled through spells, trampled over the wounded, and lunged at anything that moved. Their sheer brutality, combined with the tactical pressure of the Alacrian forces, was overwhelming the elven defense. As Stefan neared the elf using Windblade magic, Ashton's voice rang once more in his head. Her mana readings are a bit different, but she should be around the lower end of a mid-tier mage. Your caster is readying her spell to single target. Proceed with caution, and I'll let you know when to get out of the way. So this is what it's like to have a sentry, even a half-baked one, accessible. No wonder they're considered valuable, despite not having a single form of offensive or defensive magic. When Stefan had unlocked his mark after the awakening ceremony, the fire magic it granted gave his flames a jagged edge that tore through anything in their path, a rare, upper mid-tier mark. But after mastering that magic to the point of evolving it into a crest, he gained the ability to wield it in an entirely new way. Slowing to a cautious walk, he sheathed his sword and circulated more mana through his crest. His body erupted in flames, shrouding him in armor made of fire. 4 floating sickles of jagged flame appeared, orbiting around him, ready to strike at a thought. It was a powerful ability, but one that demanded his full concentration to control the fiery blades. His target unleashed another blade of wind, cutting down 2 more beasts before turning her full attention toward him. "Shield prepared to guard the attack," came the voice. Unlike the dagger-wielding elf he had just killed, her mouth didn't move as she cast her spell, unleashing a blade of wind aimed to cleave him in 2. Stefan sprinted forward, his movements fueled by the flames cloaking his body. 2 polygonal shields layered before him, ready to absorb the wind blade. The first panel shattered on impact, the second cracked, but the spell was dispersed. Just as he closed the distance to launch his fiery sickles, the sentry's voice echoed sharply in his mind. "Duck!" Without hesitation, Stefan dropped to the ground. The sudden movement broke his focus on the floating sickles, but he narrowly avoided a mana-clad arrow sizzling through the air. The arrow crackled like lightning overhead. He knew relying solely on his shields was a risk he couldn't afford. "I need to end this fast. I can't waste too much mana on just one enemy. There are many more to come." The drawback of using the full form of his crest was the immense mana required to sustain it. Each of the 4 sickles demanded a constant flow of mana to maintain, something Stefan knew he would need to improve if he ever hoped to control more orbiting flames. Pushing off the ground with both hands and feet, he dashed toward the elf just as she prepared to release another blade. One sickle arced down toward her clasped hands, but despite the speed of his blitz, she managed to dodge, pulling her hands away and letting the blade flash harmlessly past. That momentary distraction was all Stefan needed. He slammed a burning fist into her breastplate, shattering it and sending her hurtling backward into a tree. Releasing his flame-clad form to conserve mana, Stefan drew his blade, ready to finish off the elf. But just as he readied the strike, a terrifying presence gripped his very soul. "Stefan, get out of there! Now!" He wanted to obey, wanted nothing more than to flee like a rabbit sensing a fox, but instead found himself dropping to his knees, clawing at his chest, struggling to breathe. What in Great Vritra's name is this suffocating presence? He tried to crawl away, barely able to move. Saving face in front of his soldiers no longer mattered. If he didn't escape, he wouldn't live long enough to feel shame. Then, suddenly, the boy landed in front of him. Striking blue eyes, radiating raw power, glared down with unmistakable annoyance. Stefan was the son of Karnal Vale, heir to the House of Vale. Yet before this boy, who looked no older than himself, he was nothing. Not a warrior, not a leader, not a mage. Nothing. Stefan's body trembled and convulsed as an overwhelming power radiated from the boy, pressing down on him with the weight of a mountain and crushing him to the ground. From somewhere distant came a faint hum, followed by a beam of pure frost striking the boy. Stefan flinched and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the icy nova that erupted around him. That fleeting burst of hope gave him the strength to push himself to his feet and try to flee, but he barely managed 2 steps before a searing pain flared through his right arm, and the ground vanished beneath him. He toppled forward, unable to break his fall. His right side had gone numb, and with a detached clarity, he saw that his arm was severed, cut clean off by a spell. Crimson blood pooled beneath him, soaking both his uniform and the earth. Fighting through shock and disbelief, Stefan dragged himself forward with his left arm, unable to stand. Desperation began to rise through the haze as he searched for his teammates, but all he saw were Seren, Mari, and Ashton retreating into the trees. His vision dimmed as he found himself face level with grasping roots bursting from the ground. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Art surveyed his surroundings. The once lush green forest was stained with blood and littered with corpses. Even the thick fog did little to conceal the aftermath of the battle. "Thank you, General Arthur, for your aid." The female elf's voice was hoarse with pain, and she winced as she attempted to bow. His eyes lingered on the bodies. Too many were elven soldiers who had died trying to protect their home. "I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. This could have all been avoided had I arrived before the beasts were herded into the forest." The elf shook her head. "Please don't apologize. The outcome of this battle would have been very different had you not come at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to gather my men." With a weary smile and a nod, the elf limped away, occasionally bending over a prone form to check for signs of life. Other elves, those still capable of movement, gathered around her, each wearing the same sad, stoic expression. Was this what Agrona had meant when he said the war was progressing to the next stage? This marked the first assault on elven territory, and even if this particular strike had been beaten back, it had served its purpose. Until now, Sapin had taken the brunt of the attacks, which had made it easier to allocate resources to a central location. Now, however, their enemies were striking Eleanor as well. How would the council choose to respond? "I'll have to check up on General Aya to see if she needs help," Art thought. A weak moan drew his attention to the Alacrian at his feet, whom he had managed to keep alive. He had severed the man's dominant arm, but otherwise kept him intact. The healthier the captive was to start, the longer he would last during the extraction of information. Art called out to a nearby elf, tasked with gathering the fallen soldier's belongings. "You, soldier carrying the weapons." The young elf glanced down at the arms in his grasp before realizing he was being addressed. Yes, General Arthur?" Art pointed toward the wounded Alacrian on the ground. "Take this one back to camp and dress his wounds so he doesn't bleed out." A flash of disdain crossed the elf's face, but he quickly masked it and dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Oh, and make sure he doesn't kill himself before I get to interrogate him," Art added, as the elf roughly slung the captive over his shoulder. "Yes, sir," the elf replied with renewed determination, knowing that the prisoner's fate might be far worse than death. Art sank down onto a bed of thick moss and leaned his back against the trunk of a tree. He retrieved his water skin, taking a long pull and letting the cold water sit in his mouth before finally swallowing. A faint glow had begun to pierce the forest canopy, the first hints of sunrise. Through the dense latticework of leaves above, slivers of orange light filtered in, offering a touch of warmth to the otherwise damp and chill air. He allowed his mind to drift. He wasn't ready to think about the task still ahead. As it had each morning since that encounter, his conversation with Agrona replayed in his mind like a slow-moving echo. Art had made the choice to ignore Agrona's promise, his thinly veiled bribe to ensure the safety of Art's family if he withdrew from the war. The only one he'd told about it was Sylvie. Even then, he hadn't explained everything. He hadn't told her that she could be used as a mouthpiece by the enemy whenever Agrona wished. Art hadn't mentioned Agrona's appearance to the council, not even to Virion. Though Agrona had claimed he couldn't utilize Sylvie's mana, Art didn't want the others to panic and lock her in a cell. He still wasn't sure if hiding it was right, but he could only hope that a solution would present itself eventually. He had told Sylvie only that Agrona had contacted him, not how. He thought of the conversation too often to hide it from her entirely, and sharing his thoughts with her had eased his mind. Still, despite the weight of that conversation, things seemed to be getting better. His core had advanced to white, and with every moment his body continued to acclimate to the change, he felt stronger. The scars on his neck and wrist hadn't disappeared, but had faded significantly. His legs, which had endured several substantial injuries, felt more stable than before. Art knew his body hadn't changed physically, but using organic magic without predetermined gestures or chance, had become infinitely more natural to him. And with it came a path to grow even stronger. It also allowed him greater control over static void and the phases of his dragon's will. Though Lady Meyer had made it clear he would never wield ether like the Asuras, even he didn't know how far he could progress. He still couldn't use any sequence of Mirage Walk, including Burst Step, without causing irreparable damage to his lower body. With a deep breath, he squeezed his eyes shut. He had left Sylvie behind. She was still adjusting to the changes in her body now that the seal her mother had placed on her was broken. Though surrounded by constant movement as the elven forces worked to manage the aftermath of the recent battle, Art couldn't shake the feeling of isolation. Still, he knew he had made the right decision. He didn't want Sylvie, or anyone he knew, to witness what he was about to do to the Alacrian boy he had kept alive. I just hope things are better on General Aya's side, he thought. He and Aya had been ordered to confirm reports of the Alacrian assault on Elenoir and provide support in the defense if needed. News of the battle would have already reached Virion, and by now, the council chambers were likely in chaos, with its members arguing over how best to redistribute soldiers and mages to protect not only Sapin, but Elenoir as well. General Arthur, a familiar voice called from a distance, pulling his eyes open. It was the elf Art had ordered to carry the Alacrian back to camp. He approached at a swift pace, navigating the uneven terrain with practiced ease. "The Alacrian has awoken," he called. Art stood, brushing the dirt from his clothes. Steeling himself for what was to come, he reached inward toward the familiar emptiness. The cold detachment that would allow him to interrogate the enemy without remorse or sympathy. All the while, he tried to bury the memory of when their roles had once been reversed. "Strip the prisoner, and remove everyone else from the room," he ordered. The encampment of elven troops lay in the middle of a small clearing that felt unnatural, just a few hundred yards north of the battle, or so Art thought. Even at the White Core stage, his senses weren't fully adjusted to the disorienting effects of the Elshire forest. Freshly filled holes in the ground and the unusually dense trees surrounding the camp suggested that the elves had a mage with a strong affinity for wood manipulating the environment. Elven soldiers moved briskly between tents made of thick fabric, filling the clearing. Some bowed respectfully as they passed, while others glanced warily in Art's direction. The elf gestured ahead. "This way, General. The Alacrian is in the tent at the rear. Our head is waiting just outside." The tent was actually a large canopy woven from twisted roots and branches with a thick cloth draped over it. A swirling dome of wind enveloped the wooden structure, causing the fabric to sway and ripple. Standing outside, her focus fixed on the entrance, arms extended and mana continuously circulating within her, was the same armored woman Art had saved from the prisoner himself. As she noticed their approach, she visibly relaxed and extended her hand. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Lena Amaris, head of the Southeastern Unit in Eleanor. Arthur Leywin, he replied, shaking her hand before turning toward the tent. He's able to talk? Lena's face twisted in disgust. He's been screaming and yelling since waking up, which is why I had to put up a wind barrier. It'll also give you some privacy, she added knowingly. Thank you. Art took a calm breath, dissociating himself from the events about to unfold as he passed through the sound barrier without breaking the spell, a feat far harder than it looked. He couldn't think of himself as Arthur. He was an interrogator with a job to do. Inside the barrier, his ears filled with the angry shouts of a boy barking idle threats. My arm! Where's my arm? If you primitive beasts know what's good for you, you'll untie me. I am of Blood Vale, a distinguished family of the... Art's hand cracked across the boy's face, snapping his head back with the force of the blow. The boy stared, stunned. You slapped me. What's your name? I'll have you... His head jerked as Art struck him again. When the boy recovered, Art bent forward, locking eyes with him. I don't think you truly understand the gravity of the situation you are in, so allow me to enlighten you. Fingers crackling with wire-thin tendrils of electricity, Art gripped the boy's forehead and squeezed down on his temples. The boy's body spasmed immediately as Art continued to wield his organic mana. Hand me! What are you doing? The boy cried out. Art continued channeling carefully focused lightning mana into the boy's brain and nerves for several minutes until the effect took hold. A mind-numbing scream tore from the boy's throat as he thrashed wildly in his seat. Burns! It burns. Of course it does, Art replied flatly. Your nerve endings are a little confused right now, making it feel as if you're in a fire. The whites of the boy's eyes showed as he screamed, foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. He struggled desperately, trying to put out a fire that wasn't there. After a few minutes passed, Art gripped his head again and eased the pain. Please. Why are you doing this? What do you want? I'll give you anything, the boy muttered between sobs, his whole body trembling in shock. Your name, Art demanded without emotion. Why do you need to know? The boy let out a shrill cry the moment Art lifted his hand. Stefan Vale, please, no more. Stefan, just looking at you, I know your family, or blood as you call it, is distinguished, meaning you are as well. Unlike the other soldiers we've captured so far, you've made no attempts to kill yourself, and wish dearly to live. Am I correct so far? Yes, he blurted out, clearly eager to avoid any more pain. Art chose his next words carefully before speaking. I won't kill you if you cooperate. In what condition you make it back home, however, will depend on how helpful you are and how honestly you answer my questions. Do you understand? He nodded fiercely. A few of your troops have survived and managed to escape, but I strongly advise you rid yourself of the hope that any force they can muster up and bring back here will be strong enough to aid you. In his time as a silver and then white core mage, Art had grown accustomed to restraining his full power, knowing the aura of a white core mage could be crippling to those nearby. But now, he needed Stefan to truly understand his situation and believe what he was telling him, so he let go of his restraint. The thick roots and branches forming the tent cracked and snapped under the full force of a white core mage unleashed. The ground splintered, rubble shaking beneath their feet. Stefan struggled to breathe, even with the small amounts of mana cycling through his body. His bloodshot eyes bulged, his mouth hung open like a gasping fish, and an acrid stench rose from the wet spot between his legs. Art withdrew his mana. Understand? The boy stammered. Good, Art said, stepping back. He considered moving to more urgent questions, but decided to test if Stefan was telling the truth. List all of the members of the Vale House and your relationship to them. Fear flickered in the boy's eyes, perhaps thinking Art would use the information to annihilate his entire family, but Stefan lacked the strength to refuse. He rattled off names that meant little to Art until one came up he could verify. Izora Vale, my mother. Karnal Vale, my father. Lucia Vale, my sister. Art raised a hand to stop him. What is the awakening process? The awakening is the ceremony that unlocks for children their first mark so that they can become a mage, Stefan answered, his voice hoarse. What is the difference between a crest and a mark? Art asked, recalling the terms from his brief glimpse into Uto's memories through the horn. The boy recited his answer as if memorized from a textbook. A crest is stronger. It symbolizes a greater understanding of the specified root of magic that the mark enables the mage to utilize. Art's curiosity grew. He wanted to learn more about Alacrian magic. But he could tell Stefan was beginning to withdraw. He knew the longer this went on, the harder it would be to keep the boy motivated to answer, and without an emitter to sustain him, losing Stefan was a risk he couldn't afford. Choosing his words carefully, Art asked his next question, aiming to make Stefan believe he was merely confirming what Art already knew. It was the best way to get truthful answers. What stage is above marks and crests? He asked, gripping the boy's leg in warning as his eyes began to close. After crests are emblems, and then regalias, Stefan answered hurriedly. How strong are mages with regalias compared to retainers? I don't know. My family's highest power is my grandfather, and he's only an emblem mage. I swear on the name of Vritra. Swear on the name of Vritra, Art echoed with distaste. He had heard a similar saying inside the cavern in Darv. It seemed the Vritra were regarded almost like gods in Alakria. Do you know how many emblem and regalia holders are on Dicathan currently? The boy shook his head. My commander is an emblem mage, but I know he answers to a regalia holder. I don't know the exact numbers. Art sighed. The boy was too low in the ranks to be of any real use. From what he'd gathered, the House of Vale, which the boy had proudly claimed as his own, wasn't even very influential in Alakria. Finally, Art asked a few questions specifically about the orders Stefan had received. As he had feared, this was not the only attack targeting the Elshire forest. Several other troops were heading north, aiming to strike while the elven forces were still recovering, and before reinforcements could arrive from Sapin. Please, let me go now. You promised. I answered every one of your questions truthfully. The boy's shoulders sagged, the stump where his right arm had been bleeding through the bandages. Like I said, I won't kill you. With those words, Art left the tent. Outside, waves of elven soldiers arrived at the camp, some carrying bloodied allies, others moving the remains of fallen comrades. Art stepped beside Lena Imaris. She flinched when their eyes met, but stayed silent, waiting for his orders. His gaze remained cold. He refused to let any emotion interfere as he spoke. I'm done. Feel free to dispose of the Alacrian however you see fit. Gray's eyes snapped open, stinging sharply from a sudden blow to his cheek. Blinding light flooded his vision, directed straight at his face. His heart hammered in his chest as confusion overwhelmed his thoughts. He tried to rise, but quickly realized both his hands and feet were tightly bound to the chair he sat in. Gray, can you hear me? A dark silhouette asked from behind the harsh fluorescent glare. Where am I? Who are you? He groaned, his throat raw and burning. What's the last thing you remember? Another voice interrupted, ignoring his questions. Through the blinding light, Gray noticed a second, larger figure standing beside the first, though details of their appearance remained hidden in shadow. Gray's head throbbed painfully as he struggled to piece together his scattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. I had just won the tournament, he managed to say. His eyes adjusted to the harsh light, revealing more of the room's details and the two figures standing before him. What else? The thinner man asked calmly, his tone measured and unhurried. I accepted an offer to be mentored by a powerful person, Gray replied carefully, hoping his vague wording would slip past unnoticed. The man's gaze sharpened. What is the name of this powerful woman, and what is the nature of your relationship? The fact that he already knew it was a woman only deepened Gray's suspicion. It felt like a test, one where the answer was already expected. Gray tugged at what felt like a thick metal wire tightly binding his wrists. Even with his strength bolstered by Kai, the restraints held firm. Realizing resistance was futile, he resigned himself to answering. I only know her as Lady Vera, he said quietly, and I just met her. The larger man, now visible with long, slicked-back hair, snarled, Lies. He raised a hand as if to strike, but the thinner man stepped forward, blocking the blow. What happened after you won the tournament, Gray? The thinner man asked next, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Gray grimaced, struggling to piece together his fragmented memories. I think I headed back to my dorm room right after. Lady Vera had told him she'd contact him once things settled, but he wasn't about to give these men any more information than they demanded. Suddenly, a massive hand shot out, wrapping tightly around his neck and hoisting him, and the chair he was bound to, off the ground. Again, lies, the man hissed, his face looming close enough that Gray gagged on the stench of his fetid breath. Deep scars crisscrossed his face, twisting his already intimidating features into something even more terrifying. You'd be wise to tell us which organization sent you to protect the legacy. Organization? Legacy? The accusations made no sense, but with his throat crushed in the man's grip, all Gray could do was flail and choke until the thinner companion intervened, striking the hand away. Heavy from the chair and unable to support himself, Gray collapsed to the ground, his head snapping back against the hard floor with such force that darkness claimed him. When Gray came to, he found himself upright once more, still bound but now face to face with the thinner man, the one who, despite his lack of size or overt menace, somehow frightened him more than the towering, scarred brute beside him. The man's hair was cropped short, military neat, but his eyes were wrong, flat, glassy, like those of a dead fish. They never blinked as they bored into Gray's. Then, without a trace of genuine emotion, he stretched his thin lips into a grotesque parody of a smile, stiff and lifeless as a mannequin's. Strip him while I get the white phosphorus, he said, voice calm and casual, as if he were ordering tea. He turned sharply on his heel and walked away. Gray's breath caught in his throat. The larger man sneered as he stepped forward, clearly pleased to carry out the order. With brutal efficiency, he ripped away Gray's shirt, an old, threadbare thing he had thrown on before bed, and then tore off the pajama pants printed with ridiculous little geese, a gag gift from Headmaster Wilbeck for his birthday. The floor was freezing against Gray's bare skin, and the sense of vulnerability hit harder than the cold. Whatever this was, it wasn't about interrogation anymore. It was about control, humiliation, and pain. I believe you have some information that we need. Fortunately for you, this means that we need you alive, for now. The thinner man came back, wearing gloves. In his hands was a small metal tube. If you're truly who we suspect you are, then you might have prepared for this. If by some wild chance we've made an error and everything that we considered as evidence was simply coincidence, then, well, this will be an incredibly uncomfortable experience for you. What? What are you talking about? Gray rasped, his head still pounding from the earlier blow. The edges of the room swam in and out of focus, everything distorted by the lingering haze of concussion. This will be easy, the thin man said with eerie cheer, smiling faintly as he dipped a gloved finger into a small metal tube. I won't even ask you any questions yet. He smeared a gleaming silver line just beneath Gray's ribs, the paste cold and oily against his skin. Then, without warning, he retrieved a small lighter and flicked it to life. Wait. What are you doing? Please. Gray's voice cracked, panic flooding his chest even before his mind could catch up to what was happening. The man didn't respond. He simply pressed the flickering flame to the silver smear. The reaction was instant. Agony unlike anything Gray had ever imagined ripped through his body as the substance ignited. The pain wasn't like a normal burn. It was something deeper, something primal, like his very nerves were being devoured from the inside out. His scream erupted raw and uncontrolled, echoing off the cold walls as his body convulsed against the restraints. He'd been burned before. Training accidents, magical backlash, even a lightning talisman once gone wrong. But this was something else entirely. The earlier burns now felt like warm water by comparison. The seconds dragged, stretched into eternities. The pain didn't dull, it grew, like it was feeding on his resistance. His throat gave out long before the fire did. His screams turned hoarse, then silent. Tears poured freely down his face, until they too ran dry. All that remained was a scorched silence, filled only by the crackling sound of chemical fire, and the faint smile of the man who had lit it. Finally, the pain began to subside, only for the thin man, the demon, to apply another line of the silver paste on a different part of Gray's body. Please, he wept. Don't do this. The man silently lit another hellish fire on his body. Gray screamed, and when his voice gave out, his mind screamed on. Every part of his body spasmed and twitched, his muscles and nerves unable to process the input they were receiving. His thoughts turned from the question of whether he was about to die to the hope that he would die soon, if only to relieve the pain. He couldn't tell how many times the demon stood before him holding that wretched silver paste, but this time, he didn't immediately smear his body again. Gray's wide, wild eyes met his dispassionate gaze. He jumped at the chance. If it meant that he would be free of the pain, he would do anything. I'll tell you whatever you want. Anything. Everything, he pleaded, his voice barely a whisper. That's better, the man said, his face again twisting into an awful imitation of a smile. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story, and you're going to help fill in the gaps for me. Any attempts at lying or withholding any truths will unfortunately lead me to put this in places more sensitive. Am I clear? The thin demon held up the container of white phosphorus and waved it in front of him. Without even the necessary saliva to swallow, Gray could only nod. Your name is Gray, the thin man continued, his voice calm, almost conversational. Background checks confirm you're an orphan. One headmaster, Olivia Wilbeck, oversaw your care since infancy, and the orphanage was what you considered home. Am I on track so far, Gray? Gray nodded again, slower this time. Bring the boy a glass of water, the man said, sounding faintly pleased with Gray's compliance. The scarred brute stepped forward and pressed a dirty, cloudy cup to Gray's lips. The water tasted foul, like it had been filtered through wet fur. But it was cool, and against his cracked lips and burning throat, it was relief incarnate. He swallowed greedily, only for the cup to be yanked away before he could take more than a couple of mouthfuls. Gray instinctively craned his neck toward the cup, but the larger man merely laughed, his scarred face twisting into a cruel grin. Moving on, the thin man said, his tone still smooth. And this is where I was hoping you'd start filling in the gaps. He leaned forward slightly, as if expecting honesty, now that he'd dangled the smallest kindness. What military institution trained you to be the legacy's protector? He asked. Because there's nothing in the official records. As if Gray had a choice. Gray furrowed his brows, genuinely bewildered. I've only barely finished my second year at Vitholm Military Academy. I've had no prior training, not before that. The thin man's voice dipped, suddenly razor-sharp. So you're telling me that you managed to defeat 2 skilled Kai-enhanced combatants without any formal training whatsoever? I had help from my friends, Gray replied, forcing a steadiness he didn't feel. But yes, that's what happened. The man's mouth curled, not quite a smile, more like the tightening of a noose. And you expect me to believe that Olivia Wilbeck, that calculating shrew, just let the legacy waltz around in public with two ordinary children? No guards? No cover? Nothing? I don't know what this legacy is, Gray shouted, voice cracking under the strain. I've never heard of it in my life. The room went still. The thin man stared at him in silence, unmoving. The shadows under his eyes seemed to deepen. Finally, in a voice soft but laced with venom, he said, There are just two things I really want to know, Gray. What organization sent you to protect the legacy? And to what extent is the country of Traden aiding you in the legacy by publicly announcing Lady Vera as your mentor? Gray's mind spun wildly, empty of answers, his thoughts grasping at shadows. He had no idea what organization the man was referring to, or what the country of Traden had to do with any so-called legacy. The words felt foreign, meaningless to him. Before he could croak out even a denial, the thin man let out a long, disappointed sigh. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and slowly walked forward, each footstep measured, deliberate. I really hoped you'd stay true to your word and cooperate, he said, his tone eerily calm. But when you hesitate like this, Gray, I can only assume you're trying to make up an answer. He dipped his gloved fingers back into the accursed metal tube and smeared a fresh line of the silver paste, this time along the inside of Gray's left thigh. Please, Gray sobbed, fresh tears spilling freely down his raw cheeks. I don't know. The man didn't even blink. He lit the paste. Hellfire erupted across the sensitive flesh of Gray's inner thigh. The heat spread fast, far too fast, reaching up into his groin, setting his stomach twisting in revolt and sending his vision spinning. He writhed violently in the chair, but there was nowhere to run, no way to shield himself from the blaze. His mouth was open, screaming, but he wasn't sure if any sound was coming out. His ears rang with a high, unrelenting whine. His sense of time fractured, every second a razor drawn across his nerves. He prayed to lose consciousness. But his body, cursed with endurance, kept him painfully awake, kept him present for every blistering, torturous moment. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst moments were the silent ones, when the thin demon would wordlessly approach and ignite another piece of Gray's body without warning, without questions, without giving him anything to brace against. Each time the man stepped forward, Gray found himself caught in a tormenting limbo, paralyzed with dread, yet desperate for him to speak, to ask something, anything. Because even a question meant a chance to answer, meant a chance to avoid more of the fire. Time had lost all meaning. Whether it had been minutes or hours, Gray couldn't tell. Inside the dark, windowless room, only the constant blinding light aimed directly at his face remained unchanged, stripping the walls of detail, leaving him nothing to focus on. No distraction, no mercy. He was slipping. Thought and pain were merging into one indistinguishable blur. Then, footsteps. Distinct, approaching. Gray's broken instincts surged awake. He tried to lift his head, to beg, to plead. But something was different. These steps weren't like the others. Then, what the... The large man let out a grunt and collapsed beside him, dropping like a felled tree. A blur, someone fast, had struck him down in an instant. The thin man spun, reaching for something unseen. But before he could even react, he was launched across the room by a force so sudden it sent his body skidding into the far wall with a sickening thud. The blinding light switched off. Darkness swept over Gray like a wave, but his eyes were too damaged to appreciate the relief. White splotches danced in his vision, spots flickering across the dim room as he blinked hard, again and again, struggling to see, until finally through the haze, a face emerged. A figure knelt beside him. "You're safe now, kid," the voice said softly. It was Lady Vera. If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment next chapter below. The wind tore past Art in powerful gales as he soared high above the clouds. Reaching the white core stage had come with a multitude of advantages, and the ability to manipulate ambient mana well enough to maintain flight was among the most liberating. If he had attempted this while still in the silver stage, he would have drained his core within minutes. Now, it was the mana around him, vast and ever-present, that lifted him into the sky, and the sensation was nothing short of surreal. Exhilarating as it was, however, Art's mind wasn't entirely at ease. Thoughts from the night before swirled in his head like a second current beneath the wind. He assumed that interrogating the Alacrian had triggered that unwanted memory, another vivid flash from his previous life. But with how frequently those memories had been surfacing lately, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Frustration, too. Still, he reminded himself of the vow he'd made upon being reborn into this world, that he would not live the same life as before. Until he understood why these memories were returning, he chose to treat them as reminders, lessons burned into his soul from a life of failure. Besides, it wasn't as if he could just go find a therapist. The image made him smirk, himself, reclined on a plush couch, pouring out his woes to a sharp-eyed professional scribbling notes on a clipboard. But when he glanced back toward the distant canopy of Elshire Forest, his smile faded. A twinge of guilt stirred in his gut for having left the survivors so abruptly. Art reassured himself that Lena and her soldiers were better off with General Aya, who could actually navigate the forest with precision. After meeting up with the Elven Lance, they had exchanged detailed reports of their findings. It had been decided that Art would return to the castle to report directly, while Aya remained behind to provide support until further orders came from the council. What they hadn't decided on, however, was whether Art could take a slight detour before heading back. So he did. He had at least sent a brief report through a transmission scroll that Lena had carried, informing Virion of his altered course. The scroll will give them enough to work with, Art thought, his eyes fixed on the jagged, snow-covered peaks of the Grand Mountains as they pierced the cloud line like ancient frozen blades. And the information I learned from the Alacrian will be more useful here anyway. Even at that altitude, he could hear the distant echoes of battle. The air carried with it a chorus of muffled explosions, the low hum of magic discharges, and the cries of indistinct beasts, all tangled with the screams and shouts of those locked in combat below. The sound was faint, but unmistakable. War never stayed quiet for long. Art felt a nervous tension he couldn't quite place. The lances seldom came to the wall since no retainers or scythes had been sighted there yet. The daily battles at the wall were usually fought by mages and soldiers against corrupted beasts, mindless creatures attempting to break through the defenses. He had pored over numerous reports from the wall and even suggested adjustments to their battle formations. Yet this was the first time he had been there in person, despite the near-daily conflicts. Below him, the relentless war had hardened many fresh recruits into seasoned soldiers, if they survived that long. Most importantly, this was where Tess and her unit were stationed. They were part of the assault division tasked with infiltrating dungeons, eradicating corrupted beasts, and disabling teleportation gates. Each gate destroyed meant preventing thousands of Alacrian troops from teleporting into Dicathan. Reaching the Grand Mountains, Art slowly descended through the sea of clouds until he had a full aerial view of the battle raging below. Streams and bolts of magic in a spectrum of colors rained down from the wall, while soldiers fought fiercely against hordes of beasts that had survived the bombardment. Some of the stronger beasts retaliated with magical attacks of their own, but few had been sent to the front lines, and their power was insignificant compared to the combined force of all the mages defending the wall. As Art continued his descent toward the wall, carefully studying the various types of beasts on the battlefield, he suddenly sensed a spell hurtling toward him from behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he spotted a blast of fire, as large as his entire body, shooting straight at him. Annoyed, he casually swatted the spell away, dispersing it with ease before completing his descent to the upper levels of the wall. Softening his landing with a cushion of wind, Art found himself looking upon a crowd of kneeling soldiers. Closest to him was a barrel-chested man, clad in full armor, dented and stained from battle. He knelt a few feet ahead, one hand pressing down firmly on the head of a young man who looked only a few years older than Art himself. "General, my sincerest apologies for my subordinate's grave blunder. Since we had received no word that a lance would be visiting the wall, he assumed you to be an enemy. I will reprimand the fool and ensure he is punished immediately," the man said. His voice was quiet, but carried a commanding presence, revealing him as a seasoned veteran just as clearly as his battered armor. Art tore his gaze away from the man, presumed to be the leader, and looked down at the trembling boy whose head remained forcibly bowed. The young soldier's white-knuckled grip tightened around his staff. Art mused that it had been a while since he'd been treated with such deference, briefly savoring the sight of so many heads bowed in respect and likely fear. That thought quickly soured, however, and a weariness settled over him from all the bowing and scraping. He cleared his throat and strode toward the man who had spoken. "No need. I come unannounced and from the Beast Glades, so I can understand how your subordinate mistook me for an enemy." Pausing, Art bent down to level his gaze with the conjurer who had fired the spell. "But next time you spot an unidentified potential threat, you should notify your superiors immediately so they can make the judgment call. Understood?" "Ununderstood, General," the young man stammered, snapping to attention and nearly clipping Art's chin with his salute. Turning back to the presumed leader, Art winked and said, "Name and position," before walking past him toward the stairs. "Captain Albanth Kelrus of the Bulwark Division," the man called, quickly falling in step behind him. "Very well, Captain Albanth Kelrus. Let's talk strategy." As Art continued descending the spiraling stone stairs, his senses were flooded by the sheer magnitude of life within the wall. Despite its austere name, the wall was less a barrier and more a self-contained war engine, a fortress city carved into the spine of Dicathan's defense. Each level buzzed with relentless purpose. The upper tiers were stark and fortified, occupied mostly by maintenance crews and long-range units. Reinforced stone blocks, some still cracked from the previous night's assault, were being sealed with frost, while dwarven metalworkers hammered glowing beams into place. Even in the middle of a war, the craftsmanship never ceased. Adjacent to the stairwells, pulley systems groaned under the weight of supply crates, bundles of arrows, and fresh water barrels, all ascending and descending with mechanical rhythm. Teams of conjurers stood by the embrasures, narrow slits in the outer wall, rotating in shifts to keep their elemental volleys raining down on whatever creatures dared test the stronghold's defenses. Amid the chaos, the clang of tools and shouted orders interwove with the distant boom of magic and the faint cries of beasts, creating a thunderous harmony of labor and war. "Please excuse the noise, General," Captain Albanth said, raising his voice to be heard over the cacophony. "I've been told it's quite overwhelming for those who aren't used to it." "Overwhelming indeed," Art admitted, pausing briefly to take it all in. "I regret not coming here sooner. This place is incredible." "Aye," Albanth said with a small, proud smile, returning the salutes of several passing workers. "It's quite the marvel, and it has to be." They continued their descent until reaching a sturdy gate flanked by 2 armored soldiers standing at attention. "The floors beyond this point are open to civilians as well," Albanth explained, pulling out a small insignia and flashing it at the guards. "Captain!" Both guards saluted crisply, though their eyes lingered on Art, filled with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Albanth's tone sharpened instantly. "Fools! Were you taught to gawk in the presence of a lance?" The color drained from their faces as their expressions shifted to alarm. "General!" they exclaimed in unison, hurriedly bowing. Albanth scratched the back of his neck, glancing sidelong at Art. "My apologies, General. Most of the soldiers stationed at the wall have never actually seen one of the lances in person." "It's fine," Art said, offering the guards a reassuring smile. "A salute will do." "Yes, sir," said the guard on the right, snapping back upright. His partner followed suit, a wide, star-struck grin spreading across his face. "It's an honor to meet one of the famed lances." "Just open the gates," Albanth muttered with a sigh, shaking his head as the metal doors creaked open. The guards scrambled to unclasp the heavy metal bolts, and the great iron doors groaned open, allowing Art and Albanth to continue their descent deeper into the heart of the wall. By the next floor, Art was already sweating. His eyes stung and his throat felt raw, the acrid sting of heat and smoke biting into his lungs with every breath. A bead of sweat traced down his cheek, and he instinctively pulled his collar higher to shield his nose. "Is there a fire somewhere?" he asked, squinting against the thick haze. "In a way, yes," Albanth replied, loosening the gorget around his neck to let the hot air escape. "We're near the main forge." Another flight of stairs brought them into the depths of the smithing level, and the forge exploded into view. The space opened wide, deeper and broader than any chamber so far. Dozens of forges lined the walls, each surrounded by teams of blacksmiths, apprentices, and mana-specialized workers. The smoke, though guided through narrow vents in the ceiling, hung thick in the air, turning the flicker of firelight into a hazy orange gloom. The heat was oppressive. It poured from the glowing mouths of the forges in waves, making the very air ripple. Sparks danced like fireflies with each strike of hammer on steel. Despite the suffocating atmosphere, the operation was meticulously coordinated. Runners ferried glowing blades from one station to another. Dwarves shouted out measurements and enchantment levels, while mages channeled spells directly into the cooling tanks and refinement chambers. Art's eyes roved across the forge floor, his mind briefly slipping into the past. While the blacksmithing of his old world had become obsolete in the age of industry, there was something more refined, almost mechanical, in the way this place operated. Despite its archaic setting, the forge was no crude workshop. Some of the devices being used, mana-powered furnaces, vibrational chisels, arcane molders, were surprisingly intricate, even rivaling some of the automation he remembered from his previous life. "It's like a living machine," he muttered to himself, watching as another finished blade was lifted, glowing orange, to be quenched. "Aye," Albanth said proudly. "Every lance officer and elite soldier wears something that passed through this forge, including you." Art watched intently as 2 smiths took turns working a glowing bar of heated metal beneath a massive wedge-shaped hammer. The device towered over them, its iron frame pulsing with rhythmic bone-shaking impacts as it drove into the metal. It reminded Art of a steam-driven power hammer from his previous life, Yet there were no pistons, no boilers, no pipes, just pure force. Curious, he stepped around the side of the structure. Behind it stood a bare-chested mage, his arms outstretched, veins bulging as he manipulated a massive counterweight with gravity magic. With each controlled rise and fall of the weight, the hammer slammed down with precision. Before Art could lose himself in the machinery, Albanth's voice called out above the din. "Please bear with the heat just a bit longer, General. We're almost there." Art gave a nod and turned his gaze forward, though his eyes caught yet another display of craftsmanship, this time from a group of dwarven metal mages. Each of them hunched over an anvil, palms glowing as they coaxed metal ingots to twist and stretch like softened clay. There was no hammering here, only the quiet, focused hum of mana bending the metal to its master's will. It was surreal. Further down, the air shifted. Though the heat still pressed down on him, it was accompanied now by the buzz of conversation and clinking coin. Art's brows lifted slightly as the forge level opened into a bustling corridor where vendors sold supplies, repair services, and food. Worn-looking adventurers chatted with merchants over crates of ore and weapon parts. Even a few robed conjurers and beast tamers were exchanging mana crystals for talismans and runes. "There's an entirely separate economy here," Art murmured, mostly to himself. "Absolutely," Albanth agreed, wiping sweat from his face with his gloves. "Since there's no law mandating service in the war, we offer rewards to adventurers who spend time out in the field. It's easy money for them, and it ensures a steady supply of able-bodied mages and fighters. There's occasional tension between the soldiers and adventurers, but everyone gets enough fighting to keep that from turning violent." "And the merchants are here because of the adventurers?" Art asked, surveying the rows of stalls and tents on the ground floor. "Yes, sir. They're restricted from operating on the main supply routes and taxed heavily for doing business here, but they still come in droves," Albanth chuckled. "Always eager to make a coin. Without them, we'd suddenly have to worry about food, clothing, weapons, and entertainment for thousands of mercenaries. We pay the adventurers spend their hard-earned coin with the merchants, and we collect taxes to pay the adventurers. Everyone earns a living, and we all share a stake in the defense of the wall." "Brilliant," Art echoed, nodding to a pair of guards who bowed deeply as they passed. The resourceful use of available pieces spoke volumes about the senior captain overseeing the sprawling, city-like complex. Albanth led the way with practiced ease, weaving through the crowd on the ground floor as people instinctively parted before them. "Flying down would have been much faster, but I hope this tour helped you get familiar with the wall." "I appreciate it, Captain Albanth," Art replied. The captain smiled, his crow's feet deepening. They walked for several more minutes until they reached a quieter area. An unusually large canvas pavilion stood out against the mountainside, several mages stationed vigilantly around it. Albanth gestured toward the pavilion. "This is where the captains and heads hold their meetings. You've arrived at a good time. There's a meeting going on right now. I was just about to head down as you arrived." "I'm glad I got here when I did then, despite the fireball," Art replied. "It's constant excitement around here, I'll tell you that." Albanth chuckled, flashing his badge once again at the guards. "Senior Captain Trotius is inside, along with the other captains and several heads." "Trotius?" Art thought, vaguely recognizing the name from somewhere. The guards opened the flap, and Art followed Albanth inside. The interior was dominated by a large round table covered with a detailed map of what looked like the Beast Glades. On the map, several wooden figures, each shaped differently, indicated various positions of dungeons and troops. 7 people were seated around the table, all clad in battered armor and disheveled robes, leaning over the map in the midst of a discussion. At the far end of the circular table sat a man who embodied the perfect image of a traditional gentleman. Handsome, with shiny black hair meticulously cropped, his uniform impeccably kept, as if tailored that very morning. His eyes were sharp and deep-set, his irises glowing faintly with a hint of red. The man stopped mid-sentence upon noticing their arrival and rose to his feet. He dipped his head toward Art. "General Arthur Leywin." Upon hearing Art's title, the others rose and bowed as well. Captain Albanth saluted. "My apologies for being late." "Given the nature of your arrival, it is of no consequence," the man replied, his expression unreadable. "Please, have a seat and allow me to introduce myself. I am Trotius Flamesworth, senior captain in charge of the wall." The wind tore past Art in powerful gales as he soared high above the clouds. Reaching the white core stage had come with a multitude of advantages, and the ability to manipulate ambient mana well enough to maintain flight was among the most liberating. If he had attempted this while still in the silver stage, he would have drained his core within minutes. Now, it was the mana around him, vast and ever-present, that lifted him into the sky, and the sensation was nothing short of surreal. Exhilarating as it was, however, Art's mind wasn't entirely at ease. Thoughts from the night before swirled in his head like a second current beneath the wind. He assumed that interrogating the Alacrian had triggered that unwanted memory, another vivid flash from his previous life. But with how frequently those memories had been surfacing lately, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Frustration, too. Still, he reminded himself of the vow he'd made upon being reborn into this world, that he would not live the same life as before. Until he understood why these memories were returning, he chose to treat them as reminders, lessons burned into his soul from a life of failure. Besides, it wasn't as if he could just go find a therapist. The image made him smirk, himself, reclined on a plush couch, pouring out his woes to a sharp-eyed professional scribbling notes on a clipboard. But when he glanced back toward the distant canopy of Elshire Forest, his smile faded. A twinge of guilt stirred in his gut for having left the survivors so abruptly. Art reassured himself that Lena and her soldiers were better off with General Aya, who could actually navigate the forest with precision. After meeting up with the Elven Lance, they had exchanged detailed reports of their findings. It had been decided that Art would return to the castle to report directly, while Aya remained behind to provide support until further orders came from the council. What they hadn't decided on, however, was whether Art could take a slight detour before heading back. So he did. He had at least sent a brief report through a transmission scroll that Lena had carried, informing Virion of his altered course. The scroll will give them enough to work with, Art thought, his eyes fixed on the jagged, snow-covered peaks of the Grand Mountains as they pierced the cloud line like ancient frozen blades. And the information I learned from the Alacrian will be more useful here anyway. Even at that altitude, he could hear the distant echoes of battle. The air carried with it a chorus of muffled explosions, the low hum of magic discharges, and the cries of indistinct beasts, all tangled with the screams and shouts of those locked in combat below. The sound was faint, but unmistakable. War never stayed quiet for long. Art felt a nervous tension he couldn't quite place. The lances seldom came to the wall since no retainers or scythes had been sighted there yet. The daily battles at the wall were usually fought by mages and soldiers against corrupted beasts, mindless creatures attempting to break through the defenses. He had pored over numerous reports from the wall and even suggested adjustments to their battle formations. Yet this was the first time he had been there in person, despite the near-daily conflicts. Below him, the relentless war had hardened many fresh recruits into seasoned soldiers, if they survived that long. Most importantly, this was where Tess and her unit were stationed. They were part of the assault division tasked with infiltrating dungeons, eradicating corrupted beasts, and disabling teleportation gates. Each gate destroyed meant preventing thousands of Alacrian troops from teleporting into Dicathan. Reaching the Grand Mountains, Art slowly descended through the sea of clouds until he had a full aerial view of the battle raging below. Streams and bolts of magic in a spectrum of colors rained down from the wall, while soldiers fought fiercely against hordes of beasts that had survived the bombardment. Some of the stronger beasts retaliated with magical attacks of their own, but few had been sent to the front lines, and their power was insignificant compared to the combined force of all the mages defending the wall. As Art continued his descent toward the wall, carefully studying the various types of beasts on the battlefield, he suddenly sensed a spell hurtling toward him from behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he spotted a blast of fire, as large as his entire body, shooting straight at him. Annoyed, he casually swatted the spell away, dispersing it with ease before completing his descent to the upper levels of the wall. Softening his landing with a cushion of wind, Art found himself looking upon a crowd of kneeling soldiers. Closest to him was a barrel-chested man, clad in full armor, dented and stained from battle. He knelt a few feet ahead, one hand pressing down firmly on the head of a young man who looked only a few years older than Art himself. "General, my sincerest apologies for my subordinate's grave blunder. Since we had received no word that a lance would be visiting the wall, he assumed you to be an enemy. I will reprimand the fool and ensure he is punished immediately," the man said. His voice was quiet, but carried a commanding presence, revealing him as a seasoned veteran just as clearly as his battered armor. Art tore his gaze away from the man, presumed to be the leader, and looked down at the trembling boy whose head remained forcibly bowed. The young soldier's white-knuckled grip tightened around his staff. Art mused that it had been a while since he'd been treated with such deference, briefly savoring the sight of so many heads bowed in respect and likely fear. That thought quickly soured, however, and a weariness settled over him from all the bowing and scraping. He cleared his throat and strode toward the man who had spoken. "No need. I come unannounced and from the Beast Glades, so I can understand how your subordinate mistook me for an enemy." Pausing, Art bent down to level his gaze with the conjurer who had fired the spell. "But next time you spot an unidentified potential threat, you should notify your superiors immediately so they can make the judgment call. Understood?" "Ununderstood, General," the young man stammered, snapping to attention and nearly clipping Art's chin with his salute. Turning back to the presumed leader, Art winked and said, "Name and position," before walking past him toward the stairs. "Captain Albanth Kelrus of the Bulwark Division," the man called, quickly falling in step behind him. "Very well, Captain Albanth Kelrus. Let's talk strategy." As Art continued descending the spiraling stone stairs, his senses were flooded by the sheer magnitude of life within the wall. Despite its austere name, the wall was less a barrier and more a self-contained war engine, a fortress city carved into the spine of Dicathan's defense. Each level buzzed with relentless purpose. The upper tiers were stark and fortified, occupied mostly by maintenance crews and long-range units. Reinforced stone blocks, some still cracked from the previous night's assault, were being sealed with frost, while dwarven metalworkers hammered glowing beams into place. Even in the middle of a war, the craftsmanship never ceased. Adjacent to the stairwells, pulley systems groaned under the weight of supply crates, bundles of arrows, and fresh water barrels, all ascending and descending with mechanical rhythm. Teams of conjurers stood by the embrasures, narrow slits in the outer wall, rotating in shifts to keep their elemental volleys raining down on whatever creatures dared test the stronghold's defenses. Amid the chaos, the clang of tools and shouted orders interwove with the distant boom of magic and the faint cries of beasts, creating a thunderous harmony of labor and war. "Please excuse the noise, General," Captain Albanth said, raising his voice to be heard over the cacophony. "I've been told it's quite overwhelming for those who aren't used to it." "Overwhelming indeed," Art admitted, pausing briefly to take it all in. "I regret not coming here sooner. This place is incredible." "Aye, Albanth said with a small, proud smile, returning the salutes of several passing workers. It's quite the marvel, and it has to be. They continued their descent until reaching a sturdy gate flanked by 2 armored soldiers standing at attention. The floors beyond this point are open to civilians as well, Albanth explained, pulling out a small insignia and flashing it at the guards. Captain! Both guards saluted crisply, though their eyes lingered on Art, filled with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Albanth's tone sharpened instantly. Fools! Were you taught to gawk in the presence of a lance? The color drained from their faces as their expressions shifted to alarm. General! They exclaimed in unison, hurriedly bowing. Albanth scratched the back of his neck, glancing sidelong at Art. My apologies, General. Most of the soldiers stationed at the wall have never actually seen one of the lances in person. It's fine, Art said, offering the guards a reassuring smile. A salute will do. Yes, sir, said the guard on the right, snapping back upright. His partner followed suit, a wide, starstruck grin spreading across his face. It's an honor to meet one of the famed lances. Just open the gates, Albanth muttered with a sigh, shaking his head as the metal doors creaked open. The guards scrambled to unclasp the heavy metal bolts, and the great iron doors groaned open, allowing Art and Albanth to continue their descent deeper into the heart of the wall. By the next floor, Art was already sweating. His eyes stung and his throat felt raw, the acrid sting of heat and smoke biting into his lungs with every breath. A bead of sweat traced down his cheek, and he instinctively pulled his collar higher to shield his nose. Is there a fire somewhere? He asked, squinting against the thick haze. In a way, yes, Albanth replied, loosening the gorget around his neck to let the hot air escape. We're near the main forge. Another flight of stairs brought them into the depths of the smithing level, and the forge exploded into view. The space opened wide, deeper and broader than any chamber so far. Dozens of forges lined the walls, each surrounded by teams of blacksmiths, apprentices, and mana-specialized workers. The smoke, though guided through narrow vents in the ceiling, hung thick in the air, turning the flicker of firelight into a hazy orange gloom. The heat was oppressive. It poured from the glowing mouths of the forges in waves, making the very air ripple. Sparks danced like fireflies with each strike of hammer on steel. Despite the suffocating atmosphere, the operation was meticulously coordinated. Runners ferried glowing blades from one station to another. Dwarves shouted out measurements and enchantment levels, while mages channeled spells directly into the cooling tanks and refinement chambers. Art's eyes roved across the forge floor, his mind briefly slipping into the past. While the blacksmithing of his old world had become obsolete in the age of industry, there was something more refined, almost mechanical, in the way this place operated. Despite its archaic setting, the forge was no crude workshop. Some of the devices being used, mana-powered furnaces, vibrational chisels, arcane molders, were surprisingly intricate, even rivaling some of the automation he remembered from his previous life. It's like a living machine, he muttered to himself, watching as another finished blade was lifted, glowing orange, to be quenched. Aye, Albanth said proudly. Every lance officer and elite soldier wears something that passed through this forge, including you. Art watched intently as 2 smiths took turns working a glowing bar of heated metal beneath a massive wedge-shaped hammer. The device towered over them, its iron frame pulsing with rhythmic bone-shaking impacts as it drove into the metal. It reminded Art of a steam-driven power hammer from his previous life, yet there were no pistons, no boilers, no pipes, just pure force. Curious, he stepped around the side of the structure. Behind it stood a bare-chested mage, his arms outstretched, veins bulging as he manipulated a massive counterweight with gravity magic. With each controlled rise and fall of the weight, the hammer slammed down with precision. Before Art could lose himself in the machinery, Albanth's voice called out above the din. Please bear with the heat just a bit longer, General. We're almost there. Art gave a nod and turned his gaze forward, though his eyes caught yet another display of craftsmanship. this time from a group of dwarven metal mages. Each of them hunched over an anvil, palms glowing as they coaxed metal ingots to twist and stretch like softened clay. There was no hammering here, only the quiet, focused hum of mana bending the metal to its master's will. It was surreal. Further down, the air shifted. Though the heat still pressed down on him, it was accompanied now by the buzz of conversation and clinking coin. Art's brows lifted slightly as the forge level opened into a bustling corridor where vendors sold supplies, repair services, and food. Worn-looking adventurers chatted with merchants over crates of ore and weapon parts. Even a few robed conjurers and beast tamers were exchanging mana crystals for talismans and runes. "There's an entirely separate economy here," Art murmured, mostly to himself. "Absolutely," Albanth agreed, wiping sweat from his face with his gloves. "Since there's no law mandating service in the war, we offer rewards to adventurers who spend time out in the field. It's easy money for them, and it ensures a steady supply of able-bodied mages and fighters. There's occasional tension between the soldiers and adventurers, but everyone gets enough fighting to keep that from turning violent." "And the merchants are here because of the adventurers?" Art asked, surveying the rows of stalls and tents on the ground floor. "Yes, sir. They're restricted from operating on the main supply routes and taxed heavily for doing business here, but they still come in droves," Albanth chuckled. "Always eager to make a coin. Without them, we'd suddenly have to worry about food, clothing, weapons, and entertainment for thousands of mercenaries. We pay the adventurers spend their hard-earned coin with the merchants, and we collect taxes to pay the adventurers. Everyone earns a living, and we all share a stake in the defense of the wall." "Brilliant," Art echoed, nodding to a pair of guards who bowed deeply as they passed. The resourceful use of available pieces spoke volumes about the senior captain overseeing the sprawling, city-like complex. Albanth led the way with practiced ease, weaving through the crowd on the ground floor as people instinctively parted before them. "Flying down would have been much faster, but I hope this tour helped you get familiar with the wall." "I appreciate it, Captain Albanth," Art replied. The captain smiled, his crow's feet deepening. They walked for several more minutes until they reached a quieter area. An unusually large canvas pavilion stood out against the mountainside, several mages stationed vigilantly around it. Albanth gestured toward the pavilion. "This is where the captains and heads hold their meetings. You've arrived at a good time. There's a meeting going on right now. I was just about to head down as you arrived." "I'm glad I got here when I did then, despite the fireball," Art replied. "It's constant excitement around here, I'll tell you that." Albanth chuckled, flashing his badge once again at the guards. "Senior Captain Trotius is inside, along with the other captains and several heads." "Trotius?" Art thought, vaguely recognizing the name from somewhere. The guards opened the flap, and Art followed Albanth inside. The interior was dominated by a large round table covered with a detailed map of what looked like the Beast Glades. On the map, several wooden figures, each shaped differently, indicated various positions of dungeons and troops. 7 people were seated around the table, all clad in battered armor and disheveled robes, leaning over the map in the midst of a discussion. At the far end of the circular table sat a man who embodied the perfect image of a traditional gentleman. Handsome, with shiny black hair meticulously cropped, his uniform impeccably kept, as if tailored that very morning. His eyes were sharp and deep-set, his irises glowing faintly with a hint of red. The man stopped mid-sentence upon noticing their arrival and rose to his feet. He dipped his head toward Art. "General Arthur Leywin." Upon hearing Art's title, the others rose and bowed as well. Captain Albanth saluted. "My apologies for being late." "Given the nature of your arrival, it is of no consequence," the man replied, his expression unreadable. "Please, have a seat and allow me to introduce myself. I am Trotius Flamesworth, senior captain in charge of the wall." Currently, there are 5 units in this region and another 3 farther east, based on their last transmissions, reported the captain of the Trailblazer Division, her finger pointing precisely to the markers on the map. Jasmia Kruer, captain of Tessia's unit, moved and spoke with a natural grace, her voice clear and steady. Yet there was a fierceness in the way she held herself, one hand always resting on the pommel of her saber, as though ready to strike at a moment's notice. Art had expected the captain leading the Trailblazer Division into the treacherous wilds of the Beast Glades to be formidable, but Jasmia looked like she could scare off mana beasts with a single glare. Trotius shifted his attention from the map to the sheet of paper in his hands. Captain Jasmia, the log sheets for clearing the dungeons. How accurate is this timeline? Captain Jasmia straightened her back before speaking. Fairly accurate, taking into account. A week is too long, the senior captain interrupted flatly. The number of corrupted beasts attacking the wall continues to grow. 4 days for each dungeon. That's all we can allow. But sir, Jasmia shot up from her seat. Rushing the expeditions to that degree will cause significantly more casualties. Some of these dungeons have never been cleared before. Extreme caution has to be taken or an entire unit could be wiped out. That is an order, Captain Jasmia Kruer, the senior captain said firmly. The wall is the last line of defense on the eastern border. If a soldier from your unit dies out in the Beast Glades, that soldier's family isn't in danger. But if the number of beasts grows beyond what this fort can handle, many more lives will be lost here. And those monsters, along with the Alacrian mages controlling them, will move on unimpeded to the nearby towns. Captain Jasmia's expression was even more severe as she returned to her seat, her jaw tight and her gaze fixed ahead. Captain Albanth, seated closest to her, cast a wary glance at her sword hand, which remained firmly gripping the pommel of her weapon. Art had learned that most of Albanth's division was made up of workers and blacksmiths tasked with maintaining and expanding the wall. His report was brief but thorough, listing recent repairs, the consumption of key resources, and supplies that would soon need restocking. Art remained silent as the 2 captains delivered their updates to Trotius. Occasionally, other unit heads at the table chimed in to elaborate when prompted, offering further detail as needed. Trotius eventually looked up from his notes. And what is the progress on the new routes for our Trailblazer Division? We've just finished securing the 4th tunnel, Albanth replied. It's the longest one yet, and the entrance is hidden in a small crevice along a riverbank. A team of Earth mages is still reinforcing the tunnel, but it should be accessible to units within the week. He traced a rough path across the table with his fingers to show the tunnel's layout. Pull back a 4th of the workers and have them work nights instead, Trotius instructed without looking up. We were forced to flood another route just last week because its location had been compromised. Securing more underground routes is the priority. He then turned his attention back to Captain Jasmia. Are there any new updates on finding transportation gates? Jasmia shook her head. We've only assigned a single unit to scout for gates. I'll need more time. Teleportation gates? Art asked, his interest sharpening. Yes, Trotius replied, his crimson eyes shifting toward him. With the wall under constant attack, our safest means of access to the Beast Glades is through our underground channels. However, with a new mode of transport currently under construction, a train, I believe they're calling it, connecting the wall to Black Bend City, we'll soon have easier access to the city's teleportation gate. If we can locate and connect that gate to any hidden within the Beast Glades, we'll be able to move troops instantly. No more hours of marching through narrow tunnels. Art's eyes locked onto the map. How are you certain that there are any teleportation gates in the Beast Glades? We're not, Trotius replied matter-of-factly, which is why we're only allocating a limited amount of resources to the search. Several ancient texts reference gates hidden within the glades, but whether or not that's true remains a mystery. Teleportation gates had always been a point of fascination for Art. Like the floating castle and Zyrus City, they were relics left behind by the mages of old, evidence of an era when magic had been used in ways the strongest mages of the present couldn't even begin to replicate. The stone arches, etched with ancient and indecipherable runes, appeared relic-like. Yet entire cities had been constructed around them, relying on them as essential hubs of transportation. While modern artificers had figured out how to link teleportation gates together and modify their destinations, the knowledge required to create one from scratch remained far beyond reach. "What method is the unit using to track down the gates?" Art asked, assuming you're not just having them blindly wander the wilderness. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Trotius Flamesworth's lips. "I prefer not to waste even the smallest resources on something so uncertain. The gates constantly emit a faint fluctuation of mana particles. Under normal circumstances, it would be undetectable, even to the most skilled trackers, but these fluctuations span the entire elemental spectrum." "Interesting," Art murmured, recalling the time he had tried tracking mana anomalies in Darv. It had been difficult, mostly because he'd searched blindly through ambient mana using Realm Heart. But if the fluctuations truly echoed across all elemental wavelengths, locating them would simply be a matter of flying over the entire beast glades. Never mind, he thought. A waste of time, considering there might not even be any gates. Art's thoughts were interrupted by Trotius, who began tidying his notes. The senior captain took his time, meticulously stacking and aligning each sheet of paper before finally meeting Art's gaze. "My apologies for your having to sit through this meeting," he said. Trotius stood, motioning for the others in the room to leave, but Art raised a hand to stop him. "It'll be better for them to hear this as well," he said, remaining seated. It didn't take long to explain what he had learned from interrogating the Alacrian. By supplementing the boy's answers with fragments of information he had uncovered from Uto's memories, Art was able to present a detailed analysis of Alacrian troop movement and internal structure. Even Captain Jesmia, who had hardly looked away from her saber the entire meeting, was now hunched over a scrap of parchment, furiously scribbling down notes. "Intriguing," Trotius mused. "General, you say that the Alacrian mages have a very limited, specialized form of magic manipulation, but what's stopping a striker, for example, from forming his mana into a ranged attack?" "It's as the senior captain says," Jesmia added, her tone sharp. "I can't pass this information down to my soldiers only for them to get injured, or worse, because a striker launched a ranged spell or a shield suddenly conjured a mana blade." "I'm not asking you to put blind faith in it," Art replied. "Inform only the unit heads and have them observe in the field. Our enemies use magic differently, structured, rigid, but that doesn't make it superior. Study them, find the cracks, exploit them. The Council will be expecting detailed reports based on first-hand encounters, especially concerning these limitations." The Council wasn't yet aware of this information, but they would be soon, and they would undoubtedly demand reports in return. Art then explained everything he knew about marks, crests, emblems, and regalias. "Hopefully this information can give us an edge in the upcoming battles, assuming we can confirm its validity." He stood. "That'll be all." He took his leave, not wanting to stay any longer than necessary. Throughout the meeting, he had watched Trotius Flamesworth closely. After hearing Jasmine's story of how the Flamesworth family had discarded her, Art couldn't help but feel resentment toward them. He had come to know Hester, Jasmine's aunt, fairly well during his training at the castle, which had softened some of his negativity toward the family as a whole. But learning about the relationship between Jasmine and her father from Hester had focused his animosity squarely on Trotius. Still, after meeting Trotius today, all Art felt was wary callousness. In the end, Art had come here as a lance, not as Jasmine's friend. Trotius might be a piss-poor father and cold-hearted to some degree, but his leadership was solid. After the quiet of the meeting pavilion, the wall felt especially loud and busy. The ground wasn't paved, so a fine cloud of sand and dust constantly swirled in the air. Workers, caked in dirt and grime, mingled with merchants and adventurers, some still holding shovels or pickaxes after being relieved from their shifts. Vendors shouted from tents and carts, advertising their goods as laborers, adventurers, and soldiers filtered through. Most were selling food and equipment useful for a life of constant conflict, but many others offered different wares, silversmiths, gem cutters, potters, painters, sculptors, tailors, and more. Families lived in the makeshift city, and the stress of dwelling so close to the battle against the corrupted beasts flooding from the beast glades fueled their craving for whatever creature comforts they could afford. As if to emphasize the thought, a monstrous roar cut through the clamor of the market and the wall, followed by a series of explosions. A brief lull fell over the noise as every head turned toward the wall. Art blinked, and the moment passed. "Oi, lad, your shoes look mighty thin for someone in these parts," a burly man in a leather apron called out. "Might I interest you in a pair of fine leather boots for your poor feet?" The man waved his arm toward an array of leather footwear displayed on wooden racks. Feigning interest, Art leaned forward and touched a few boots that looked to be his size. "Those ones all have a layer of compressed wool inside," the man said eagerly. "I swear, you'll feel like you're walking on a cloud." Curious, Art slipped out of his thin turn shoes and pulled on a pair of the merchant's boots. He hopped a few times before taking them off. Placing them back on the rack, he gave the merchant a grin. "I've walked on a cloud before, and this wasn't quite the same. Nice shoes, though." Walking through the busy streets of the fortress felt somewhat surreal. Dressed in a simple loose robe and carrying no weapon, very few people recognized him, allowing Art to explore without drawing attention. Life here demanded a certain stoicism from its residents. Even in the market, a subtle tension lurked beneath the surface. He noticed it in the laborers' hurried steps and downcast eyes, in the brief, businesslike exchanges between merchants and adventurers, but most of all, in the way everyone pretended they weren't afraid. Chewing on a skewer of charbroiled meat that had the texture of chicken thigh, Art stopped at every stall that caught his interest. Some offered mundane goods like cloth, furs, spices, and alcohol, which was unsurprisingly popular with the overworked soldiers and laborers. But there were more intriguing wares as well. A thin, mustachioed man was selling enchanted armor and weapons. Another merchant tried hard to persuade Art to buy an enchanted handle that shot out blasts of fire and smoke from a small nozzle, mainly used for self-defense by weaker nobles. The man finally gave up when Art conjured a small sphere of fire from his finger, close enough to singe the merchant's bangs, and gave him a wink. As the sun began to set, Art was considering his next move when a deep horn sounded in the distance. The horn came from beyond a large metal gate, nearly 20 feet tall. "I wonder what's happening," he thought, just as another horn blew. Several uniformed workers marched toward the gate, and Art followed them. Chains rattled behind the stones as the gate groaned open, clearing the way. A crowd had already gathered around the gate as carriages pulled by mana beasts began filing in, with mages and warriors walking beside them, weapons unsheathed. Their exhaustion was clear in their postures and expressions, but the workers took over, slowly unloading crates from the carriages. Art stepped forward for a better look when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted his father. Art had known there was a chance he might run into his parents at the wall. He had even anticipated it to some extent. But when he saw his father step down and offer a hand to help his mother out of the carriage, he froze in place. His feet stayed rooted as more familiar faces appeared behind them. Jasmine, Helen, Durden, and Angela emerged one by one. The entire Twin Horns party still looked the same, yet something about them felt incomplete without Adam. All of them, his parents and the rest of the team, wore the same weary, grim expressions that matched their worn and dirt-streaked appearances as they moved alongside their carriage. "Close the gates," a soldier bellowed, and the massive doors groaned shut behind the last of the convoy. More workers flooded the area to begin unloading. Some unhitched the mana beasts from the carriages and led them away, while others lined up to pass boxes of supplies down an organized chain for sorting. One soldier holding a notebook stopped at the front carriage and began speaking to the driver. Art, quietly imbuing mana into his ears, had no trouble picking out their conversation through the surrounding noise. "There are 2 fewer carriages than what was reported to have left from Blackbend," the soldier said gruffly. "We ran into a small team of Alacrian mages just a mile north of the southern border," the driver replied, removing his dented and scraped helmet. "Lost 2 of my carriages to those bastards." The guard glanced past the wiry driver, studying the remaining carriages, then let out a sharp breath. "After the carriages are unloaded and your men accounted for, report to the main tent. You'll need to do a full debrief." The driver didn't respond. He was already stripping off layers of battered armor and dropping them to the ground before heading back to his carriage. Art was struck by how casually the man had spoken about being attacked. He had expected the Twin Horns guard duty to be relatively uneventful, but clearly, even transport missions weren't safe anymore. Without hesitation, Art pushed through the crowd, effortlessly brushing aside men twice his size as he made his way toward his parents. His heart gave a small jolt as his eyes met theirs. Though they had reconciled, things between them no longer carried the same innocent ease they once had. His mother's mouth parted in surprise, her weathered features softening into a smile. "Arthur," his father called, letting the sack on his shoulder fall to the ground. Art smiled back. "Hi, Mom. Hey, Dad." His father wrapped thick arms around him and lifted him clean off the ground. Art let out a breathless chuckle before being set down, only to be pulled into another embrace, this time by his mother. "It's good to see you're doing well," she whispered, her face pressed against his chest. She was covered in a thin layer of dust, likely hadn't had a proper bath in days, but beneath it all, she still smelled like something familiar, something that felt like home. The Twin Horns closed in next, unable to hold back any longer. Durden shrugged off his filthy cloak before hugging him. Helen and Angela wrapped him up tightly, both of them remarking on how much he'd grown, in the way doting aunts always did. "You got bigger," Jasmine muttered, a half-smile tugging at her lips as she ruffled his hair. "Are you sure you didn't just get smaller?" Art teased, pulling her into a hug. As he let her go, he turned, expecting one more familiar face to join in. But the moment never came. That's when it hit him. Adam was really gone. The rude, abrasive, and often selfish spear wielder of the Twin Horns would never walk up grinning with that familiar snide smile again. Gritting his teeth, Art forced another smile and turned back toward the others. Together, they left the noise of the workers and carriages behind, making their way toward the nearest inn. They found a large, weathered building a few blocks away, a decrepit old house with the audacity to brand itself as the most popular inn for miles. Despite its rundown appearance, the place was bustling. As both a restaurant and bar, it was packed with workers and soldiers eager for a hot meal or stiff drink, and shelter from the biting cold that worsened with the falling night. It's a lance, in the flesh, here at my inn, oh my." The innkeeper, who also worked the front desk, practically vibrated with excitement as he scrambled to shake Art's hand, fill out the paperwork, and summon a waiter, all at once. "I'm just looking for a quiet dinner and a room for my family and friends," Art said with a calm smile. "Of course, General Arthur. Jives, clear the patio seats upstairs. Hurry," the old man barked at a stunned waiter. Helen nudged him playfully. "Looks like there are some benefits to knowing you after all." Durden glanced toward the long line of patrons still waiting for seats. "We probably would have been out here for a good while otherwise." They were led up a flight of spiraling stairs to a balcony that overlooked the opposite side of the wall. Even here, The makeshift city was enclosed by high curtain walls that obscured any real view of the outside world. But from this angle, Art could still watch the bustling movement of people below. A metal furnace crackled softly beside their table, radiating warmth into the cool evening air. Plates of warm bread and steaming broth were already laid out as starters. "How have you been, Arthur?" his mother asked gently once they'd settled around the table. "I've been good," he lied. It wasn't that simple. Too much had happened since they'd last seen each other, things that couldn't be captured in a sentence, and things he didn't want them to worry about. His mother had aged noticeably. Life on the road, always shadowed by the threat of danger, had worn down the softness she'd once carried during their peaceful days in Xyrus. His father still wore his hair short, but now a full beard covered most of his face. There were heavy bags under his eyes, yet his expression remained warm, his energy still intact. "I can't even feel your core anymore, Arthur," his father said with a hint of pride. "How strong have you gotten?" "I hit white core not too long ago," Art answered with a small smile. Helen let out a low whistle. Jasmine gave a slow, approving nod. His father smirked openly, glancing between Art and the rest of the twin horns. "My boy." As food arrived and the conversation carried on, some of the fatigue in their faces began to fade. His mother smiled more, gently scolding his father when he made a crude joke. Just like old times. They spoke of home, of travels, and eventually of Ellie. Art learned that his parents still made an effort to keep in touch with her. It wasn't as often as they'd like, but every time they passed through Black Bend City, they went out of their way to send a transmission to the castle. "Really?" Art asked, biting into a piece of grilled fish. Ellie never mentioned it. "She's in her rebellious phase," his father muttered around a mouthful of broth-soaked bread. "She just replies with, 'I'm okay,' or 'I'm alive,'" his mother added, her voice tinged with concern. "She's doing well, right? Eating properly? Making friends?" Art set his fork down. "If you're that worried, why don't you go visit the castle? I'm sure that's what Ellie wants." Security into the castle has tightened recently. Only heads and above have access to the teleportation gates there, and even they can only go on official business, Helen explained, dabbing her mouth with a cloth. "I can take you myself," Art offered. "Sylvie's not with me to fly us directly, but we can go to Black Bend together and make the jump to the castle." His parents exchanged a look before his mother turned back to him with a reassuring smile. "A new mode of transportation is going to be built underground. Once that's finished, we'll be able to visit you and Ellie much more often." "That's good and all," Art said, his tone tight, "but I've heard reports that the journey from Black Bend is getting more and more dangerous. Ellie worries about you. I worry about you." His mother nodded softly. "I know, and I don't blame you for your worries or your frustration, but we have our duties here. There are people who need our help." "It's not only your burden," he said, his voice sharper than he meant it to be. "There are other soldiers who can take your place." A pause followed. Then, as if on cue, Angela sprang up suddenly. "Oh dear, Helen, we never took our belongings out of the carriage." Helen blinked, then her eyes widened. "You're right. Before someone walks off with them." She turned to Durden and Jasmine. "Come on, you two." Still confused, Durden followed after them, while Jasmine gave a small sigh and stood. Angela glanced back over her shoulder and gave Art a meaningful look before disappearing down the stairs. Whether the conjurer had left to avoid the tension or simply to give their family privacy, Art couldn't be sure, but he was grateful for the chance to speak with his parents alone. "Arthur," his mother said, breaking the silence gently, "our responsibilities here may not be on the same scale as yours as a lance, but we're still doing our part to win this war and send everyone home that much faster." "You're putting yourselves in danger," Art countered, his voice tight. "Everyone is in danger while Dickathan is at war," she replied. "Even you, Arthur." "Yes, but I can handle it," he snapped. Mana churned beneath his skin, rising to the surface like a wave he struggled to hold back. His father slammed his utensils onto the table. "Do you realize how hypocritical you're being?" he said, his tone sharp, like he was scolding a child. "So it's fine for you to put your life on the line, but not Ellie, not Alice, not me? Should we all just lock ourselves away and abandon our duties, let others carry the burden?" "I'm fighting this war to protect you," Art shot back, "but I can't be by your side all the time. What if something happens to you or Mom while I'm gone? What if something happens to Ellie?" His voice broke slightly. "The reason she's been throwing herself into training is because she wants to fight beside me. What if she dies, like Adam?" "Enough, Arthur," his father barked, rising to his feet, eyes blazing. "Keeping this family safe is my priority too, but I want more than that. I want my family to live. That's why we're here. Dickathan might not be your only home anymore, but it's the only one we've ever known. If I have to die so that Ellie can live in a better world, then I will." Without waiting for a response, his father turned and stormed off. His mother hesitated, giving Art a long, heavy look, filled with sorrow, but also understanding, before quietly following. Art sat in silence for a long moment before rising from his seat. He reached into his robe, pulled out several gold coins, and left them on the table without a word. Then, with a quiet breath, he stepped off the balcony and flew into the night sky. His thoughts tangled, heavy with emotion. He ascended toward a rocky ledge high in the mountain adjacent to the fortress. From there, he looked down at the wall far below. The cold mountain wind bit at his skin, but he welcomed the sting. It was a fitting punishment for letting his frustration lash out at the people he loved most. He avoided replaying the conversation, not wanting to dwell on what he had said. Instead, he focused his attention outward. Part of him longed to unleash his mana on a corrupted beast, to release everything he was holding inside. But the night was quiet. Enhancing his vision with mana, he began counting the torches that lined the wall and the number of archers and mages standing guard above it. Anything to distract his mind. He deliberately ignored the two soldiers behind a wooden pillbox, clearly wrapped up in something more intimate. They likely hadn't expected an audience from above. When he ran out of things to count, he turned his gaze past the wall into the darkness beyond, searching for signs of movement, any flicker of mana that might betray a lurking beast. He sensed nothing. No enemies, no threats, only silence, until a flicker of familiar mana climbed into range. "There. You are," a voice called faintly from below. A hand gripped the edge of the ledge, and a moment later, Art reached out and pulled Jasmine up by the arm. She leaned back against the cliff wall, catching her breath. "You should have some respect for those of us who can't fly," she said between gasps. Art offered a faint smile. "Sorry about that. How'd you find me?" Jasmine straightened, brushing back a lock of hair, one brow raised. "Don't underestimate your mentor." "I never have," Art said with a chuckle. The two of them sat quietly as a gust of wind swept over the ledge, carrying with it a thick cloud that blotted out the stars. "How long have you been at the wall?" Jasmine asked, shivering slightly. Art wrapped them both in a light veil of fire-imbued mana, enough to keep the cold at bay without scorching the surrounding stone. "Just a few hours before you all arrived." "Thank you," she muttered. Then, after a pause, her eyes lowered. "Did you get the chance to meet my father?" "I walked in on their meeting," he replied. "Have you seen him?" Jasmine shook her head. "Not once, despite the many trips back and forth." Her frown deepened as she looked over at him. "Looks like we both have family problems now." "Seems like it." Another beat of silence passed, filled only by the soft howl of wind brushing past the cliff face. I won't pry into what happened at the inn, she said at last, her voice quieter. But you should know. Your parents care about you, about Ellie. Every time your dad meets someone new, he tells them his son's a lance, how proud he is of you. Honestly, it's kind of annoying. Despite himself, Art smiled. I know they care. Jasmine looked down at her boots. Ray, and especially Alice, they carry a lot of guilt. No matter what we told them, not being there when Adam died, they feel like it was their fault. Jasmine continued speaking when Art didn't reply. You know what happened with your mother before she had you. She was traumatized after Lenza, and for a while, she could hardly bring herself to use her magic for anything more than a scrape or bruise. I know, Art said, flicking a stone with mana and sending it arcing out into the darkness. Which is why I thought they would stay at the castle until the war was over, not throw themselves into the middle of the battle by traipsing back and forth through dangerous lands, fending off attacks and Jasmine put a hand on Art's arm. I'm not sure if this makes sense, but I think what they're doing now to contribute to this war is as much for themselves as it is for you and Ellie. They're trying to overcome their past mistakes and their fears so they can become better parents for the both of you. I know I was being selfish too, Art admitted. I think all three of us need some time to adjust. Just don't let your relationship with your parents become like me and my family, she said tersely. I'm sure there was a time when we could have reconciled, but I chose to keep running, and my father's pride kept him from reaching out, from apologizing. Art turned to Jasmine, who sat on the cold stone, hugging her knees. She hadn't aged a single day since they first met, except for her eyes, which now held a deep wisdom that contrasted sharply with her youthful face. Thanks, Jasmine, he said quietly. You better be thankful. My jaw's sore from all this talking, she replied with a tired grin. Despite her words, their conversation continued. They swapped war stories like grizzled veterans, Art sharing tales of his time with the Asuras and the true story of how he'd defeated the Vritra retainer, Jagret. Jasmine recounted the exploits of the Twin Horns. The highlight of the night was Jasmine's disbelieving look when Art mentioned Sylvie's new human form, though he wasn't convinced she fully believed him. Either way, they enjoyed each other's company well into the night. I should get back now, Jasmine said, as the first light of dawn cast a soft halo around the mountains. Need a lift down? She shook her head. Going down is the easy part. Thank you, Art said with a smile, for everything. She simply nodded and gave his head a gentle pat. Art watched as she hopped down the mountainside, a gust of wind cushioning each landing until she disappeared from sight. The castle loomed overhead, its towering spires stark against the heavy gray sky. Rain hadn't yet fallen, but the air was thick with moisture, clinging to Art's skin and soaking into his clothes. Dense water manna pooled all around him as he neared the base of the floating stronghold. Soldiers mounted on flying beasts closed in swiftly, forming a loose formation around him as he ascended. "General Arthur!" they called out, saluting in unison before falling into formation to escort him toward the landing dock. Art offered a terse nod in response, then descended. His feet touched the platform with a quiet thud, and his gaze instinctively flicked back toward the direction of the wall. But the distance was far too great. Nothing but endless sky met his eyes before the gates behind him rolled shut. Dock workers, who had been tending to runes and checking for faults in the castle's defensive wardings, immediately halted their tasks and stood at attention. "Proceed with what you were doing," Art said, motioning them off with a slight wave. Art continued walking, thin wisps of steam curling off his damp clothes as the warmth of his mana dried them. Then he saw them, and a smile broke across his face. Ellie stood tall, her chestnut eyes glowing with confidence. Her ash-brown hair, falling just past her shoulders, was an unshakable reminder of their father. Beside her was another girl, a little shorter and younger in appearance. Her glimmering yellow eyes held a calm, quiet maturity that belied her age. Pale, wheat-colored hair framed her slender figure, cascading down over a black dress that shimmered like polished obsidian. From the sides of her small head, 2 jagged horns curled outward, completing the image. Ellie waved, then broke into a trot, her steps light and quick as she made her way toward him, Sylvie close behind. His Bond's steps were hesitant at first, but even in the few days they'd been apart, her movements had become noticeably smoother. "Welcome back," Ellie said, eyeing him with mock annoyance. "Seeing as how your entire body is drenched, let's just pretend like we hugged." "No way, I want the real thing," Art replied with a grin, stepping forward and pulling her into a firm embrace. "Gah, I just bathed," she protested, squirming in his arms as the dampness from his clothes soaked into hers. Satisfied only after properly drenching her, Art finally released her and turned to his Bond. He reached out and tousled her pale hair, which had a strange, almost sharp texture beneath his fingers. "I see that my fearsome dragon is growing up to be a healthy young girl," he teased. Despite his playful tone, Sylvie's golden eyes narrowed slightly as she looked up at him, quiet concern written across her face. "We'll talk about it later," he sent, knowing she could sense the heaviness still clinging to him. Sylvie hesitated, then forced an awkward smile and gently patted his arm. "Welcome back." "It's good to be back," Art said to both of them. "So, how was your mission? I want to hear everything," Ellie asked, practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. Art could see it in her eyes, the way she carried herself now, the eagerness in her voice. As she grew more adept in both magic and archery, her desire to prove herself on the battlefield had only intensified. "I'll tell you all about it later," he promised, "but first, I need to report to the council." With a subtle wave of heat mana, he dried the last of the moisture clinging to his clothes. Then, the 3 of them made their way out of the chamber, which had grown uncomfortably quiet in the wake of his arrival. "I broke into the light red stage while you were gone," Ellie said proudly as they walked through the castle halls. "That, and my daily training with Boo, probably makes me a pretty competent conjurer for my age. Even Commander Virion said I might be able to skip the mandatory soldier training." Every time Ellie spoke with such enthusiasm about joining the army, Art felt the urge to shut her down, to protect her from the reality of war. But this time, he simply offered a supportive smile and nodded, quietly acknowledging her progress with the most encouragement he could muster. Beside him, Sylvie walked in silence, her focus still fixed on the act of maintaining balance. Mana pulsed steadily from her small frame, a quiet reminder that she was still relying on magic to compensate for a body she hadn't yet mastered. Even so, her improvement since the last time he'd seen her, just days ago, was undeniable. Her steps were smoother, more confident, her posture less uncertain. She was pushing herself hard, and Art could feel the unspoken resolve behind each step. She was preparing herself, for him, and for the battlefield. "You know, Princess Catherine has been really helpful too," Ellie said brightly, skipping a few steps ahead before turning to walk backward, facing Art as she spoke. "She's been sparring with me and helping me out with some of the intricacies of mana manipulation." "Oh, really?" Art replied, amused. "You know, I can always help teach you magic when I'm free. I was an official professor at Xyrus Academy after all." "For like a semester," Ellie shot back with a smirk. He waved her off. "A professor is a professor." "Thanks for the offer, but I feel like learning from you would just discourage me." "What?" Art blinked, caught off guard. "Why would you be discouraged?" "I know we're 5 years apart, but we still share the same blood," Ellie said, turning back around and walking normally. "Seeing as how you're already a white core mage and a quadra elemental, I'd just end up comparing myself to you." Art's sister's words hit hard, but it was her tone of subdued acceptance that cut deepest. He found himself glancing at Sylvie, silently hoping she had a way to mend the awkwardness he had just caused. Sylvie raised a brow at him before moving up to match Ellie's pace. She patted the girl's shoulder. "It's okay. Your brother's talent is considered an anomaly even amongst asuras. Don't compare yourself to a freak like him." "Freak is a bit much, isn't it?" Art muttered, scratching the back of his neck. Ellie glanced over her shoulder with a smirk. No, I think freak describes you perfectly in this regard." They reached the meeting room after parting ways with Art's sister. He had wanted a bit more time to speak with Sylvie, about the changes in her body now that the seal had been broken, but also about the responsibilities she would need to face moving forward. As they approached the entrance, the two guards flanking the doorway clicked their heels together and saluted sharply before stepping aside to let them in. Seated directly within view of the doorway was Virion, who turned toward them the moment they entered. His expression brightened as he rose from his seat. "Arthur, you finally arrived." "Commander," Art greeted with a polite nod, while Sylvie dipped her head slightly in acknowledgement. "Sit," Virion motioned warmly, his eyes drifting across the room with a grin tugging at his weathered features. Art followed his gaze, only to spot someone he hadn't expected. Seated at the table alongside the rest of the council was a familiar figure, the dwarf Bundamog Lonuid, twiddling his beard with a bored expression. "Ho, if it isn't the young Lance," Bun drawled flatly. "I see the meetings have taken a toll on you," Art replied, grinning to match Virion's. "Never has my ass been so sore since the days I got whipped by my mother as a child," Boone groaned, stretching his stout limbs with a wince. Art let out a soft laugh before shifting his attention to the rest of the council. "Councilman," he greeted with a respectful nod. "Councilwomen." "General Arthur," Priscilla Glader acknowledged, her tone composed. "You've come at a good time." "Yes," Blaine Glader added. "We were awaiting your return to continue the discussion surrounding your report." "Arthur," Alduin Aerolith greeted warmly. "Take a seat, you two." "Welcome back," Mariel Aerolith said with a gentle smile, her voice carrying a note of sincere relief. "Thank you," Art replied. He moved past the King and Queen of Elenoir, settling into a seat beside Bond. Sylvie quietly climbed into the chair next to him, her legs too short to reach the floor as they swung slightly above it. Virion returned to his seat and carefully rolled up the transmission scroll. There was a brief pause as the members of the council exchanged glances, an unspoken tension hanging in the air like smoke. Finally, it was the head of the Glader family who broke the silence, clearing his throat. "Well, we've all been briefed on General Arthur's and General Aya's report, so I say we get right to it," Blaine began. "I believe we should keep our forces as they are and send reinforcements to the Elshire Forest on an as-needed basis." Despite the human king's sunken cheeks, dark-circled eyes, and the stubble shadowing his jaw, a clear reflection of his weariness, his voice remained firm and steady. Virion stayed silent, maintaining a neutral expression. It was his role, after all, to listen, to judge only after all voices had been heard. "Councilman Blaine," Mariel said coolly, her words cutting through the chamber's warmth like ice. "Your suggestion to send reinforcements on an as-needed basis to the border between the Beast Glades and the Elshire Forest suggests you don't see the Elven territory as worthy of defending." Virion's eyes flicked toward her. Years of serving on the council had worn away his once-spirited daughter-in-law's softness, replacing it with the polished edge of a seasoned diplomat. "Oh, don't twist my words, Councilwoman Mariel," Blaine replied sharply. "The report detailed 2 coordinated strikes. This is the enemy's only attempt to breach Elven territory. Compare that to the near-daily battles at the Wall. Shouldn't it be obvious that protecting Sapin's borders takes precedence?" "No one is suggesting that the defense of the Elshire Forest should take precedence over Sapin," Alduin interjected, his tone calm and measured. "However, just as Elven soldiers stand guard at the Wall to help defend Sapin, there ought to be some consistent presence on the forest's borders as well, don't you think?" "The Elshire Forest is a form of defense," Priscilla Glader interjected, gesturing toward the map unfurled across the table. "The mana-laden fog has served as a natural deterrent to everyone but elves for as long as it's existed. Even the attacks yesterday would have failed eventually had we simply chosen to ignore the intruders. The Alacrians and their beasts would have wandered aimlessly, lost in the fog, and starved long before reaching any of Elenwar's cities, even those nearest the border. Alduin's expression hardened. The forest is not just a deterrent. It is part of the kingdom of Elenwar, he said, his voice rising. There are still tribes who live outside the cities within those woods. By that same logic, Sapin should abandon the wall and allow the border outposts to fall. Less land to defend, isn't that right? That's hardly an adequate comparison, Blaine shot back, slamming both palms on the polished surface of the round table. His chair scraped slightly behind him. The most direct route to Elenwar's major cities runs through the northern Grand Mountains, from Sapin. If Sapin were to fall, even just the outermost cities, the Alacrians would have a clear path straight into the heart of your lands as well. Watch your tone, councilman, Mariel snapped, her bright blue eyes darkening with fury. You speak as if the elves are in your debt, yet we've sent plenty of mages to support your forces at the wall. If even a quarter of those soldiers had been assigned to patrol the forest borders, this meeting wouldn't be necessary. The truth remains, Mariel, Priscilla said smoothly, her voice carefully measured, as though tone alone could temper the rising tension. While you may claim the Elshire Forest as part of your kingdom, no elven city, not even a town, has come under siege. Until that happens, diverting troops would only weaken the wall, where Dicothan faces a constant battle. Alduin let out a slow breath and rubbed the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes as if willing away the headache building behind them. When he opened them, his emerald gaze shifted toward Virion, sharp with quiet resolve. All we're requesting is to recall some of our men back to Elenwar so they can protect their home, he said. Blaine was quick to respond. These soldiers are no longer your men. Have you forgotten? The council was created to unite our races in anticipation of an external threat. Our responsibility is not to individual kingdoms, but to all of Decathan. We are here to lead the continent to victory over the Alacrians, not to prioritize Elenwar above the rest. He turned then, eyes locking with Virion's. I implore Commander Virion to remain impartial, for the sake of Dicothan and all its people. You speak of impartiality, Alduin snapped, his voice rising. Yet you've been relentlessly focused on what benefits your kingdom. This council was formed to bring Sapin, Elenwar, and Darv together to protect one another. Instead, our mages bleed defending Sapin while the enemy tramples through our own lands. And where are the dwarves in all this? His tone sharpened, his ears tinged red with anger. 1/3 of this council is missing, executed for treason, for putting their selfish desires above the good of the people, as I'm sure you well remember. Enough! A heavy silence fell over the chamber as Virion released a wave of pressure, his intent pressing down on everyone present. Even Priscilla, whose core teetered on the edge of silver, visibly paled, her posture stiffening as she struggled to remain composed beneath the weight of his aura. I've heard both sides, Virion said, his voice calm but laced with authority. And before you further degrade yourselves by bickering like spoiled children, I would like to speak. Blaine and Alduin both flushed, a mix of anger and embarrassment rising in their faces, but neither dared to interrupt. Virion's gaze swept over each of them, his expression unyielding. Then he continued, his tone clipped and precise. Based on the consistency and scale of the attacks, Sapin remains the primary target of the Alacrians. As Councilman Blaine rightly pointed out, the most accessible path to the major cities of both Sapin and Elenwar runs through the northern range of the Grand Mountains, through the wall. We will proceed under the assumption that the enemy understands this, and we will maintain our focus on defending that front. That still doesn't. Alduin's words died in his throat as Virion released another pulse of mana. The Elven King's jaw clenched shut, his lips pressed into a thin line as the pressure weighed down on him like a mountain. As for the defense of the southern borders of Elenwar, we'll relocate several units of the Trailblazer Division to the dungeons nearest the border. If there is another incursion through the forest, they can resurface and act as additional support. The room remained tense, but everyone seemed satisfied, just barely. Good, Virian said with a nod. Since the rest of the lances are currently out on missions, we'll proceed with the meeting. But before anything else, I'd like General Arthur to provide a full debrief on what transpired at the border of the Elshire Forest. Art took a sip from the glass of water before him, gathering his thoughts. Then he launched into a detailed recounting of the events, including his interrogation of the Alacrian mage and the information he had gleaned. It took nearly an hour to bring the council and his bond fully up to speed. It seems we've been underestimating the abilities of the Alacrian mages, Virian remarked thoughtfully. Underestimating? Blaine furrowed his brow in confusion. If anything, learning that those Alacrian bastards are so limited and specialized makes me think we've been overestimating them. I have to agree with Councilman Blaine on this one, Alduin added. I think this is a clear weakness in their fighting tactics. I don't think it's as simple as that, Bund argued, rubbing his beard in thought. On the surface, their specialization might be seen as a weakness, Virian agreed. But from what General Arthur found out, their method of awakening and training in magic seems a lot more advanced than ours. How so? Marial asked curiously. Bund spoke up again, a tinge of excitement in his voice. This is me just speculating at this point, but with the system of marks and crests and whatnot, the mages of Alacria seem to be hyper-focused on a spell and its alterations and evolutions. That means, while mages of Dicathan focus on various spells of their attributed element or elements, he looked at Art. These Alacrian mages spend their lives honing a single spell and building off only that. What Elder Bund says adds up, considering what I've seen on the field, Art added. One of the strikers I battled against only used one spell, but from the cast time to the durability and potency of the magic, I had thought he was around the level of a yellow core, and these specialized mages work in small teams to negate their weaknesses. I'd say that only our veteran mages of light yellow core or higher could actually exploit these limitations. Duels are one thing. On the front line, versatile mages aren't as useful as specialized soldiers who are damn well good at one thing, Bund concluded grimly. We need to send this information to our captains, as well as the guilds and military academies, so they can develop better ways to fight against these specialized mages, Blaine grumbled in frustration. I already stopped by the wall and told the captains there, Art said, looking at Virian. Good. Now let's discuss plans on how to best deploy our forces, Virian said heavily. I had originally hoped to discuss this with Lord Alder, but since the Asuras have ceased contact with us, well, the mention of Aldir and the Asuras sent a sharp ache through Art's chest. He wanted to share what Agrona had told him right then and there, but he held his tongue. This discussion won't get far if I say it now, he thought. You'll need to tell everyone eventually, Sylvie sent quietly, but maybe once this discussion is over. True to his expectations, the meeting soon devolved into a heated debate as council members argued over where soldiers and mages were needed most. The main problem was the sheer scale of the territory, and the Alacrians had kept their objectives frustratingly obscure. From the battles so far, it was clear the Alacrians were heavily focused on breaching the wall, which would unleash corrupted beasts across Sapan's easternmost cities. They had also exploited the dwarven tunnels throughout the Kingdom of Darv to move their forces from the southern coast up to the Darv-Sapan border. According to Bund, a faction of radical dwarves, deeply discontent with their status in Dicathan, actually hoped for an Alacrian takeover, expecting to rise above humans and elves in the new order. Bund was clear that he and his loyalists were committed to rooting out this faction as soon as possible. What was more troubling, Alacrian ships continued to be spotted all along the western shores, forcing coastal cities like Telmore, Ediston, and Mabur to bolster defenses not only on their eastern borders, in case the wall failed, but also along their western coasts. The council had reasonably concluded that the main Alacrian assault would target Sapan, but Art's last two missions suggested otherwise. Towns as far north as Ashbur, from which the enemy could easily reach the Grand Mountains or several of Elenoir's most populous cities, had Alacrian forces hidden within them. The initial assumption had been that these troops intended to march south to join allies coming in from the western shores. But with recent incursions into elven lands from the Beast Glades, it was possible the northern Alacrian forces were instead moving east toward Elenoir. Alduin and Marial's primary concern remained the defense of the Elven Kingdom, while Blaine and Priscilla continued to argue against diverting troops into Elenoir, worried such a move would stretch the already strained Sappan forces even thinner. Bund and his forces, aided by General Micah, were primarily focused on rooting out any remaining Alacrian holdouts within Darv and dealing with their internal conflict against the radical faction. As a result, they were able to offer little additional support to either kingdom. Throughout the debate, Virion maintained a neutral stance, allowing the kings and queens to navigate the complex issue. He remained silent for most of the meeting, which stretched well into the night, only contributing strategic guidance when the discussion turned to specific combat scenarios. "This is why I wanted to wait until Lord Alder was here," Blaine huffed. "He would know that it's foolish to spread our forces even thinner than they already are." "Commander Virion, you mentioned that Elder Camus had gone back to Elenoir after my training with him was over," Art said, ignoring the King of Sappan. "Yes, his latest transmission scroll placed him in the northern city of Assassinated. Does he know about the attacks coming from the Beast Glades?" "He was made aware, of course," Virion said, understanding where Art was going. "Perhaps we could recruit him to assist in surveying the southern border for any suspicious movement." "The Elshire forest spans hundreds of miles. No matter how powerful Elder Camus is, he's just one man," Mariel rebutted. "And General Aya," Virion added, turning to Blaine and Priscilla. "If your two lances remain in Sappan, is it acceptable that I keep a lance in Elenoir? She can be pulled back if absolutely necessary, and we still have General Arthur." Blaine looked like he was about to say something, but Priscilla intervened. "That's acceptable." "It'll have to do, as a temporary solution," Alduin stressed, catching Virion's eye. "If these attacks on Elenoir escalate, we'll need to send troops capable of navigating through the forest to defend it." "Don't sugarcoat it, Alduin. Just say you'll take the elves back, because defending Elenoir is more important to you than defending all of Dicothan," Blaine snapped. "Enough!" Virion barked, glaring around the table. "If that's all, we'll end the meeting here." "Actually," Art interrupted, "there is one more topic on the agenda that we should address as soon as possible." "Oh? And what is that?" Virion asked. There was an air of nervous curiosity at the table as the others waited for Art to continue. Art looked at Sylvie, and she met his gaze with a resolute expression. Letting out a deep breath, he began. "It's about the absence of Aldir and the Asuras." The meeting room had fallen into a heavy silence by the time Art finished recounting what Agrona had told him, omitting only the most sensitive details. He spoke openly of Agrona's resentment toward the Indrath clan and how the Vritra had increased the number of mages among the Alacrians through experimentation. But Art kept certain truths to himself, truths he wasn't ready to share, not yet. He didn't mention that Agrona knew he was reincarnated, or that the Vritra leader was aware of who he had been in his past life. Instead, he framed the conversation with Agrona as a kind of one-sided ultimatum, a declaration of dominance meant to pressure Dicothan into surrender. This approach allowed him to reveal what came next, that the Asuras, having used Dicothan's war as a distraction, had launched their own assault against the Vritra in Alakria, and failed. Virion swore, the word sharp as a blade in the quiet chamber. His hand slammed against the table with uncharacteristic force, and the scowl on his face distorted his otherwise composed features. The tips of his ears flushed red with fury. "Those conceited sons of—" he growled, "as if it wasn't bad enough that they used us in this war for their own purposes. They didn't even succeed." Virion pushed back his chair and rose abruptly, pacing the length of the chamber with tense, measured steps. Curses spilled from his lips in a low growl, barely audible but unmistakable in their fury. The rest of the council remained quiet, whether stunned by Art's revelation or unnerved by Virion's uncharacteristic outburst. Their gazes flicked between one another, but none dared speak. At last, Virion stopped and turned to face Art, his eyes sharp with restrained intensity. "Arthur," What else did Agrona say in his message? Just that Epheodus's attack on Alakria failed, Art replied calmly. Agrona used the failed assault to further discourage the Asuras from getting involved in our war by demanding the clans in Epheodus cut off all communications with us. Virian's jaw clenched, the sound of his grinding teeth the only response he gave as the weight of that truth settled over the chamber. At least that explains why we haven't seen more scythes and retainers yet, Boone chimed in. The dwarven elder seemed the least shaken by Art's news. He had never actually met the Asuras in the first place. Agrona must have kept his strongest soldiers, the scythes, retainers, and whatever the hell these basilisks are, in Alakria in case something like this happened. That makes sense, Mariel replied, her brows furrowed in thought. But that leads us to the next question. Are we to expect the rest of Agrona's scythes and their retainers to come to Dicothan now that the Asuras of Epheodus have attacked them and failed? The atmosphere in the room thickened, pressing down on everyone like a weighted blanket. I'm sure this battle between Epheodus and Alakria wasn't as one-sided as Agrona led Arthur and all of us to believe, Alduin said, his voice calm but firm, trying to inject reason into the silence. That's right, Blaine added quickly, his tone more urgent. I've experienced Lord Alder's power firsthand. There's no way Alakria repelled a full-blown assault by the Asuras of Epheodus without suffering losses of their own. Hell, their home might be in shambles right now. He spoke with conviction, but Art could tell Blaine was trying to convince himself as much as the others. That's all sunshine and peaches. But from my experience, nothing good comes from expecting the best in situations like this, Boone said grimly, arms crossed and brow furrowed. He's right, Art agreed. We should assume that both retainers and scythes are headed this way. Mariel suddenly straightened in her seat, her eyes wide. The gates the Alacrians hid down in the dungeons of the Beast Glades, she said, voice rising. What if the retainers and scythes are already here? According to Captain Trotius's reports, there hasn't been a teleportation gate sighting in months, not since the last one was destroyed, Priscilla answered. From what I gathered, the constructs were of poor design and failed after only a few Alacrian troops made it through. One soldier witnessed only half of an Alacrian mage coming through a portal before it broke, and that mage died within seconds. Right now, the Trailblazer Division is mainly wiping out corrupted beasts and their controllers before they're able to make it up to the surface. That adds up, from what I've seen, Art muttered, recalling how even the scythe, Saris Vritra, had arrived through a teleportation gate hidden within the kingdom of Darv before continuing by land through Sepen. We'll just have to hope that's true, Virian said, still pacing. Then are we to expect them to arrive from the western coast by ship? Blaine asked, his face pale. If that's the case, no amount of wall building is going to make a difference. As the council continued their discussion, weighing grim possibilities, Art's mind drifted back to his previous life. Wars were rare in that world. Most conflicts were resolved through Paragon duels, but Lady Vera had been thorough in her teachings nonetheless. They had gone through countless rounds of strategic board games, dissecting theory, analyzing feints and troop movements, and studying historical wars. He was sure those lessons held useful insight now, but a sudden sharp clap jolted him back to the present. While we have a lot to think about, I suggest we take time to rest. Rested minds think more clearly than those that are tired and overtaxed, Virian said in a defeated tone. We'll meet back here at sunrise. Art glanced out the window and saw that night had fallen. He quickly calculated how much time remained for rest. Not enough, he thought, stepping out of the room behind Bund. The dwarven elder groaned as he stretched his back, muttering, I wonder if it's not too late to just throw myself out into the field and fight the enemy face to face instead of from behind a meeting room table. Sylvie and Art walked to their room in silence, the tension between them needing no words. Stripping down to his inner shirt and trousers, Art sank into the couch. His vision dulled, his thoughts dissolving into silence, until a subtle movement from Sylvie caught his attention. Her plain black dress twisted and shifted, the fabric swirling as if alive. Sleeves grew from the shoulders, and the hem stretched until it brushed her ankles, transforming into a nightgown. "How'd you do that?" he asked. "I can mold my scales into clothes in this form," she replied softly, morphing the bottom half of the gown into pants to demonstrate. "What else can you do?" he asked, leaning forward, his curiosity stirred. Sylvie settled onto the couch across from Art, folding her legs beneath her. "So far, I've been focusing mostly on how to function in this bipedal form. Apart from the lack of stability these silly legs provide, though," she added with a small smirk. "I have to admit that I've begun to understand why the Asuras choose to stay in this form." "Oh? Do tell," Art said, reclining deeper into the cushions. For a brief moment, it felt like old times, just the two of them, free of war and burden. Mana manipulation, and even using ether, is easier in this form, Sylvie admitted, curling and uncurling her fingers slowly, as if feeling the flow of power beneath her skin. "Interesting," he said thoughtfully. "So, what are your magic capabilities like now that the seal is broken?" "Because the Indrath clan are ether users, most of my mana manipulation abilities focus on strengthening my body," she replied. "But I am able to dispel a large amount of my mana at once." Suddenly, mana began to swirl and gather in Sylvie's open palm, casting a brilliant light that filled the room. The light artifacts hanging from the walls and ceiling flickered and dimmed, overpowered by the raw energy she was emitting. Art's eyes widened as the orb of concentrated mana steadily grew in size. "Sylvie, please don't destroy this room, or this castle." Her usually stoic expression cracked into a grin as she turned toward him. Is the mighty lance scared of a little girl now? "Those jagged horns kinda negate the little girl thing," he said, inching farther back into his seat as the glowing sphere pulsed with dense power. "But seriously, you still stumble over your own feet, Sylv. Let's not endanger everyone in the castle." The glowing orb in Sylvie's hand gradually dimmed, dissolving into faint particles that shimmered before vanishing. She let out a deep breath. "I'm glad I was able to break the seal. I'll be more useful out in the field. But there's a part of me that feels foreign now." "You're still getting used to your human form," Art offered gently, hoping to comfort her. Sylvie shook her head. "It's not like that. It's more internal. Like there's more to my abilities than I ever realized." "Well, you'll have plenty of chances to figure it out. You heard what they said in the meeting. Things are only going to get more hectic." "Then at least we'll have one another to count on," she said, her tone firm with conviction. "Once I gain better control of this form, I think the two of us defeating a scythe isn't impossible." "Isn't impossible," Art repeated with a laugh. "Not the best of odds, but much better than before." "Maybe we'll have some time to spar before going on a mission," Sylvie said hopefully. "I'd like to test out the extent of my control over ether in this form. We'll be lucky if we can actually get a good night's sleep without being disturbed," Art replied with a yawn. He pushed himself off the couch and stumbled across the room, collapsing face first into bed. He would have liked to stay up and talk more. Sylvie having a human form felt almost like gaining another younger sister, albeit one with imposing horns, but the weight of exhaustion was already pulling him under. "Speaking of sisters," Sylvie chimed, her voice entering his thoughts. "Wasn't Ellie waiting for us?" "She's probably asleep by now," he mumbled, his words slurring as sleep overtook him. "I'm not so sure about that, Arthur. Ellie's been looking forward to having you back, however briefly that might be." Art murmured, "I'll try to spend time with her, tomorrow," his voice trailing off as sleep tugged at him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open at a firm knock on the door that jolted him awake. "What?" he snapped, annoyance thick in his tone. A deep voice responded from behind the door. "I apologize for the disturbance, General Arthur, but I have a message from Commander Virion to meet him in the dungeon." Art shut his eyes tightly, unwilling to leave the soft, feather-stuffed pillow cradling his head. This is just a dream. No need to get up. "General Arthur?" The voice pressed again. With a growl, Art rolled out of bed and slipped into a robe. "Come on, Sylv, let's go." "Must I?" Sylvie's reply came silently, conveyed without speech. "I just made myself comfortable, and the guard only asked for you." "Traitor," Art muttered, heading for the door. He followed the guard down the dimly lit hallway, descending several flights of stairs until they reached the castle's lower levels. "Did Commander Virion provide any details about why he wanted to see me?" Art asked. "My apologies, but no, sir, I'm afraid not." They continued in silence until they reached the reinforced doors leading down into the dungeon. The members of the council, still clad in their sleepwear, stood before the door, looking as if they had been pulled from their beds without notice or explanation. Another figure stood right in front of the door, a hulking man, a head taller than Blaine and twice as wide. It took Art a moment to recognize him as the assistant to the old man in charge of interrogating the prisoners. "Arthur, do you know what this is about?" Bund asked as the guard and Art approached, his annoyance barely concealed. Art jerked a thumb toward the guard. "I came here because this guy said Virion called for me." "We just arrived as well. What is going on?" Alduin asked nervously. "I called for you all because this man..." Virion turned back to face Gentry's assistant. "What was your name again?" "Duvet," the burly man grunted. "Because Duvet said that Gentry finally got one of the prisoners to talk," Virion finished. "Who? The retainer?" Priscilla asked, arms crossed. "I'm not sure," Virion replied, glaring at the burly man. "And where's Gentry now?" Art asked, looking behind the interrogator's assistant, as if the old man might be hiding in his shadow. "Shouldn't we go inside instead of waiting out here?" "Master Gentry will be here soon," Duvet replied, standing his ground. Hardly a minute passed, but Art's patience was growing dangerously thin when the dungeon door slid open and the hooked-nosed elder trudged out. "Gentry!" Blaine barked. "What exactly is going on?" "My apologies to the council and General Arthur. I was just finishing up the maintenance on the retainer's restraining system when he called for me. Still, I didn't want to take even the smallest of chances of my beloved prisoner breaking free while we were all down there," Gentry said, cleaning his wrinkled hands on a cloth. Virion's eyes widened, and he eagerly pressed the interrogator for details. "What did the retainer say? Did you finally break him? Tell us." "Unfortunately, no," Gentry rasped. "Then why did you feel the need to drag us down here at this godforsaken hour?" Mariel demanded, her eyes narrowed. Gentry let out an uncomfortable cough before speaking again. "I have yet to break the retainer, but the traitor, Radius, I think that was his name, has finally spoken." "What did he say?" Art asked, stepping forward through the council members. "Did he give you any information?" "Well, no, not exactly." "On with it, you tittering old corpse," Bund snapped. "Stop speaking in circles and spit it out." "Tittering old core..." "Gentry," Virion growled in warning. Gentry winced but took a step forward, puffing his chest out. "Thanks to yours truly, the traitor has finally spoken, and he has requested to speak." His crooked finger pointed toward Art, but only to General Arthur. The hallway fell into a heavy silence as every gaze followed the long, crooked finger pointing at Art. He frowned. "Me?" His thoughts scrambled, trying to make sense of it. Why would Radius want to speak to him? And what could he possibly say under these circumstances? "That traitor has cleft the Dwarven Kingdom in two and shit on our reputation, then left me to clean up his unwiped ass. Who is he to make demands?" Bond growled. "Do you think he's aiming to make some sort of deal with General Arthur?" Blaine asked. "If he wanted to strike a deal, he'd have a much better chance of doing so with Commander Virion or anyone else in the council," Mariel replied. "Perhaps it's because of your ties to Elijah," Virion suggested. "That's what I'm afraid of," Art muttered with a sigh. Gentry gave a theatrical cough, loud and deliberate, drawing everyone's attention. "Council members and Lance. It would be an understatement to say it has been difficult for me to get the traitor to talk. Perhaps it's best we capitalize on this achievement, and speak with him while he's still able." All eyes turned to Commander Virion. He gave a terse nod. "Lead the way, Gentry," Art said, stepping forward and walking through the reinforced doors. The familiar musty scent of the dungeon curled into his nose, bringing with it a wave of unpleasant memories from his own time spent down here. He followed Gentry without a word, the heavy door creaking shut behind him as the council remained behind, watching with no small amount of reluctance. After passing through another secured entry, this one leading deeper into the lower levels reserved only for the most dangerous prisoners, Gentry brought him to a cramped, barren cell no larger than a shoe closet. Taking a deep breath, Art waited as Gentry carefully unlocked the cell. "I will be here, just outside the door, General Arthur. I'm sure you already know, but please refrain from touching anything," Gentry warned before pulling open the cell door and stepping aside. Art remained silent until the old man exited, then shifted his gaze to the cuffed dwarf kneeling on the floor. "Radius." The dwarf twitched slightly at the sound of his name, but then a slow, deliberate smile carved itself across his pale face. "My gratitude for your time and presence," he said, dipping his head. Whether it was a gesture of respect or mockery, Art couldn't tell. "Allow me to begin," Radius added. "Begin?" Art asked, frowning. Art didn't relax. His instincts prickled. This wasn't the attitude he'd expected. A lad of humble origins, born wrapped in rags in a sad little town, he began, finally lifting his head. Within, however, he was more, born from and for a life of renown. And as with all heroes to be, the lad had the looks and the lad had the might. Radius stretched out one arm while his other hand lay over his heart. His mother taught him the world. His father taught him to fight. Art watched, dumbstruck, as the mad dwarf continued his epic. Radius's voice got deeper, darker. That is, until the day came when the lad saw there was a larger stage to play. His blood knew well they could no longer contain the lad's fire, which raged inside him hot as a king's funeral pyre. So they took up their bags and wished their small town good luck. Radius let out a breath. But woe, as all stories go, tragedy struck. "Radius," Art said, growing annoyed with his recitation, but was silenced by a raised finger. "But never fret, never doubt, because as all stories go, a hero never drops out. So he grows and he grows, through heartache and death throes, never ceasing, overcoming." Radius looked up at the dim, flickering light above them. Alas, every light needs a shadow, every hero a foe. The brighter the light, the darker its night. Finally, Radius met Art's gaze, grinning like a fool. "But I ask you this, hero to be. What happens when your foe, who has crossed both time and space, is actually brighter than thee? Perhaps a fair maiden's shining night is another one's deadly blight, and the side of dark and of light is determined only by who wins the last fight." An uncomfortable silence lingered as Radius finished his strange poem. Just when Art thought things couldn't get any stranger, the dwarf, arms still chained to the floor, reached out and grabbed his hand with blood-crusted fingers. Art froze. Radius's glossy, soulless eyes squinted into thin, watery crescents as he smiled up at him and nodded. "Ah, good. You're real. I was afraid you were another illusion and that my performance had gone to waste." Art stared down at him, unsure how to react. The dwarf groaned, almost in pleasure. "I'd forgotten how warm a person could be," he murmured, eyes unfocused as he began to stroke Art's hand absently, like he was petting a cat. Art jerked his hand from Radius's grasp. "It seems that your time spent here has made you unbalanced," Radius snickered. "Of all the interesting and exciting words in our language, you choose unbalanced? Not crazy or insane or mad, maybe even cracked or nutty, but you choose unbalanced." "I don't have time to waste on lectures about my word choice, especially from someone so unbalanced," Art stressed, narrowing his eyes. Radius shrugged. "Regardless, it is of your own free will whether you choose to ignore my words or not, poetry or prose alike." "So, that poem you just recited, I thought a heart-to-heart conversation would be a bit boring, and though I'm not very well versed in the art of poetry, I had to do something to pass the time down here, Radius replied seriously. But the moment of clarity lasted only a second. He leered at Art, his eyes twinkling. Or, this might just be the rambling of a man unbalanced. A sigh escaped Art as he shook his head. Be honest, though. My rhyming may have been a bit elementary, but it was catchy, was it not? Radius grinned, wrinkles deepening across his ghastly face. Art's frustration finally boiled over. I don't think you understand the gravity of your situation, Radius. You're going to be here for a long time, and it's going to be unpleasant. How much you cooperate, such as revealing anything that might be of help to the Council, to Dickathan, will ultimately decide how unpleasant. Now is not the time to worry whether your rhymes are catchy or not. I know precisely what sort of position I'm in, and I've told you exactly what I wanted to, Radius said, no longer looking at him. The dwarf awkwardly attempted to lie back and rest his head in his hands, struggling against the chains. After several tedious moments, he managed to settle into an uncomfortable contortion. Again, what you gain from it is none of my concern. Art gnashed his teeth in frustration and waited in silence, hoping, foolishly, that Radius might change his mind. In the end, the traitor simply waved him off with a flick of his shackled hand, already humming the rhythm of his own poem like a lullaby. Scoffing, Art called for Gentry and ordered him to lock the cell. As he turned to leave, still fuming over Radius's twisted attitude, his eyes fell on the cell beside it, this one even smaller, its frame hunched and tight. Despite the mana-inhibiting material that composed the cell's walls, an oppressive aura leaked from within like rot seeping from a festering wound. For a brief moment, Art hesitated. He felt the temptation stir. He had grown stronger, broken through to a stage few mages in Dickathan could even dream of reaching. And yet, the fear he had felt during his battle with Uto, even with Sylvie's help, had dug itself into the foundation of his spirit. It festered there still, confronting the retainer again. Maybe it would help him erase that lingering stain. But the thought was fleeting. There's nothing to gain, Arthur, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. He's bound, broken, a hollow echo of the creature that nearly killed you. Without looking back, he left the dungeon behind, relieved to escape the reek of blood, mold, and Radius's insidious humming, though the rhythm of that damn poem still lingered in the corners of his mind. The members of the council were still gathered at the dungeon's entrance, their faces tight with concern and fatigue. 6 sets of eyes fixed on Art as he emerged from the dim corridor, each silently demanding answers. Art motioned over his shoulder to the gaunt, hook-nosed interrogator trailing behind him. Gentry's interrogation tactics seemed to have left Radius a little unhinged. He dragged me down here in the middle of the night just to recite a poem. Poem? Blaine echoed, his brows shooting up. Radius had always been viewed as a level-headed intellectual, mild-mannered, diplomatic, with a penchant for careful strategy. The idea of him losing his grip on sanity sent a ripple of surprise through the council members. What was the poem about? Virion asked carefully, his voice low. Art folded his arms, his gaze distant. Honestly, I'm not sure. His behavior was erratic. The poem itself was vague, layered with metaphors that didn't seem to lead anywhere. But he hesitated, recalling Radius's unsettling smile. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I'd like the council's permission to look into it further before drawing any conclusions. Gentry stepped forward with a rasping cough. While our methods of extracting truth have yielded results in the past, they do sometimes take a toll on a subject's sanity. My sincerest apologies for the false alarm. I truly believed he was ready to confess something important. Alduin rubbed the bridge of his nose. Seeing as we've learned nothing of substance tonight, perhaps we should reconvene at our next scheduled meeting? I second that, Bund muttered, already turning toward the stairs. We can decide whether to waste time on deciphering nonsense after we've gotten some sleep. If Radius's mind has fractured, then his words are likely just that, fractures, Priscilla added coldly, her robe swishing as she followed behind. One by one, the council members filtered out, leaving Art standing in the corridor, the faint echo of Radius's sing-song voice still whispering in the back of his mind. After the impromptu gathering dispersed, Art made his way back to his quarters. His body ached for rest, but his mind refused to settle. Sleep drifted farther from reach with every repetition of Radius's strange poem echoing in his thoughts. As much as he wanted to write off the traitor's ramblings, a part of him couldn't help but wonder if there had been some truth buried in the madness. He dimmed the light artifact on his desk to a soft glow, just enough to see without fully disrupting the darkness. With slow, deliberate strokes, he began jotting down what he could recall of the poem, verse by verse, rhyme by rhyme, allowing the structure to pull him through the fragments his memory had preserved. Once the poem had taken shape on the page, he leaned back and read it over. Whether it was the haze of exhaustion or the surreal nature of Radius's delivery, Art wasn't entirely confident in the accuracy of what he'd written. Still, the message that emerged was unmistakable. It spoke of a hero, but it was more than just a tale of valor. There was something cryptic woven into the lines, something pointed. If he took Radius at his word, if he dared assume the dwarf hadn't entirely lost his mind, then the poem had been intentional. A message meant specifically for him. The way Radius had looked at him, spoken to him, had been too focused to be random. And so, with a sigh, Art allowed himself to entertain the idea that the hero in Radius's poem, the lad wrapped in metaphor and verse, was meant to be him. Art couldn't shake the question, how did Radius know details of his childhood? It wasn't just the fact that he'd grown up modestly in Ashbur, but the poem itself had mentioned the lad wishing the town luck before a tragedy struck. It was probably not too difficult for Radius to conduct a background check using his resources while still part of the council, yet despite that, the whole situation felt unsettling. One particular verse lingered in Art's mind, unnerving him, though he wasn't entirely sure if he was recalling it correctly. Had Radius said, "From a life of renown," or "for a life of renown"? He could swear he'd heard both, but how would either make sense, unless... Art shook his head, breaking the train of thought. Frustrated both with Radius for the unnecessarily cryptic message and with himself for having initially dismissed the poem as the ramblings of a madman, Art forced himself to move on. The latter half of the poem grew more ambiguous, drifting toward the familiar territory of tired prophecies, the sort of vague, overused predictions that peppered nearly every hero's tale he'd encountered in both his lives. Art pondered the lines of the poem, such as, "The brighter the light, the darker its night," and suspected they alluded to his foe growing stronger as he did, almost as if he was destined to face enemies matched to his own power. Then there was the verse about one person's night being another's blight. He assumed the mad dwarf was referring to him, but to whom had he been a blight? Perhaps the Vritra and the Elacrians, but that was no secret and hardly something to be so cryptic about. He mulled over the poem for another half hour before finally giving up. He resolved to visit the dwarf again in the morning and ask for a repeat performance. Hopefully, Radius would be up for an encore. Though skeptical about the poem's meaning, Art felt a powerful curiosity gnawing at him. Sliding into bed, he tried to clear his mind of the mad poem and its lingering questions. Yet as he drifted off to sleep, half-formed lines and nonsensical rhymes continued to swirl through his thoughts, fighting to settle into their proper places. Circe Milview didn't turn to look. "How much longer?" Fane demanded, his voice a hissing whisper. From the corner of her eye, she could see his head constantly swiveling left and right. She knew his eyes were darting from tree to tree, searching for any sign of an approaching enemy. It had been the same each time, and the long days within the cursed elven forest had only made him more agitated. She held up 2 fingers, turning her focus back to the tree in front of her. The crest on her back flared, and she pushed Fane's anxious needling to the back of her mind as she fought to keep her powers under control. Mana coursed through her arms and into the tree itself, slowly forming into a beacon that would light the Alacrian army's way through the mists. "My veiling barrier isn't going to last much longer, Cersei, not when I'm covering such a wide range," Cole said through gritted teeth, louder than he should have. Concerned, she glanced back at the shield. His long brown hair was stuck to his face with sweat. She felt more than saw it when the 3-point array stabilized within the tree. She waited a moment to make sure it was entirely concealed, then let out a sigh of relief. Done. Without a word, Maeve grabbed Cersei's arm and pulled her to her feet. Cersei felt Cole's barrier disperse as he and Fane fell in behind them, putting distance between the group and the freshly imprinted array. Lingering near such a potent source of magic was unwise, no matter how many precautions they'd taken to avoid detection by Decathian forces. They had already come across the remains of another group that hadn't been cautious enough. Despite the urgency of their task, their pace remained frustratingly slow. With her crest, Cersei could extend her senses out to about 30 yards. Without it, they would have been blind. She was the only one able to see more than a few feet through the dense fog that slithered between the trees, untouched by any spell they'd tried. It made progress sluggish and taxing. "Do you see anyone, Cersei?" Fane asked for the 5th time, his sharp features twisted in an angry glare. "I said I'll tell you if I see anything out of the ordinary," she snapped, turning to shoot him a warning look. Fane narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased, but kept his mouth shut. After nearly an hour of creeping through the fog-laden forest, Cersei raised a hand to halt the group. "We need to place another array." Everyone moved without needing instruction. Maeve climbed into a nearby tree, eyes scanning for threats. Cole stepped in beside Cersei, casting a veil to conceal the mana buildup as she worked. Fane took the perimeter, ever watchful for signs of an enemy approach. Once everyone was in position, Cersei began setting up the first part of the 3-point array. As a mid-tier sentry, the process itself wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in ensuring the array remained undetectable until activation. Even the slightest leak of mana could give them away. The elves hidden throughout the forest were sensitive to the smallest magical disturbances. If even one array was discovered, the entire operation would fall apart. As if summoned by her own apprehension, a rustle came from a bush to her left. She flinched, and the mana threading from her fingertips into the tree faltered. Fane appeared instantly. He turned toward her, holding a limp rodent in one hand. Without a word, he tossed the crushed body back into the undergrowth, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. As expected of a veteran emblem holder, Cersei thought. His attitude was unbearable, but there was no denying his effectiveness. And since his job was to keep her alive long enough to carve a path through the forest, she supposed she could overlook a few of his less charming qualities. Still, if an elven arrow were to find his throat, she wouldn't mourn him. Cersei turned her focus back to the old tree and pushed out her mana, channeling it deep into the trunk until it anchored within the core. Once it was in place, she set about concealing every trace of the spellwork. The wound in the bark, the lingering fluctuations of mana. Each had to be meticulously masked. The imprint her spell left behind had to be manually obscured with surgical precision, so no one, not even the most sensitive elven scout, could detect that magic had been used here. This part demanded complete concentration. She couldn't afford to split her attention to scan their surroundings, even though it heightened the risk of an ambush. Her eyes burned from dryness and strain, her back and legs ached, and the oppressive fog felt like it was sinking into her skull, but she finished the job. "Done," she mouthed silently to her teammates before moving on to the next point. A few feet away, she knelt and began the process again. Burying and covering the mana's imprint in the soil was slightly easier than in the wood. Once she'd finished that node, she moved on to the final point, a second tree positioned to form a triangular array with the first 2. When the 3-point array was complete, the group resumed their march. Maeve stayed glued to her side, so close Cersei could feel her presence with every step. Cole followed just behind, poised to summon a barrier at the first sign of danger. Fane took up the rear, ever watchful. A team built specifically for this mission, Cersei thought grimly. Being both the newest member and the linchpin of the Alacrian army's efforts was a burden she felt in every breath. A combat team would normally spend years training together before ever stepping onto the battlefield, but this group had been thrown together under duress. Their original sentry had died during training only weeks ago, and Cersei, having only recently received her emblem, had been assigned as the replacement. Fane's overt hostility was grating, but only marginally more so than Maeve's tendency to treat her like a child, or the awkward, thinly veiled crush Cole seemed to be nursing. It was at least some comfort to know they weren't the only team operating in the forest. Maybe one of the other teams has already secured a route, Cersei hoped, though she knew the odds were slim. Among all the units dispatched, hers had the greatest chance of success. Her freshly earned emblem granted them an advantage no other team possessed. Suddenly, Maeve's arm shot out, stopping Cersei with a firm press against her chest. Her amber eyes locked onto Cersei's before she pointed downward. Nearly hidden beneath the fog was a shallow ditch lined with wooden spikes. The spikes weren't sharpened, Maeve whispered. They were twisted into this shape. Plant magic. After the first assault on the elven forest, survivors had brought back tales of strangling vines, toxic spores, and trees that pulled themselves from the ground to walk. The thought that the enemy could command such forces was both astonishing and terrifying. "I thought you said this way was safe," Fane muttered, scowling as he peered into the pit. "We'll have to stop somewhere safe so I can scout a new route," Cersei said, keeping her eyes forward. She didn't want to see the frustration, the sympathy, or the quiet acceptance that always lingered in Fane's, Maeve's, or Cole's expressions. They couldn't march an army through land riddled with living traps. They needed another path. Navigating the forest was difficult enough, without the gnawing doubt crusting at the back of Cersei's mind. Still, the relentless physical strain of their endless march eventually dulled even that persistent anxiety. Her legs throbbed with pain, and her back ached so fiercely she felt older than her blood matriarch, but she pressed on without complaint. The weak, diffused light overhead gradually dimmed, signaling that somewhere beyond the oppressive fog the sun was beginning to set. "Merciful Vritra," she muttered as they finally settled in for the night, nestled among the thick branches of a towering tree. Cole handed out strips of salted dried meat and a candied root to each of them, offering Cersei a gentle smile as he passed her share. Her portions were noticeably larger than the others. They ate in silence, savoring the rare pause after days without rest. As Cersei sucked the sugar from the root, her thoughts drifted to Cole's demeanor. She dealt with similar attention during training, men whose admiration veiled their distraction, but her focus had always remained fixed on earning her emblem. Back home, avoiding such things had been simple. Here, it was just the four of them. She feared that rejecting Cole too harshly might disrupt their delicate team dynamic, perhaps even endangering them all. There was no room for idealism. She would have to endure it and, if necessary, use the shield's feelings to keep the mission on track. After the light meal, Cersei forced her thoughts away from trivial matters and turned her attention back to the task that mattered most, finding a valid path through the fog. Igniting her emblem, she activated True Sense. The moment it took hold, that familiar, unsettling sensation washed over her, like stripping bare in the middle of a snowstorm. Her awareness detached from her body, drifting upward like a specter. High above the trees, she hovered, narrowing her true sense to focus on a single element. Her real body remained slumped in place, motionless on the branch below, while an ache pulsed steadily in her skull. Particles of ambient mana shimmered green as she honed in on wind mana. Full mastery of true sense would eventually allow her to perceive all four elemental attributes in the atmosphere, but for now, wind attribute mana was enough. Clusters of it would indicate movement, currents, and, hopefully, the location of the hidden elven kingdom. As she extended her reach, the throbbing in her head intensified, bordering on unbearable. The incorporeal state trembled under the strain. Just a little longer. There. Immediately, Cersei was pulled back into her body, the powerful emblem anchoring her with a jolt. The last flicker of green mana faded from her vision as her physical eyes opened, and a sharp, pained gasp escaped her lungs. "Were you successful, Cersei?" Fane asked at once, impatience sharpening his voice. Her body felt chilled, as though she'd fallen asleep outside and woken in the dark. Still, her lips curved into a faint smile. "The kingdom itself is still too far, but I found a large area of mana fluctuations about a day's travel from here." "How large?" Maeve asked cautiously. "Large enough to be a settlement, or even a town?" Cole ran a hand through his long hair and let out a breath. "At least we're heading the right way. Nice to know all this hasn't been for nothing. Great job, Cersei. Really great work." "As expected from a member of the Milview blood," Fane grunted, tearing off a piece of dried meat. "Up till now, I was wondering if you truly were of that lineage," he added, eyes fixed on her, gauging her reaction. Cersei ignored him. Tilting her head back, she gazed up into the branches above and spoke aloud, not to anyone in particular. "I won't be able to use my emblem for another day, but once I've recovered, I want to do another scan, this time focused on water attribute mana." "Sensible," Maeve said, casting a sharp glance at Fane. "From our reports, these elves are particularly adept with water or wind magic." The striker turned away from them both, spat a chunk of gristle off the edge of his perch, and fell into a brooding silence. After finishing their modest meal, the team settled in as best they could among the thick branches of the ancient tree, buried deep within enemy territory. Either Cersei or Cole had to remain alert in case anything, or anyone, approached. But with her mana reserves nearly depleted from using her emblem, the first watch fell to Cole and Maeve. The weathered shield, easily 20 years her senior, gave her a wink before quietly casting a small veiling barrier around their position. With that, Cersei and Fane were left to rest. Despite the cold press of the branch against her back and the constant fear of falling, even though they had tied themselves securely to the trunk, Cersei soon felt herself drifting into sleep. Then Maeve was there, gently shaking her awake. "It's been 2 hours," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she signaled Cersei to take over before turning to rouse Fane. "No need to worry about elven soldiers or Decathian mages," Cersei groaned inwardly. "These 2-hour shifts will be the death of me." Channeling mana into her crest, Cersei extended her awareness to a radius of 30 yards around them. Normally, she could stretch her senses over 100 yards regardless of terrain, but the mysterious magic that cloaked the endless forest restricted everyone's perception, even hers. To pass the time, she pushed her senses to their limits, exploring the shapes of bird nests and rabbit burrows hidden among the trees. Could it be that the animals were immune to the fog's effects? If they could navigate the forest freely, maybe there was a way to use that to their advantage. Cersei recalled training with a young woman who could inhabit the consciousness of a small animal, see through its eyes, and guide it with simple commands. How far could Cersei see if she could link her mind to one of the birds and send it soaring above the treetops? Farther than 30 yards, no doubt, she thought bitterly. Her thoughts were cut short as multiple figures entered the edge of her awareness. Elves. Careful not to disturb the tree or lose her balance, Cersei turned toward Fane and gave him a meaningful look. "How many?" he mouthed. She held up 3 fingers and pointed toward their approach. He nodded, and together they quietly roused Maeve and Cole, muffling their breaths to avoid making a sound. Cole quickly erected a 2-layered barrier that muffled sounds and veiled their presence. Though his breathing was heavy and sweat dampened his brow from casting spells all day with little rest, his expression remained resolute. He had to endure. "About a dozen yards away," Cersei whispered solemnly. "Hopefully they'll pass us by," Fane said. "If they seem suspicious, I'll drop down on them, breaking free of the barrier. If I can take them down quickly, I will. Otherwise, I'll run and draw them off. You 3 stay hidden." He glanced at Maeve. Keep the sentry alive. Without her, we're doomed. Cersei resisted the urge to roll her eyes. We can all fight, Fane. 4 against 3 is better odds than 3 against 1. Cole rubbed his stubbled chin. Even if we kill them quickly, the magic will leave traces. It's too risky. Cole's right, Maeve said, tying her dark hair into a tight knot. But so is Fane. We're expendable on this mission, Cersei. You are not. Let's avoid a fight if we can. But if we can't, you and Cole will bolt while Fane and I hold off the elves. Seeing the doubt flicker across Cersei's face, Maeve smiled confidently. I'll take 2 to 4 of these watered-down Decathian mages any day. The words grated on Cersei's nerves, but she understood the protective instinct beneath them. She knew it would be selfish to insist on throwing herself into an unnecessary battle. Of all the teams trying to secure a route to the Elven Kingdom, she was the only sentry with an emblem strong enough to navigate the Elshire forest effectively. Completing the mission was the priority. Still, despite Maeve's insistence that the others were expendable, Cersei knew their chances of success would plummet if any one of them was lost. They stopped whispering, fearing the elves might hear them even through the barrier. As the footsteps drew closer beneath the tree, Cersei held her breath. "Oh, Vritra, please let them keep walking." Gray stepped back as Lady Vera poised the thin metal stick she called a foil for a horizontal swing, yet somehow the foil still managed to slap across his left arm. "How?" he hissed, rubbing the fresh sting. "I thought I dodged that." "You're too focused on my weapon," Lady Vera said calmly, keeping her body perfectly still. "Your vision should encompass your enemy, or enemies, as a whole. What do you see differently right now?" Gray glanced down at the foil, still pointed at him. "Aside from the obvious," he replied cautiously. That earned him another sharp smack from her weapon. "Don't get smart with me, kid." Okay, Gray yelped, raising his hands. "And I have a name, you know." "I'm aware you were named after a rather boring color," Lady Vera said bluntly, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. "Now, answer my question." Afraid of another hit, Gray quickly scanned the tall woman before him. She wore a dark shirt and tight-fitting black pants, her long, curly red hair swirling like flames with every subtle movement. Several months had passed since Gray's capture, torture, and eventual rescue. After his injuries had fully healed, his lessons with Lady Vera began in earnest. Her methods were unforgiving, and her personality had all the warmth of a glacier, but she was undeniably effective. "Well?" she pressed, snapping him out of his thoughts. Gray exhaled slowly, then pointed to her foot. "You pivoted using your lead leg, bringing your back foot forward to extend your reach." "Good," she said with a nod of approval. "Although, if you weren't able to see that from the track mark on the ground..." Yes, then I don't deserve to be your student," Gray finished, rolling his eyes slightly. "Now, how do I get better?" Lady Vera muttered something under her breath, then turned from him and walked toward the small man-made pond in the corner of her yard. Their training ground, 50 yards in both length and width, was, in fact, her backyard. The very fact that Lady Vera had a backyard at all, especially in a city where towering high-rises claimed nearly every square foot of land, spoke volumes about her wealth and influence. And this wasn't just any backyard. It looked like something pulled from the pages of an old nature magazine, complete with wild greenery and a serene atmosphere untouched by the urban sprawl. A 20-foot wall encircled the entire area, cutting it off from the outside world and adding yet another layer of mystery to her status. Gray couldn't help but wonder what kind of position she truly held at Vitholm Academy, the military school he was currently enrolled in. They reached the crystal-clear pond, nestled at the far end of the yard, a real pond, with real, live fish darting beneath the surface. Lady Vera lowered herself gracefully to the edge and gestured for Gray to sit beside her. "Try catching a fish with your hands," she said calmly. No Kai. What? Gray blinked, taken aback. Won't they die if they're out of the water? I don't think I can afford to replace something like that. She offered him a rare, almost playful smile. Don't worry about that. Just try. Gray eyed the rare aquatic creatures warily. He'd only ever seen fish in their frozen, processed form, wrapped in plastic and far from alive. Still, he reached into the pond, fingers just brushing the surface before a flash of gold and black shot past him, vanishing to the far end of the water. So fast, he exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. A sharp snap echoed beside him. Lady Vera had raised her fingers to draw his attention. Again! He obeyed, plunging his hands into the water again and again. Each attempt was more frantic than the last, but even after a dozen tries, he couldn't get close, not even a brush of a scale. Frustrated and soaked up to the elbows, he slapped angrily at the water, only to lose his footing on the slick stones and tumble in head first. Gah! He yelped, flailing before surfacing with a gasp. From the shore, Lady Vera laughed, actually laughed. Clambering out of the pond, Gray collapsed on the grass, panting. What's the point of this anyway? You can't catch one with just your hands. It's impossible. Is that so? She replied, her voice tinged with smug amusement. Yes, it is. There's no way you can... He lifted his head to glare at her, only to stop mid-sentence. In her hand was a flapping, gleaming fish. What? No way! Do it again! Lady Vera shrugged, tossed the fish casually back into the pond, and said, Sure. Scrambling upright, Gray narrowed his eyes and watched her every move, determined to catch her cheating if she used Kai or pulled some sleight of hand. Leaning forward, Lady Vera hovered her hand just above the surface of the pond. She remained still, her eyes tracking the movement beneath the ripples. As a fish neared, she eased her hand into the water with deliberate slowness. The gentle disturbance startled the fish, causing it to dart forward right into her waiting grasp. With a subtle twitch of her fingers, she closed her fist around it, firm yet careful not to harm the wriggling creature. A smug grin tugged at her lips as she released it. The fish vanished in a blur into the deeper waters. Now do you believe me? She said, brushing the water off her hand. Gray blinked, dumbfounded. I don't get it. You move so slowly. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. Wait, did you train those fish to swim into your hand? Lady Vera shot him a flat, unimpressed look. Do I look like someone who would waste her time training fish to amuse street rats? The deadpan in her tone made it clear she had neither the patience nor the inclination for such a frivolous endeavor. Scratching the back of his head, Gray relented. I guess not, but I still don't understand the point, unless this was just an excuse to show off. Without warning, Lady Vera flicked a splash of water into his face. I did it, she said, tone sharpening, to show you that you and those fish, the very ones that made a fool of you, aren't so different. Gray wiped the water from his eyes, frowning. What? He asked, completely lost. Lady Vera's hand lashed out toward Gray's face without warning, and he instinctively jerked his head to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Your reaction speed is fast, she said, resting a hand on his shoulder. Frighteningly so. But it's instinctual, untamed, just like these fish. Gray frowned. Untamed? What does that mean? Whether you realize it or not, your body is already moving before your mind registers the threat. The moment your opponent's muscles tense to throw a punch, your brain sends the signal to dodge. It's fast, but predictable. Against the untrained, you'll dominate. But against someone stronger, someone observant, that instinct becomes a weakness, just like I knew exactly how the fish would move. Gray mulled over her words. They made perfect sense. So how do I tame it? By responding, not reacting, she said, rising to her feet and slipping into an offensive stance. Aren't those the same thing? He asked. She shook her head. Number one is instinctual. The other is intentional. Up until now, We've focused on your conditioning, but it's time to move forward. You need to start reading your opponent and making decisions, not just flinching faster than they can strike. A grin spread across Gray's face as he bounced lightly on the balls of his feet. Finally, the fun part. Fun for me, Lady Vera said with a dark glint in her eyes, her foil slicing through the air in a smooth figure 8. Lucky for you, your next class is starting soon. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Gray groaned, rubbing the welt on his arm from her earlier strike. There's a car waiting to take you back to school, she added, waving him off. Now scram. She stopped mid-sentence, eyes narrowing on something just past Gray's shoulder. He turned to see what she was looking at. One of the household staff, a young woman in uniform, was hurrying toward them, her expression tense. The young woman curtsied respectfully, her eyes flicking briefly to Gray before she spoke. Ma'am, we've just received a call. There was an explosion at Vitholm. The enforcers have locked down the school and instructed all students and staff to stay away until further notice. The enforcers? But why? Gray's voice caught in his throat as dread tightened in his chest. Oh my God. Nico. A panicked man may drown in a puddle, while a calm man may swim across the ocean, Gray, Lady Vera said evenly. He blinked. What? It means calm down. Before he could form a reply, another servant approached swiftly across the yard. He stopped a few paces away and bowed. Mr. Gray, you have an urgent call from a Mr. Nico. My apologies for the interruption, but he seems quite distressed. Gray started toward the house on instinct, only remembering halfway to pause and glance back at his mentor. She waved him on. Go, Gray. See to your friend. Then return. Since it appears you're free from class today, we'll use the time to work more on your reactions. Nico, Gray gasped into the receiver, breathless from sprinting through the house. What is it? Are you okay? Gray, I don't know what happened. The Kai restrainer must have malfunctioned. But I checked it just a few days ago and it was fine. I swear it was fine. Nico's voice trembled, thick with panic. It's all my fault. Gray frowned, trying to make sense of the rush of words. What happened, Nico? What's your fault? You're not making any sense. It's Cecilia, Nico said, his voice cracking. She had one of her accidents. Can you come down to the school, Gray? Please? The enforcers are here. They're taking statements, asking all these questions. I'm scared. What if they take her away? What if they lock her up? Gray's chest tightened. But Cecilia, she's not hurt? She's alive? Yes, she's alive, Nico replied quickly. But it was bad, Gray. Really bad. She demolished part of the administration building. Gray hesitated, torn. Would Lady Vera allow him to go if he asked? Or would she scold him again, tell him to stay out of things that didn't concern him, to keep his eyes forward and let the enforcers handle it? Deep down, he already knew the answer. They've asked everyone to stay away, Nico. I can't come. I mean, I want to, but they won't let me through. Can you meet me somewhere else then? Nico pleaded. We need to figure out what to do if they try to lock her up. Nico, Gray interrupted gently. Listen, we don't know that's going to happen, no? Just don't panic. A panicked man can drown in a puddle, but a calm man can swim across an ocean, or something like that. We just need to stay calm. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then Nico asked again, more desperate this time. So, where can we meet? Gray clenched the receiver tighter, the image of Lady Vera's stern, disappointed expression already forming in his mind at the thought of asking to skip extra lessons. I'm sorry, Nico, but I can't. Lessons, you know, Gray said, trying to keep his voice steady. But I'm sure everything's going to be okay. Just keep your head down and don't cause any trouble. Who knows, maybe this could even be a good thing. Maybe someone will take notice and actually get help for Cecilia so she doesn't have to rely on just... He caught himself, jaw tightening. He'd almost said so. She doesn't have to rely on just your inventions. There was a pause before Nico responded, quieter this time. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Gray. I'm sure you've got a lot on your plate, trying to be king and all. I'll let you go. Gray could almost hear the slump of Nico's shoulders, the way he always lowered his head when he felt like a burden. Still, Lady Vera was right. He had to keep looking forward, toward the future. If he became king, he could protect them all. He could avenge Headmaster Wilbeck. He could make everything right. Call me when you find out what the enforcers plan to do, okay? Yeah, sure, bye, Gray. The line went dead. Gray sat in silence, staring blankly at the receiver in his hand. Thoughts of Cecilia and Nico churned in his chest, heavy and uncomfortable. It's going to be fine, he told himself. Tell yourself that enough, Gray, and maybe you'll start to believe it. Art opened his eyes, letting out a deep breath. It had only been a few days since his last dream, or memory, or whatever these visions were, and this one was particularly bad. It was a memory he would never forget, dream or no dream. He looked outside the window to see that the sun had yet to fully rise, meaning he had at most only 2 or 3 hours of sleep. With a groan, he got out of bed and washed up, hoping the cold water would help wash out the fatigue that seemed to have made a permanent home in his body. "You're awake?" his bond asked, not bothering to speak aloud. "Yeah, I don't think I can fall back asleep. Want to join me for a morning stretch outside?" "As enticing as that sounds, it would require me to get out of bed," she replied, pulling the covers over her head. "Growing children do need their sleep," he agreed with a chuckle, drying his hair with a towel. "That immature retort speaks volumes about which one of us is the child," she replied casually. He let out a laugh. "You got me there." After dressing in a plain, loose shirt and dark trousers, Art headed for the door. As he passed his desk, he glanced down at the messy paper scattered with bits and pieces of the poem he was trying to remember. On second thought, he decided to pay Radius a short visit. Hopefully, the man was functional enough to repeat the poem, or, even better, provide a clear explanation. He greeted the few maids and workers who were already awake and preparing for the day as he made his way down to the dungeon. Walking through the long, dimly lit hallway leading to the entrance of the first level, Art spotted a familiar face guarding the door, using the term guarding very loosely. Albold Chaffer, the young elf Virion had introduced him to on an earlier visit, was currently nodding off at his post beside the large metal door. With a smirk, Art erased his presence and softened his breathing. He coded his footsteps in mana in the same precise manner he had practiced back when training alone in the forests of Epheotus. Cautiously, he crept toward the sleeping guard, but as soon as he was within a few yards of the door, Albold's eyes shot open and a thick layer of mana covered his body. His swords carved through the air between them as he unleashed a quick crossing attack. Art stopped short, surprised that Albold had noticed his approach and reacted so swiftly. "General Arthur?" Albold said incredulously, quickly sheathing his twin blades. "Sorry about that. I swore I felt someone sneaking up on me." "I was sneaking up on you. Weren't you asleep?" Art asked suspiciously. "Ah, you caught me." Albold looked at his feet. "Please don't tell Commander Virion. I only have a few days left doing guard duty. I can't stay here any longer." "Relax. I was just impressed," Art chuckled. "Virion was right. Your senses are good." "It saved my ass more than a couple times in my life," Albold said, smiling sheepishly. "So, what can I do for you, General?" "I need to speak to a prisoner," Art replied. "Is Gentry inside?" Albold nodded and opened the door. I can't think of a time where he hasn't been inside. Albold led Art inside, and they soon found Gentry asleep on a cot in one of the nearby cells. What's going on? Gentry mumbled when they shook him awake. General? To what do I owe the pleasure of your disturbing my rest? Art smirked. Just returning the favor. Can you open Radius's cell for a moment? There's something I want to ask him, he explained. The interrogator rubbed his eyes as he stood and stretched, his joints cracking and bones creaking like an animated skeleton. Of course, and my apologies again for calling the entire council. I was certain the traitor would reveal something important. Gentry set about unlocking the door leading down to the dungeon's lower level. After a few clicks, he motioned for Albold to help, and together they heaved the doors open. They all froze. Gentry's assistant lay splayed on the floor, several black spikes driven through his body. Seeing the spikes, Art's gaze immediately shifted to the cell where Uto was held. The vault door was open, and the retainer stood just outside, leaning against the wall. Heart hammering, Art quickly imbued mana around himself and threw his body in front of Gentry and Albold, fearing an attack from Uto, but the retainer remained completely still and silent. "Duvet!" Gentry cried, oblivious to the retainer. "He's dead," Art muttered, eyes fixed on Uto. As his mana-enhanced vision adjusted to the darkness, he saw the spikes piercing Uto's chest and stomach, pinning him to the wall like an insect trapped in a box. Despite this, Uto was smiling. "Radius." Art stepped into the dungeon, immediately feeling the magic-restricting wards drain his protections. Jumping over the assistant's corpse, he swung open the door to Radius's cell, only to find the old dwarf had met the same fate as Uto and Duvet. Radius was dead. Art knew that the unexpected deaths of Radius and Uto would send a ripple of panic through every echelon of the noble families, both within the castle and beyond. Holding two major Alacrian prisoners had created a semblance of power and control for the people of Dicothan. To prevent chaos, the council did what countless leaders had done when faced with similar setbacks. They covered it up. Gentry, Albold, and Art were all thoroughly questioned by the council, being the only ones present at the scene. Given the black spikes used to skewer the three corpses, it was clear none of them were responsible for the attack. Still, the investigation consumed most of Art's day. Eventually, Gentry was left to grieve the loss of his assistant, for whom he apparently cared deeply, and Albold was relieved of his guard duty and sent back to Elshire Forest to assist the forces stationed there. As for Art, he now stood in front of Virion in his private office. The old commander sat behind his desk, a grim expression on his face. "Cynthia Goodsky died this way as well, no?" Art asked. Virion nodded, his gaze distant and unfocused. "You must be worried about everyone's safety," Art said quietly. 3 people have been killed, apparently by enemy forces, in the most secure location in Dicothan, a flying castle that has existed since ancient times. "Do you think I'd allow people to stay here if I was worried for their safety?" Virion snapped, his voice sharp with frustration. "I'm not in the mood for tests, Arthur. I know you noticed it too. It was the same with Cynthia." "It's good that you realized," Art replied, offering a somber smile. No one had infiltrated the castle. No matter how many angles Art considered, the idea didn't hold. The sheer number of defensive layers one would have to bypass just to enter the castle, let alone penetrate the dungeon level, made it unthinkable. And for what? To kill 2 prisoners? It didn't make sense. If an enemy could infiltrate the castle, why wouldn't they target the council? Or a lance? Why risk so much for so little? Which left only one possibility. The attack hadn't come from outside. It had come from within Radius and Uto themselves. Just like Cynthia, who had a powerful curse embedded within her, it made sense that Radius, and even a retainer like Uto, would be similarly afflicted in case of capture. From the way the black spikes had erupted from their bodies, Art felt certain the curse had been triggered. As for Duvet, Gentry's unfortunate assistant, it seemed he had merely been caught in the explosion of spikes that burst outward from within the two prisoners. That had to be the case. Nothing else made sense. Agrona had made it clear that the goal of this war was to seize control of the continent with minimal casualties. His aim was to conquer and exploit the continent's resources, both living and non-living, to bolster his strength and prepare for a direct assault on Epheotis. If he truly had the power to send someone into the heart of the flying castle, it wouldn't have been just the prisoners who died. Does that mean Radius revealed something important? Art wondered aloud. It was too much of a coincidence that the dwarf had died right after reciting that strange poem. Had Radias intentionally used the poem as a way to bypass the curse? Cynthia's curse had prevented her from revealing, or even thinking about, any crucial information. Could this have been the same? Any plans for what to do next? Art asked, forcing himself out of the spiral of speculation that had taken root in his mind. For now, consolidating the priorities of the council members takes precedence, Virion replied. They were already uneasy after the attack on the southern borders of Elshire Forest. And now this. The old elf let out a ragged sigh, as if part of his soul was escaping with it. To be honest, Arthur, I'm at quite a loss. This war, its scale is unlike anything this land has ever seen, and yet... Things have been too quiet, Art finished for him. I agree. I have the same feeling, like something big is coming. I just don't know what. The room fell into a tense silence as both of them sat with their thoughts. Eventually, Virion coughed softly. Well, there's no use worrying ourselves over it right now. There's still work to be done. Arthur, you're on standby at the moment, correct? Yes. General Aya was currently stationed in Elenoir, while General Mika had been assigned to assist in the investigation of the radical group stirring unrest in Darv. General Varay was overseeing the fortification of major cities along the western coast, and General Byron was scouting the northern range of the Grand Mountains in search of any signs of scythes or retainers. Art had wanted to contribute, to be of use in some tangible way, but with the Alacrians uncharacteristically quiet, aside from the isolated attack near Elshire Forest, there had been nothing demanding his attention. For now, stay in the castle and focus on acclimating to your new core, Virion instructed firmly. If any of the cities report unusual activity, you'll be dispatched immediately. I need you in top condition. Art gave a brief nod and turned to leave. He had barely taken a step when Virion's voice stopped him. Oh, and Arthur? He paused, glancing back over his shoulder. Yes? Virion smiled faintly. I know you're not fond of formalities, but as a lance, don't you think you should at least look the part? Glancing down at the plain loose shirt and dark trousers he was wearing, Art chuckled. Perhaps I should. Several minutes later, he arrived outside his room, only to hear a faint voice speaking from within. It was his sister. Have to help me, okay? Promise? Sylvie must have sensed his approach and warned her, because the moment Art stepped closer, the voice fell silent. He pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of Ellie and Sylvie sitting together on the couch. Boo, sprawled comfortably on the ground with his massive head resting on the edge of the bed like a pillow, acknowledged Art's arrival with a low snort before lazily shutting his eyes again. Hi, brother, Ellie said, offering a small, nervous smile. Sylvie simply lifted a hand in greeting, her expression unreadable. Art narrowed his eyes slightly. That's not suspicious at all, he thought. You're overthinking, Sylvie replied through their bond, instantly making her seem even more suspicious. Anyway, what happened for you to be gone so long? Ellie asked, her tone laced with mild frustration. She clearly wasn't thrilled that Art hadn't spent any time with her since his return. Just more meetings I had to attend, he said vaguely. Anyway, I'm free now. Does that mean you'll finally spend some time with your precious sister? Yup, if you're okay with the training grounds, that is. Sylv and I both have things to test before an actual fight. That's exactly what I was about to suggest, Ellie beamed, grabbing her bow, which had been leaning against the wall beside her. Before heading out, Art changed into more presentable clothes. A high-collared military tunic that concealed the red scars around his neck, and a pair of fitted trousers. He was still dressed far more casually than the other lances, but at least he didn't look like a farmhand anymore. As he tied his hair back, Ellie teased, "Your hair is almost as long as mine. When are you going to cut it?" Art gave a nonchalant shrug. "When I feel the need to." Art and his group made their way to the training room. A pair of soldiers stood guard at the entrance, engaged in a mild argument when they approached. "I'm telling you that it's not the General Arthur." The armored man on the left snapped to attention, clicking his heels and saluting. His companion followed suit immediately. "There are currently several mages practicing inside. Would you like us to clear them out?" The guard on the right asked as they opened the doors. Due to the immense power a white core mage could unleash, the training room was typically cleared out and reinforced whenever a lance was scheduled to train. "No need. I'm not the one training today," Art replied, stepping through the doors behind his eager sister. Sylvie and Boo followed close behind as they walked onto the loose earth that formed the room's floor. The large training room buzzed with activity. Nobles around Ellie's age, dressed in ornate robes and well-tailored tunics, practiced spells under the watchful eyes of their guardians and tutors. These youths were the privileged few, descendants of high-ranking military officers or noble families, granted the rare luxury of both safety and training within the castle walls. As the grand entrance creaked open, a few heads turned in Art's direction. The adults, private instructors, and guardians immediately recognized him and bowed with quiet reverence. A dignified woman, appearing a few years older than Art's mother, approached him with a warm smile. "It's an honor to see a lance here in person. If you've come to train, I'll escort my son and his friends elsewhere." "It's okay," Art replied with a gentle smile. "Just here to stretch a little. Don't mind us." "Hurry up," Ellie called out, already a good distance ahead. "If you'll excuse me," Art said politely before heading after his sister, Sylvie and Boo following close behind. "Your sister really wants to impress you," Sylvie remarked with a fond smile. "Don't be too hard on her." "Oh, that's no fun." Art smirked at his bond. "Get ready to stretch, too. I want to see what you can do before we're in an actual fight." "Is that okay with all of these people here?" Sylvie asked, casting a glance at the other trainees. "We'll tone it down a bit," Art replied. "If we really wanted to go all out, we'd have to find a very large valley somewhere very uninhabited." His bond snorted. "True. Very well. I'm also curious to see how well I've adjusted to this new form." The group made their way toward the far end of the training grounds, near a quiet pond. Without warning, Art launched a slab of earth at his sister. "Incom," he started, but was cut off as 3 mana-imbued arrows shot through the air, piercing and shattering the slab mid-flight. Ellie glanced over her shoulder with a confident smirk. "You're going to have to do better than that, brother." Art and Sylvie exchanged amused looks. "Looks like I might not get the chance to be hard on her," Art said, shaking his head. Time passed quickly in the training grounds, despite the fact that all Art did was create targets for his sister. It gave him the chance to really test the limits of what he could create with organic magic. Free-forming spells into odd and sometimes intricate shapes seemed to fascinate the children who had gathered around to watch the show. The noble kids would ooh and ah as Art conjured birds made of ice to flit around in the air while his sister attempted to shoot them down. Some of these spells weren't very applicable in battle, but they helped him metaphorically stretch his abilities and see what he could and couldn't do in a set amount of time. He tried raising earthen soldiers like Ulfrid, the traitorous dwarven lance, had been able to, but after raising 3 simple humanoid golems, his control over them faltered to the extent that they simply mimicked each other's movements. His Assuran trainer Ren had been able to control hundreds of golems at a time, each so precisely that they seemed like sentient beings. A shame one was forbidden to help, and the other was dead. Not that either would have offered to teach him if they were here. The thought left a bad taste in Art's mouth. Rather than dwelling on the past, he focused his attention on the task at hand. He owed it to Ellie to be present for her. Let's try kicking things up a notch. With a wave of his arm, Art conjured a current of fire that began twisting and shaping itself into the form of a huge, flaming bear. The ground where its legs touched sizzled from the heat as he willed his creation to walk toward Ellie. Boo, who had been watching from beside him, tilted his head in curiosity at the flaming beast. Some of the noble kids let out gasps, and their instructors shushed them and tried to explain what Art was doing. Your offense is good, Ellie, but what happens when a spell that you can't just shoot down with arrows comes at you? He called out. Ellie just grinned confidently as she drew her bow. A shimmering white arrow manifested, knocked to the bowstring. Just before she loosed the mana arrow, a slight undulation rippled across the shaft. The arrow shrieked as it flew toward Art's fiery copy of Boo. He had expected Ellie's spell to simply pierce through harmlessly, but as it impacted the spell, the entire arrow exploded in a ray of light, dispersing the flaming beast. Art blinked. That was impressive, superb, jaw-dropping, Ellie finished, her eyes twinkling. Not bad. It was not bad, Art said, rolling his eyes. Ellie put on a dignified air, trying unsuccessfully to hide her self-satisfied smile. As the day went by, Art moved on from conjuring elemental targets to testing her body's defenses. Ellie's ability to conjure a protective layer of mana over her body was flawless, and fast enough to rival some of the upperclassmen he had seen at Xyrus. Due to her unnaturally intricate control of her mana, she was able to layer mana over specific portions of her body almost instantly and create a fairly durable protective panel. Art put the scabbard of Dawn's Ballad, which he had been using to spar with Ellie in close range, back inside his dimension ring. Did you learn close quarters combat with your bow from Helen too? His sister plopped down on the ground, sweating and panting. Yup, I read a couple books that helped too. Most archers carry around a dagger or even a light sword for close combat, Art mused. But since your archery doesn't depend on you drawing an arrow from your quiver and knocking it before firing, learning how to fend off a few attacks in order to give yourself some space for a quick shot was the right decision. Your compliments seem somewhat dull, Ellie said in between breaths. Because that wasn't a compliment. Don't get ahead of yourself, Art said, smirking. We've only been drilling for a few hours. Your stamina needs improvement. That's not even fair, Ellie huffed. What your brother means to say is that he's very proud of your growth. Sylvie comforted Ellie with a smile. Whoa, no verbally expressing my thoughts, Art protested in mock outrage. This was rigged from the start anyway. Ellie stuck out her tongue. I mean, how can you dodge an arrow fired at point-blank range, repeatedly? White Core, Lance, I better be able to dodge a few arrows at least, right? His sister narrowed her eyes. You didn't even break a sweat. You'll get there with enough training and experience, Art replied. Ellie glanced to Sylvie before looking back at him. Speaking of getting enough experience, I was wondering if I can maybe, Art raised a brow. I know. What? Never mind, his sister muttered. Ellie, Sylvie chimed in, shaking her head. Just say it. Does this have anything to do with what you two were talking about before I came back from my meeting? Art asked. I want to start helping out in the war, Ellie said, unable to look him in the eyes. Even though he saw this coming, Art's heart still sank. Arthur, Sylvie sent, feeling his emotions. You said it yourself, thought it yourself, that I was a lot better, Ellie continued when Art didn't answer. I'm confident that I'm better than a lot of the soldiers that have been assigned to squads. I'm okay with being in the reserves, and since I'm an archer, I'd be in the rear anyway, so... Ellie, Art interrupted, kneeling down so he was eye level with his sister. With a wave of his hand, a barrier of wind surrounded the four of them. He didn't feel comfortable having others listening to family conversations. I'm not saying no, but I'm also not sure if I'm allowed to make this decision for you. Mom and Dad aren't here, and to be honest, We haven't exactly been on the same track these days, he said. You guys still haven't made up since you left to go train? Ellie asked, concern laced in her voice. You knew? I'm young, not dumb, his sister said, frowning. Right, sorry. Art looked at Sylvie, who simply gave him an encouraging smile. Letting out a sigh, he gave in. How about we go on a mission together? If you do well, I'll give you my blessing. I can't speak for Mom or Dad, but I won't hold you back on it. Okay, Ellie beamed. Thank you. That was very fair of you, his bond approved. Art shot Sylvie a smile before standing back up. Anyway, since that's out of the way, Sylvie, it's your turn. Although Sylvie had the appearance of a little girl even younger than Ellie, if one disregarded the horns sprouting from her head, she was still an Asura. After having the guards clear out their small audience, none of whom appeared interested in continuing their training regardless, Art began pouring mana into the large mana crystal responsible for powering up the defensive mechanisms within the training grounds. A low hum reverberated throughout the cavernous room, and the walls and ceiling glowed dimly. He allowed Ellie to stay with them in the training room, but had her remain near the entrance, behind Boo, in case one of their spells accidentally flew in her direction. Do I really have to stay this far away when you two are just practicing? I can hardly see you, even with mana-enhanced sight, Ellie complained as she peeked her head out from behind the huge bear. Ignoring her, Art continued to stretch, taking extra time to work out the muscles of his legs. Are you not going to stretch? Do you even need to stretch? He questioned his bond, who was standing perfectly still watching him. Considering I can barely use this body for basic daily functions, I'm a bit hesitant to try anything more, Sylvie replied, frowning. Better to practice now than in the middle of battle, right? Art countered, balancing on one leg as he stretched his aching thigh. Sylvie huffed, but did as he suggested. She attempted to mirror his pose, only to stumble. After a few more minutes of her wild gesticulations, frustrated sighs, and the occasional tumble as they went through a series of stretches, they began their training. So, how do you want to go about this? Art asked. Having only seen her use her dragon form to fight alongside him, he had no idea how she planned on fighting in her humanoid form. Stay still for a bit, she replied, raising her arm and pointing an open palm in his direction. Art's eyes widened in surprise as a missile of light flew from her palm, but he quickly coated his hand in mana and swatted the missile away. A mana arrow? Art looked down at the shallow cut on the side of his palm. Despite the spell's similarity to Ellie's mana arrows, Sylvie's attack was much denser, almost solid. Ellie's use of elementless mana gave me a few ideas on how to best take advantage of my traits, she explained, sending another arrow of mana his way. This time, the arrow, or more accurately, the harpoon, considering the size of the shining projectile, moved in a slight arc rather than a straight line. Art made no attempt to block or dodge the incoming spell this time. Instead, coating his hand in a thick layer of mana, he snatched Sylvie's mana harpoon out of the air. The speed of her spell jerked his arm backward, but he held on firmly. He had expected the projectile to disperse immediately, but it remained in his hand even as he gripped it with a force strong enough to shatter stone. Although Sylvie may have taken inspiration from watching Ellie, the composition of the two spells couldn't have been more different. Art considered the spell carefully. The raw power of the spell isn't that high, but to pack so much mana so densely into that form so quickly. His mind drifted as he contemplated the possible applications of his bond's magic. By the time he looked back at his hand, the mana arrow had vanished. Mana manipulation for dragons is limited to pure mana only, right? He asked. If you don't count my race's ability to manipulate ether, yes, Sylvie replied. Although there's something else. What is it? Art asked, intrigued. I'm not quite sure myself. Having spent some time in this form, I've gotten a better grasp of my core. Yet, there's a part I still can't seem to access, she answered. Maybe you'll unlock it as you grow stronger, Art said. For now, let's see how versatile your control over pure mana is. With a swing of his arm, he launched a dozen fire arrows, The streaks of flame fanned out, converging on her from all sides. A shimmering barrier of light enveloped Sylvie, and for a moment, Art lost sight of her as she was engulfed in fire and dust. Once the flames died down and the dust settled, she stood at the center of a scorched patch of dirt, arms crossed, yawning. "Try to create individual panels to block each projectile," Art barked, sending another wave of fire arrows. Sylvie's brows knit in concentration as she conjured a large sphere of pure mana from her palm, which then separated into multiple panes to block the incoming spells. By that time, Art had already closed the distance between them and pressed the broken blade of Dawn's ballad against her arm. Instead of flesh, his blade met a patch of black scales emerging from beneath her skin. Despite the failed attack, Sylvie looked genuinely surprised by his follow-up. Art sheathed his broken sword and motioned her over to offer his evaluation. "Your control over pure mana is excellent, and considering how dense your spells are, it seems your mana reserves are quite large. Your body innately provides good physical defense, even if you are a bit slow." Although Sylvie held back her smile, Art could sense through their mental link just how proud she felt. "Still, I don't think your attacks are strong enough to threaten retainers and scythes," he continued. "What else have you noticed about this form compared to your draconic form?" Sylvie paused to think. "My innate defenses are a bit weaker in this form. You held that strike back, but if you had attacked me seriously with Dawn's ballad, I would have lost a limb." "Good to know," he nodded. "Anything else?" "My control over mana is better in this form, but my dragon form allows me to utilize more of my mana in a single breath, albeit a more unrefined form," she explained, twirling several orbs of mana around her hand, as if to emphasize her point. "I see," Art muttered, stepping back a few paces. "There are a couple more things I want to test out, Sylv. Can you conjure a square pane in front of me?" He could feel her curiosity flare, though he kept his intentions guarded. With a flick of her wrist, the spheres of mana orbiting her hand shot forward, converging into a larger orb before flattening into a square. "Keep it stable," he ordered, cocking his fist back. He punched the panel of mana, and though it trembled from the impact, it held its position. "What about distance? How far out can you conjure a spell and keep control over it?" In response, Sylvie stretched out her hand and dispelled the panel of mana Art had just punched. The spell rounded into a bubble as it shot toward the back wall of the room. She then closed her outstretched hand into a fist, suspending the orb in midair. "Move it left," Art instructed, focusing on the glowing orb. Under Sylvie's control, the orb smoothly darted left, stopping just before it reached the wall. "Bring it back. Change it into an arrow." Art guided Sylvie through a series of exercises, gradually increasing the number of orbs she managed. By the end, there were 10 orbs, 5 transformed into flat panels as he had directed. Sylvie was sweating heavily, but Art now had a solid idea of how they would coordinate in battle. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Art spent most of the time in the training grounds, drilling with Ellie and Sylvie until both were mentally and physically exhausted. It was a welcome change of pace for him as well, and he felt his control over mana, refined by his white core, steadily improving. While Sylvie had yet to unlock more of the abilities hidden within her core, and they hadn't yet practiced any coordinated fighting together, both she and Ellie made great progress under his careful guidance. After their morning drills, target practice for Ellie, and multitasking with mana spheres for Sylvie, they took a break. Sylvie, Ellie, Boo, and Art rested near the grassy patch beside the pond, eating sandwiches provided by the castle cooks. "Hey Art," Ellie said as she absent-mindedly picked the vegetables off her sandwich. "What would you say are the biggest drawbacks of fighting using pure mana? From what I've seen while watching you and Sylvie practice, her spells seem really versatile, even against all your elemental attacks." "Stop picking them out and just eat it," Art chided, gently slapping her hand. "And to answer your question, I can think of 3 big reasons why most mages prefer to use magic of their elemental affinity rather than just pure mana spells. First, it uses up a lot of your mana reserves." "More so than elemental spells?" Ellie interrupted. Pure mana can only come from your mana core, which, as you know from experience, is time-consuming to gather and purify. Elemental magic does use mana from your core, but it's also powered by the ambient mana that surrounds us, Art explained. Ellie's brows furrowed as she tried to wrap her head around the concept. I'm not sure I follow. Art thought for a moment, trying to come up with an appropriate analogy. So it's kind of like this. Imagine I'm on top of a snowy hill and I'm trying to hit you, at the bottom, with a snowball. Why am I the one getting hit? She frowned. He looked at her with a deadpan expression. Sylvie chuckled beside him as she tossed a sandwich to Ellie's drooling bond. Okay, please continue. A mage using elemental magic would first make a snowball with his hands, but instead of just throwing it, he would roll it down the hill so that the snowball picks up more snow from the ground. By the time it hits you, the snowball is the size of Boo, Art continued. Upon hearing his name, Boo let out a grunt and looked over at Art expectantly. When no treats came his way, he snorted and turned his attention back to Sylvie, the only one still feeding him. Now, a mage using a pure mana spell of the same power would have to make the snowball and pack it with more and more snow until it's the size of Boo, then throw it at you. See the difference? Art continued. That sounds like a lot of work, Ellie admitted. Okay, what are the other reasons? It's harder to effectively control pure mana once it's been expelled from your body, and, he raised a hand, willing a field of jagged stone spikes to erupt from the ground several dozen yards away. Unlike what I did just now, pure mana spells have to originate from the caster. From the look on Ellie's face, Art could tell that the proverbial light bulb had just gone off in her head. Anyway, since we've had a break, why not continue a little longer? Art suggested, rising to his feet. Yes, Ellie agreed, springing up beside him. Hey Sylvie, can you do what you did earlier and make those moving panels? I want to try to hit them. Sure. If you shoot some mana arrows off course, I can practice reacting as well. Feeling more content than he had in a long time, Art watched the two run off together. Beyond them, the doors to the training room swung open and a single guard sprinted inside. Judging by the urgency written across his face, Art knew whatever news he brought wasn't good. Sylvie and Ellie turned, their eyes tracking the guard as he halted in front of Art and gave a sharp salute. General Arthur, news of a massive corrupted beast horde has come from the wall. Commander Virion is currently waiting for you at the dock with a team of mages. Stooping, Cersei dipped her swollen, dirt-caked hand into the cold stream, savoring the relief as icy water soothed her raw skin. She scrubbed the grime from her hands and forearms, then splashed her face, the chill shocking her back into full wakefulness. Settling onto the bank, she tugged off her boots with a grimace, then peeled the foul, damp socks from her aching feet and sank them into the stream. The sensation was nothing short of heavenly. She had told the others that a rinse in the stream might revitalize them, but Fane had only rolled his eyes, and Maeve dismissed the idea outright, insisting it wasn't worth the risk. She had a point. Decathian patrols had come within a stone's throw on 3 occasions in the past 2 days, and the winged elf, the she-demon, as Fane called her, had flown over their heads twice. Maeve was right, of course, which made Cersei feel just a little guilty when she'd quietly dropped from the tree where they'd made camp. She had waited until everyone but Cole was asleep. He had looked at her, but said nothing as she slipped away into the mist. Cupping her hands, Cersei scooped up the cold, clear water and let it spill over her cracked lips and into her parched mouth, which had felt stuffed with cotton for days. It was the first real moment of relief she'd experienced since stepping foot into the elves' cursed forest. Still, true peace was impossible. Even now, her senses stretched outward as far as her crest would allow, probing through the enchanted mist for any sign of movement. When she suddenly sensed a figure approaching from behind, she tensed, only to relax a breath later when she recognized the presence. It was Cole. "Want a turn, eh?" she whispered with a wry smile. "Fine. I'll head back to the tree and keep watch. Can you keep the barrier up from here?" Cole stopped short, offering an awkward shrug. "No, but I wanted to make sure you were okay." Cersei raised her left foot slightly, wiggling her bare toes in his direction. "Are you sure you didn't just sneak over here to steal a peek at my exposed bits, Cole?" Cersei felt his pulse spike and sensed, rather than saw, the flush that crept up his face. "Far too loud," Cole stammered. "No, Cersei, I'm sorry. I never meant to." She quickly shushed him, eyes scanning the woods around them. The stream, once soothing, now felt dangerously exposed. Her chest tightened with unease. What had she been thinking, coming here alone? Who knew how far those sharp elven ears could reach through the mist? Like a child suddenly aware of the dark, her heart pounded, and she felt a sudden, aching pull toward the warmth and safety of home. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I shouldn't have teased you, and we shouldn't be here. Let's get back before they realize we left them asleep and unguarded. If Fane finds out I tempted you away from your post, he'll skin me alive." Cole only nodded, too embarrassed to speak, and turned toward the camp. Cersei quickly tugged her sweat-stiff socks over her clean feet and slipped her boots back on. Cole walked slowly, giving her time to catch up. She kept her eyes on his steps as they moved through the mist. If only my crest let me sense what's going on in his head, she thought. She felt no romantic interest in the older soldier, but she didn't dislike him either. They needed him. They all needed each other. And now more than ever, they needed to stay focused on the mission. Distracted, Cersei didn't immediately register the presence entering the edge of her senses. When it finally hit her, her breath caught in her throat. Her hand shot out, grabbing Cole by the shoulder. He turned, about to speak, but froze when he saw the look on her face. Fear surged through her like wildfire. Her limbs locked up, instincts misfiring like some helpless prey animal catching the scent of a predator. "Move, dolt!" she screamed at herself inwardly, but all she managed was a slow glance into the fog behind them. She felt the telltale compression of a barrier forming around her, Cole's magic, just before a crack echoed through the air. A shaft of wood exploded 6 inches from her face. Splinters peppered her cheek as the arrow shattered against the shield. 2 more struck the barrier in quick succession before she even had time to flinch. The fear burned away her paralysis. "Run!" she shouted. Together, she and Cole sprinted through the trees, weaving around trunks and leaping over roots. Arrows thudded against the shield every few seconds, but Cole held firm, teeth clenched in focus. 3 elves, fast, skilled, and closing in. Cersei led them back toward the camp. It was a gamble, but there was no outrunning elven scouts in their own forest. Their only hope was that Fane and Maeve had heard her yell and would be ready when they arrived. Cole began to slow as they neared the camp tree, likely preparing to scramble up into the branches where their companions slept. But Cersei grabbed his arm and pulled him along, pushing past the base of the massive trunk. Above them, 30 feet up, she could sense movement. Maeve and Fane were awake. Moments later, Fane dropped from the canopy like a missile. He landed hard on the leading elf, his spear driving down through her shoulder and all the way to her hip, the force of the impact snapping branches beneath them. The second elf, too close behind to stop, slammed into Fane's back, sending both tumbling in a tangle of limbs and steel. The third elf leapt aside, nimble and precise, turning in midair as he drew his bow. He landed, already aiming, arrow knocked and string taut, just as Fane rolled to his feet, a dagger flashing in his hand. Cersei and Cole dove behind the broad base of a tree. Hidden, she extended her senses, following every heartbeat and movement in the chaotic scuffle. Fane lunged. The elf loosed his arrow. It struck near Fane's shoulder, skipping off his armor and burying itself in the thick of his neck. Fane stumbled, but he didn't stop. The elf had sacrificed evasion for a killing shot. Too slow. Fane's dagger punched between the elf's ribs, and the soldier crumpled beside his fallen comrades. The last Decathian soldier turned and bolted, vanishing into the fog, likely hoping to alert reinforcements. But a jet of green light sliced through the mist, striking him squarely in the back. He crumpled without a sound, landing no more than 10 feet from where Cersei and Cole lay gasping in the dirt. "Fane's hurt," Cersei whispered, rising to her feet and offering Cole a hand. "Come on." Maeve was halfway down the tree by the time they reached the base. Fane stood hunched, eyes blazing as he snapped the fletching off the arrow jutting from his neck. He yanked the shaft free with a grunt, blood spilling over his hand and dripping down his armor. "What the fuck happened?" he growled, clamping one hand over the wound. Cersei started, guilt catching in her throat. "Explanations later," Maeve cut in sharply, landing beside them with a thud. She tossed Cersei a small leather bundle. "Patch him up as best you can. Cole, barrier, make it wide. I'll handle the bodies." "There's a ditch," Cersei said, pointing past the clearing. "Deep enough for 3. Cole sat at the base of the tree, eyes closed in concentration as he conjured his 2-layered barrier. Nearby, Maeve moved with grim efficiency, dragging the corpses away one at a time into the mist. Cersei worked clumsily to dress Fane's wound, hampered not just by the crude supplies, but by the striker's constant scowling and turning to glare at her. Still, the bleeding slowed under her care, and she managed to wrap the injury tightly enough to keep him standing. Maeve had just returned from depositing the final body into the ditch when Cersei froze, her breath catching. "Oh no," she muttered. "What now?" Fane asked, following her tense gaze into the shadows beyond the clearing. 2 more, approaching, cautious, quiet. They must have sensed something. "The barrier won't be enough to mask us if they're already tracking the remnants of our magic," Cole said, sweat beading on his brow as he fought to maintain the layered shield. "Go," Fane ordered sharply, locking eyes with Maeve. She held his gaze for a heartbeat, then gave a short, resolute nod. "Wait, what?" Cersei asked, blinking as the words sunk in. Her body felt heavy with fatigue, and everything was moving too fast. "What are you talking about? What's he going to do?" "He's going to lead them off," Maeve said quietly. "It's the only way. Fane's the only one fast enough to draw them away and survive it." Cersei opened her mouth to say something, to apologize, but Fane was already jogging off through the trees. Without a word, Maeve started in the opposite direction. Cersei and Cole exchanged a brief look heavy with guilt and remorse, then followed. "I'm going with you," Ellie shouted from behind. Art stopped in his tracks, the guard beside him halting as well. Turning, he met his sister's unwavering gaze. He wanted to tell her it was too dangerous, that she was too young, that she could get hurt, could die. But he bit his tongue. "You promised, remember?" Ellie said, her voice steady, resolute, eager, and tinged with fear. "Afraid you'll leave her behind." "Not of the mana beasts," Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. "A massive horde of corrupted beasts," Art murmured under his breath. "You'll be with me," Ellie said firmly, as if that was enough. "And I'll have the protection of the wall." "I understand your dilemma, but this is a good opportunity," Sylvie added. "I'll be with her as well, and casting arrows from the top of the wall is little more than target practice for her." Art's gaze lingered on Ellie's upturned face. "But what if the beasts break through?" "I know you won't let that happen," Sylvie replied, her voice calm and sure, steadying him with her confidence. The guard shifted beside him, armor clattering with impatience. "General Arthur?" "We're going," Art said at last, turning sharply for the exit, the anxious guard trailing behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he called, "What are you waiting for, Elle? Let's go." Ellie's face lit up, a radiant smile spreading across her lips. "Come on, Boo!" she shouted, dashing after her brother at a full run. Immediately outside the training grounds stood an unfamiliar mage with a large, sparrow-like bird perched on his shoulder. Upon making eye contact with Art, the mage respectfully inclined his head. "Greetings, General Arthur. I am Officer Jeweler Strajan. A member of my squad surveying the Beast Glades was the one to spot the horde. I will be briefing you on the situation at the wall." "Officer Jeweler," Art acknowledged with a nod. Without delay, the officer began relaying all pertinent information. 2 other mages, both formerly highly accomplished adventurers before joining the army, would be accompanying them to the wall as additional support. The best estimate of the horde's size hovered around 20,000 beasts. While the majority appeared to be between D-class and B-class, several A-class and even S-class mana beasts had been identified. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get too close because of the Alacrian mages, but we're certain there are at least a dozen S-class mana beasts, Jeweler said solemnly. Art turned to Ellie. "A dozen S-class mana beasts, and the fact that they're corrupted means they'll be even stronger and fiercer than normal." Ellie's face paled, but her expression remained resolute. "I'll be okay." Art's determined, talented, yet sheltered sister had never encountered a mana beast outside of the tamed bonds in Xyrus. He doubted she could even begin to grasp the sheer scale and terror of facing an S-class beast, let alone a dozen of them, flanked by thousands of lesser creatures. And yet, he was leading her straight toward that nightmare. "They're only mana beasts, Arthur," Sylvie offered, her thoughts calm and steady as she projected soothing emotions toward him. I know, he replied inwardly, some of his anxiety easing under her quiet assurance. He turned to Julor. "Any signs of retainers or scythes, officer?" "None," Julor answered confidently, which is why Commander Virian deemed that sending a single lance was sufficient. "How long until the horde reaches the wall?" Art asked. "At their current pace, we expect them to arrive in no more than 2 days' time," Jeweler replied, casting a wary glance at Sylvie and Ellie. He seemed on the verge of speaking further, but wisely kept his thoughts to himself. They marched in silence until they reached the dock, which was unusually quiet, lacking the typical clamor and bustle of workers and beasts. Instead, a somber atmosphere hung in the air. Virian stood waiting with a small entourage while several assistants busily secured saddles onto massive hawk-like mana beasts. "Arthur!" Virian called out. The commander's once cheerful demeanor had faded, leaving behind eyes dulled by years of battle. Beside him stood 2 unfamiliar mages, with a few attendants lingering behind them. "Commander," Art greeted, offering a salute as he approached the elder elf. "I trust Officer Jeweler has briefed you on the situation, so I'll keep this short," Virian said. "Let me introduce the 2 mages I've assigned to support you at the wall. This is Callum Hembrel. He's young, just past 30, but already a skilled fire conjurer in the solid yellow core stage." The chestnut-haired mage stepped forward. His long, coiled bangs partially veiled his forehead, and though he wore a curious expression at first, he quickly shifted it into a polite smile. "Callum, as introduced by the commander. Pleasure." Virian jerked a thumb toward the figure standing a few feet behind Callum. "This big lug here is a dark yellow core augmenter, but he's been fighting in the Beast Glades for over 40 years. The man was massive, nearly a foot taller than Art and easily twice his girth. Clad head to toe in faintly glowing plate armor, he radiated an imposing presence. Short-cropped hair framed a face shadowed with stubble, and his piercing gaze roved over Art as if measuring his worth. He extended a hand that looked nearly as wide as Boo's paw. "Gavik Lund." Art grasped the enormous hand in a firm shake before turning his attention back to Virian. "So what's the plan? Judging by those mounts, I assume we're traveling by air." Those are Callum's and Gavik's personal mounts, Virion confirmed. The closest teleportation gate is in Blackbend City, and the train line hasn't been completed yet. Fortunately, the castle's proximity to the wall makes the flight manageable. Art turned to Sylvie. Do you think you'll be able to carry Ellie while holding Boo? Boo let out a groaning protest, clearly understanding the implications. If the trip isn't too long, I'll manage, Sylvie replied, ignoring the sulking Bond. Wait, the little kid and her pet cub are coming along? Gavik asked with a scowl, casting a disbelieving glance at Ellie. Commander, is that wise? There's going to be a massive army of mana beasts out there. She's an adept conjurer who'll be a valuable asset stationed on the wall. Art cut in sharply. And since when is it okay to refer to a general's sister as a little kid? Despite being nearly 3 times Art's age and twice his size, Gavik visibly paled. My apologies, he mumbled, lowering his gaze. Didn't realize she was your sister, General Arthur. Virion, his expression clouded with worry, didn't press the matter of Ellie's presence. Instead, he motioned toward the attendant standing behind him. At his signal, they stepped forward, carrying a large wooden chest inscribed with intricate runes across its surface. Anyway, Virion said, attempting to change the subject, before you leave, I've prepared a little something for you. It's not much, but I thought wearing something a bit more eye-catching might help bolster morale at the wall. Placing a hand atop the chest, the runes flickered to life and the lid opened with a soft click. Several compartments unfolded, revealing an entirely new outfit, clearly crafted for function, but styled to stand out. Jand, Brune, help the general get dressed, Virion ordered. Before Art could object, the 2 attendants were already steering him toward a dressing stall that had been conveniently set up off to the side, clearly planned well in advance. The man, Brune, immediately began undressing Art, while the female attendant, Jand, started working on his hair. After brushing through the tangles, she neatly tied the back and trimmed his bangs with practiced efficiency. I should cut my hair soon, Art noted, as he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. His hair had grown long enough to fall past his shoulders. If not for his height and relatively broad frame, he could have easily been mistaken for a girl from behind. And from the front, Sylvie added dryly, her thoughts cutting into his mind. You're prettier than some of the noble females I've seen in the castle. Art groaned inwardly. Yeah, I should definitely cut my hair soon. Once his hair had been tamed, the attendants began dressing him in the new outfit. He slipped into a black, high-collared shirt that conveniently covered the burn marks on his neck, scars left behind from his first battle against a retainer. Brushing Brune's hands aside, Art pulled on the trousers himself. They were surprisingly thick despite feeling light, tailored to fit so that the thin, dark gray greaves could slide comfortably over his shins. Next, the attendant strapped matching bracers over his arms and handed him a pair of tight, fingerless gloves. What? Not going to help me find the finger holes of my gloves? Art quipped with a crooked grin. I'm not sure I'm up to it, honestly. I might get my thumb in the pinky hole and then all would be lost. Brune remained stoically unfazed. The last touch, General Arthur. With a kind of ceremonial precision, he draped a waist-length mantle across Art's shoulders, its white fur lining a striking contrast against the dark fabric beneath. While the appearance of the outfit was a bit over the top, what with its intricate trimmings and the engraved armor plating on his shins and forearms, Virion had clearly chosen well. Though the protection it offered was minimal, the bracers and greaves provided just enough defense without compromising Art's speed or mobility. Art stepped out of the dressing stall, appreciating the freedom and lightness the new clothing afforded him. Callum and Gavik were already mounted on their respective mana beasts, prepared for departure. Ah, much better, Virion said with an approving nod. Where'd my brother go? Ellie teased, glancing around dramatically. Art rolled his eyes as he made his way back to the commander, who was now clad in a gray fur-lined coat that fell just below his ankles, layered over his usual loose robe. You really like your furs. That mantle's an old piece of mine, Virian replied, his gaze softening as it lingered on the garment. I wore it back when I was younger. Doesn't look quite as good on you as it did on me, but I'll let you have it. Thank you for the outfit, Art said, touched by the gesture. Virian's expression turned grave. Thank me by keeping the wall from falling. Yes, sir. One set of large bifold doors opened, allowing a constant rush of wind to whip through the air, and the floor beneath them slowly extended outward into the open sky. Art motioned for Sylvie and his sister to follow as they made their way toward the edge of the castle. I forget sometimes how high up the castle is in the sky, Art shouted over the roar of the wind. The view was breathtaking. A vast sea of clouds rolled below them, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of the wild, untamed terrain of the beast glades far beneath. Tell me about it. At least the clouds are thick enough that we can't see how far down it actually is, Ellie called back. Art laughed and gave her a playful wink. Just make sure to hold on to Sylvie tight. I won't drop you, Sylvie said reassuringly. Boo groaned in protest, the sound more of a whimper than his usual low growl. Sylvie shook her head. I won't drop either of you. Callum and Gavik swept past on their mounts, the giant mana beasts diving off the edge of the dock before leveling out, their wings extended wide as they adjusted to the turbulent air. Let's go, Art shouted, conjuring a shroud of wind around himself. Sylvie began to glow, her form shifting as she transformed into her draconic shape. Jump up, Ellie, she called, her voice deeper in this form. Art watched as the sleek obsidian dragon soared above the clouds with Ellie gripping her back and Boo, clearly displeased, dangling from her claws. As Ellie's scream echoed through the air, Art took it as his cue and leapt from the edge, diving into the sky after them. How are you holding up? Art asked his bond, noticing that she was gradually losing speed. It seems that, despite all of my magical and physical capabilities, I wasn't designed to be an efficient mode of transport, Sylvie replied dryly, glancing down at the large bear dangling in her grasp. Several hours had passed since their departure, and aside from the breathtaking scenery of the sky and drifting clouds, the journey had proven uneventful. They had settled into a steady pace, flying southeast with Callum and Gavik just a few dozen yards ahead, leading the way. After the initial thrill, and Boo's absolute terror, wore off, both Ellie and the bear had dozed off. Up ahead, Callum and Gavik dipped sharply, guiding their winged mana beasts beneath the cloud cover, where the sky darkened into a churning, stormy gray. We're almost there. You'll be able to get some rest once we land, Art conveyed to Sylvie as he followed the others into the dense mist. The wind shroud wrapped around Art's body kept the moisture from the clouds from clinging to him or his clothes. Ellie, however, wasn't so lucky. As Sylvie descended into the thick curtain of wet, heavy fog, Art couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his sister, now wide awake, soaked to the bone, and thoroughly grumpy. Boo's thick fur was matted and dripping, giving him a scrawnier appearance than Art thought possible. He tried to catch Ellie's eye to poke fun at her, but her gaze was fixed downward, mouth agape. Arthur, look down, Sylvie said through their link, her sudden concern hitting him like a crashing wave. Far below, a churning mass of black and gray writhed across the landscape, an endless tide of corrupted mana beasts. Even from over a mile up, the scale of it was staggering. Though they were well out of range of any attack, the sheer volume and density of the creatures were enough to stir unease in the pit of his stomach. Callum and Gavik had halted their descent, hovering in place as they stared at the scene unfolding beneath them. Every few seconds, they glanced at one another, their expressions shifting from disbelief to unease. As Art took in the enemy stretching endlessly across the land, his pulse pounded like a smith's hammer. Heat coursed through his veins, and he realized his hands were trembling. Not from fear, but anticipation. Arthur, you're smiling, Sylvie observed. They arrived at the ground level of the wall, where a small welcoming team stood assembled around the designated landing platform. Sylvie dropped a relieved boo onto the stone floor, and Ellie slid down from her back. "Ah! Oof!" Ellie yelped as she fell straight into Art's arms. "Couldn't you have used wind magic to, I don't know, gently float me to the ground?" Art glanced down at her with a smirk. "I thought all girls wanted to be carried this way at some point in their lives." "Gross," Ellie muttered, quickly scrambling out of his arms and landing lightly on her feet. She scanned the area while wringing the water from her soaked clothes, only to freeze and flush red. "Arthur." Sylvie, now returned to her human form, nudged mentally from beside him. A silent, expectant crowd had begun to gather. Callum and Gavik had already handed off their mounts to the beast keepers and were standing nearby, waiting for orders. Ellie straightened her posture, attempting to appear dignified despite the blush still lingering on her cheeks. Boo stood tall beside her, trying to look imposing, though the dampness clinging to them both somewhat diminished the effect. "General Arthur," a familiar voice rang out, Captain Trotius Flamesworth, flanked by Albanth and Jasmia. As soon as they made eye contact with him, all three inclined their heads in a respectful greeting. Instead of addressing the captains immediately, Art swept his gaze over the crowd. Most of the faces belonged to merchants and laborers stationed within the wall rather than soldiers. "You should have stayed in your draconic form, Sylvie. They're staring at you, not me," his bond replied with a faint smile. To maintain morale, the people stationed at the wall had likely not been informed of the true size of the enemy force. Even so, many among them wore anxious expressions. Art's presence hadn't done much to ease their fears. His youth often worked against him in moments like these. Murmurs circulated through the crowd, questioning whether he was truly a lance. He exhaled slowly, then ignited Realmheart. Power surged through his limbs as the world bled of color, save for the vibrant mana particles glowing all around him. Though the runes on his body remained hidden beneath his clothes, the transformation in his eyes and hair alone was enough to leave the crowd stunned. Gasps echoed through the gathering, and several onlookers stumbled or dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of his aura, even though he was holding back. "While my presence in this fortress may prove unnecessary, I hope to expedite our victory with as little loss to our forces as possible," Art declared, his head held high. The crowd burst into cheers and applause as Art strode toward Trotius and the two captains standing beside him. Color seeped back into the world as he suppressed his dragon will, and he felt his hair return to its usual auburn hue. "Senior Captain Trotius Flamesworth." Art extended a gloved hand. "Didn't think I'd have the pleasure of seeing you again so soon." The senior captain clasped his hand with a weary smile, then stepped back as Art offered the same greeting to the other two. "General," Jasmia said, nodding curtly. Albanth removed his armored gauntlet and grasped Art's hand with enthusiasm. "General Arthur, a pleasure to have you with us." "Let's head to the meeting room," Art said, falling into step beside Albanth. Since the captain oversaw the bulwark division, responsible for defending the wall, it was the perfect time to address Ellie's role in the battle. "My younger sister would like to contribute. She's a skilled magic archer, and her talents could benefit your division. If you'd prefer to test her first." "No need for that, General," Albanth replied firmly. "A lance's word is more than enough for me and my men." Without breaking stride, he signaled for a nearby messenger and instructed him to fetch a soldier. "I don't need a babysitter, you know," Ellie muttered from behind. "I still have the pendant you gave me, remember?" Ellie pulled out the phoenix worm pendant Art had given her for her 12th birthday, a finely crafted piece made possible by the artificer, Gideon. "I've let you come on this mission like I promised," Art reminded her, casting a stern glance her way. "But you're not allowed to complain about me taking extra precautions. That pendant only works once, and it's not something I can easily replace." By the time their small group arrived at the familiar meeting tent, the soldier summoned by Albanth was already waiting. "Stella!" Albanth called, gesturing her forward. "This is General Arthur's younger sister, Eleanor Leywin," Ellie finished, standing straight and offering a crisp salute. Eleanor Leywin, Albanth repeated with a nod. She's a capable magic archer, and I'm placing her under your direct care. Make sure she's properly outfitted, then take her up to the top level. If Stella had any objections to being assigned as Ellie's guardian, she gave no sign of it. Her scarred face remained unreadable, her back straight as a spear. She held her helmet tucked under one arm and a heavy mace in the other, a silent figure of discipline and resolve. "Yes, Captain," the soldier barked, clicking her armored heels. "Please follow me, Lady Eleanor." "My apologies for asking you to give up one of your soldiers to guard my sister like this. She was rather adamant about serving, and I thought the wall would be a safe place to start." "Normally, I'd agree with you," Albanth responded. "But with the size and strength of this beast army approaching, I can't say that for sure." After everyone had settled into their seats around the table, the strategy meeting began. Those present were Senior Captain Trotius, Captain Jesmiah, Captain Albanth, Callum, Gavik, Sylvie, and Art. "Let us begin by discussing our own troop numbers, locations, and composition," Trotius said, his tone brisk and authoritative. Once everyone at the table, he cast a glance toward Sylvie and Art, understands our current troop distribution, we'll move on to battle strategy and tactics. Using a silver croupier's rake, the senior captain began shifting colored markers across the large map spread out before them. Each large marker represents 1,000 troops, and each small one represents 100. "Does this look accurate?" he asked, glancing toward Jesmiah and Albanth for confirmation. "Not including the freelance adventurers currently under my command, we've got just under 2,000, Albanth confirmed with a nod. Jesmiah used her sheathed sword to nudge a few of the smaller markers into position across the map, adjusting the layout within the Beastglades territory. "One of my scouting units returned just minutes before General Arthur arrived. Their leader will be joining us shortly to give a full report." "Thank you," Trotius said with a nod. "I anticipate an influx of adventurers as news of this horde spreads, but the numbers likely won't be substantial enough to alter any major decisions we make here. General Arthur, Commander Virion has often spoken highly of your strategic insight. Would you care to present a plan of action?" Art shook his head. "I'm not well versed in the internal workings of the wall or its personnel. I think it's best that you lead the planning. I'll offer suggestions where I can." "Noted," Trotius replied succinctly before continuing with his outline. While Art held little fondness for the man who had discarded his own daughter like a broken toy, he couldn't deny that Trotius's cold efficiency was well suited to his position of authority. Ruthless or not, the senior captain was methodical, his every move measured with military precision. The core of Trotius's plan hinged on slaying as many of the corrupted mana beasts as possible before they could reach the wall itself. This required several units to be deployed well beyond the range of the wall's stationed mages, essentially serving as cannon fodder. As Trotius spoke, he repositioned markers on the map to represent 4 separate units, taking a more circuitous route to intercept the beast horde. "Our greatest advantage against the incoming threat is their lack of coordination," he explained, tapping the map with his gloved finger. "They seem to rely solely on overwhelming numbers, with only a sparse presence of Alacrian mages guiding them. So, while the Bulwark Division deploys a steady wave of soldiers and augmenters to slow their advance, 2 units from the Trailblazer Division will circle wide and move into position to flank them from both sides." He shifted 2 larger pieces to the left and right edges of the wall's position, illustrating the encircling maneuver with calm confidence. The senior captain paused, letting the weight of his words settle before continuing. "With concentrated strikes from 3 directions, the beast horde should be sufficiently thinned out by the time it reaches the wall. At that point, the conjurers, supported by General Arthur, ought to be more than capable of finishing them off." Captain Albanth's expression turned rigid, his dissatisfaction with the plan evident in the tight clench of his jaw. He didn't hide his disdain for sacrificing troops. Across the table, Captain Jesmiah studied the map with hawk-like focus, clearly searching for a more tactically sound and less costly alternative. "Something feels off," Art thought, his eyes scanning the placement of the markers again. While the lives of the soldiers beyond the wall shouldn't be treated lightly, the plan itself seems fairly reasonable, Sylvie responded through their link, her gaze fixed on the strategy laid out before them. No, not that. General Arthur, is something the matter? Trotius's voice cut in sharply. Art blinked and looked up, startled to find all three captains, along with Callum and Gavik, watching him closely. The senior captain nodded toward the table. You've been tapping your finger. Looking down, Art realized his right hand had been drumming a steady rhythm against the wood without him noticing. He withdrew it and offered a calm nod. My apologies. I was just thinking. Trotius's brow twitched. If you are dissatisfied with the plan that I have suggested... No, it's not that, Art interrupted, lifting a hand to forestall any tension. Whether this is a good or bad strategy, I'm not entirely sure yet. However, I have a feeling that this attack may very well be their final push on this front. What do you mean? Captain Albanth asked, his eyes narrowing with concern. The Alacrians have been sending a continuous wave of corrupted beasts toward the wall, driven by their mages, Art explained, folding his arms. And while that approach is undeniably effective, strategically speaking, it's not something they can sustain long term. He turned to Jesmaya. Captain Jesmaya, you mentioned earlier that your units have cleared out most of the dungeons the Alacrians used to conceal their teleportation gates, correct? She gave a slow nod. Yes, the few gates my troops have discovered recently were already broken. It was common knowledge that the Alacrian teleportation gates in the Beast Glades had a limited number of uses. Even some of the more stable gates discovered by the Trailblazer Division were considered too unstable to cross safely. The fact that the Alacrians had to gamble each time they sent troops to Dicathan spoke volumes about the ruthlessness of their leaders. Given the scarcity of gates for the Alacrians to slip into Dicathan, it'll be nearly impossible for those already in the Beast Glades to receive supplies, Art continued. With how wild and untamed those lands are, they'd be preoccupied just trying to survive once their supplies ran out, Gavik added. That's why I believe they're devoting everything they have into this final attack, Art concluded, studying the map with furrowed brows. Not that I disagree, General Arthur, but how does that change our current predicament? Trotius asked, growing impatient. Art circled their current position on the map with a finger. It means we might need to rethink our plan of sacrificing soldiers just to keep the wall fully intact. Albanth spoke up first. If it means not sending my soldiers in a single file line to their deaths, I'm all ears, General Arthur. As am I, Jesmia agreed. A moment, please, Trotius interjected. While I fully support preserving as many men as possible, I'd like a plan grounded in more than just a feeling. Fair enough. Art regarded the senior captain for a moment before continuing. This is speculation on my part as well, but I believe keeping our soldiers alive is imperative. At this stage of the war, flexibility is key. Having living troops to divide and reassign in future battles is far more valuable than holding an immovable wall. Trotius's eyes narrowed. We would be risking a vital structure in the defense of both Sapen and Elenoir, one that took over a year to complete, General. If the wall falls into disrepair, what happens when an Alacrian army attacks shortly after the Beast Horde? Would a fortified wall hold off mages better than mages themselves? Art retorted. Captain, I'm not saying we should forfeit the wall outright. I'm suggesting sacrificing parts of the fortress instead of sacrificing our men. After a brief silence, Trotius slid the silver rake he'd been using to move pieces on the map over to Art. Please continue. Accepting the gesture, Art stood and began rearranging the pieces while the others watched with interest. So, here's what I had in mind. If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment next chapter below. Maeve, I need a break, Cersei gasped between ragged breaths. Maeve, who had been pulling her along by the arm, stopped abruptly. Cersei stumbled sideways to avoid colliding when Maeve released her grip. Cole, struggling to keep pace, dropped to one knee, panting hard. Maeve pointed upward to a large tree. Let's take cover here. Weighed down by exhaustion, Cersei needed Maeve to help hoist her up the trunk. Cole barely managed to scramble onto the lowest branch. It took several arduous minutes of strain before they were high enough to remain hidden. Satisfied, Maeve leaned back against the tree trunk, legs dangling in the air. Silence settled over them. After a short break to catch their breath and nibble on strips of dried meat, Cole wove a protective barrier around them, while Maeve cycled mana to replenish her reserves. Cersei, meanwhile, knew what she had to do, but couldn't bring herself to act. Instead, she turned hesitantly toward Cole and Maeve. "Do you think Fane made it?" she asked quietly. Maeve opened one eye, just one, but the anger blazing in it like a hot coal made Cersei wince. Cole shuffled over and sat between Maeve and Cersei, breaking direct eye contact. "Cersei, can you use true sense yet?" Cole's voice was soft, almost gentle, but he wouldn't meet her gaze. Damn it. Everything they'd worked for, the entire war effort in Eleanor, was at risk because she had wanted to dip her toes in the water. If Cole hadn't followed, if he'd stayed to maintain the barrier like he was supposed to, she wouldn't have been distracted. She would have spotted the elves sooner, sneaked back to camp, and once inside the barrier, they would have lost her. They would have. But no, she was the one who left first. She couldn't blame him to save herself. That wasn't the Alacrian way. Focus, Cersei. She closed her eyes and ignited her emblem. For a moment, as her consciousness slipped from her body, she was tempted to use the brief time in this form to search for Fane. If only she could see that he was still alive. Snap out of it, Cersei. Focus on the mission. Pushing through the suffocating fog with true sense, she locked onto multiple elements this time. In the distance, a cloud of rich ambient mana particles glowed faintly. We're almost there. Though Cersei had held true sense active for only moments, she couldn't maintain it any longer. She released the spell and exhaled deeply. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Cole and Maeve, both watching her closely. Despite the weight of guilt and exhaustion pressing down on her, she managed a small, tired smile. We're almost there, just a couple more days. They took turns sleeping in 1-hour shifts before quietly slipping from the tree and pressing onward. Cersei found herself hoping another sentry might succeed in charting a safe path. She wasn't a war hero, not battle-hardened like the others who had trained for years to fight as a team, to protect one another, and to kill their enemies. Barely graduated before being thrust into this mission, she had been packing her things only weeks ago, ready to return home to her blood. Lost in thought, she stumbled over a tree root and pitched forward. Maeve's quick hand caught her arm, preventing her from falling flat on her face. Unable to speak, Cersei simply nodded her thanks. But Maeve's expression was cold. Since joining the team, Maeve had mothered her, yet now she seemed to treat Cersei like a failed pupil. Cersei was certain Maeve would soon shake her head, voice heavy with disappointment, urging her to make better choices in the future. Despite the care Maeve had shown, Cersei now found herself desperate to earn her approval, and the sting of that disappointment cut deep. She's not your blood, Cersei, she told herself firmly. Who gives a shit if she's disappointed, as long as the mission succeeds? You have to survive. You have to survive for your brother. Cersei repeated those words in her mind, like a mantra. The great Vritra would save her brother and bless him with magic if she succeeded. She'd kill 10,000 elves if she had to, just to give her brother that chance. She'd face the elven she-demon alone to prove to Vritra that the Millview blood was worth it. Her thoughts were shattered by the sudden sensation of two figures entering the range of her perception. She raised an arm, extending 2 fingers to signal Maeve and Cole to stop. They understood immediately, and without hesitation, they began climbing the nearest tree. Unlike Cole and Maeve, who could strengthen their bodies with magic, Cersei struggled just to reach the lowest branch. In her haste, her foot slipped on a moss-covered root, and she pitched headfirst into the trunk. The dull thud echoed like an explosion through the quiet forest. Her heart froze, and her stomach dropped. She barely registered the throbbing pain on her forehead as she held her breath, waiting for any sign of danger. A moment later, she noticed the dull pressure in her ears and the slight blur around her. Cole had already conjured a barrier. Great Vritra, that was close, she thought, silently making a mental note to thank him. Here, Maeve called, reaching down to help her up. Cersei quickly grasped Maeve's outstretched hand and, with her help, hauled herself onto the branch. Her heart, which moments ago had seemed frozen in place, now pounded violently against her ribcage. Her breath came in ragged gasps, but there was no time to steady herself. Maeve had already climbed several feet higher. Cersei followed carefully, tracing the same handholds and footholds, while Cole brought up the rear. The three moved with extreme caution as they traversed the towering tree. Though shielded by Cole's barrier, even the sound of falling leaves or snapping twigs could betray their position. Cersei's arms ached and her legs trembled, partly from exhaustion, partly from fear. She longed for her emblem to grant some physical enhancement, but knew such hope was futile now. Finally, they paused. The branches this high were too slender to support all three at once. Each settled on their own limb, hugging the trunk to ease the strain on their perch. Cole began to strengthen his barrier, but stopped when Cersei gave the signal. "I'll tell you when they're close enough," she whispered. They needed the barrier at full strength if the enemy came near, but she knew Cole was too exhausted to hold it long. As the two presences drew closer, Cersei narrowed the focus of her crest until she could faintly hear the elves speaking. "We should head back, Albold. We've already strayed far enough from our survey route," one voice warned. "Just a second," the second voice, Albold, replied dismissively. "We're miles away from the last sighting," the first insisted. "No way that a Lacrian could have made it this far out. You probably just heard a hair or something." "What does he mean by the last sighting?" Cersei wondered. "It wasn't really a sound," Albold said as he continued toward the tree where they hid. "It was more like an inkling." "I swear, if you weren't a chaffer, I'd have left already," the first grumbled. "3 soldiers dead in a ditch, and you want to wander around just the two of us? Maybe we should signal for General Aya." "No need to bother the general," Albold said dryly. "It's just one damned Alacrian. How the hell did they manage to make it this far north?" "Fane is alive," Cersei thought, feeling a flicker of relief despite herself. He was a pain in the ass, but she certainly felt safer when he was around. Prying herself away from the reach of her crest's perceptions, Cersei turned to Cole and gave a nod. He nodded back, tightening his veiling barrier to enclose just the three of them. Reducing its area of effect strengthened his magic, allowing him to add 2 more layers of shielding. Cersei ignited her crest once again, focusing all her magic on the 2 approaching elves. They were now less than 20 feet away. Cole and Maeve remained as still as the tree they perched upon. Holding up both hands, Cersei silently mouthed 10 feet to her teammates. The sharp snap of a nearby twig made her stiffen. Cole and Maeve's eyes were locked intently on the ground below. Then they saw them, 2 elves. One had long hair tied tightly behind his neck. The other's hair was cropped short, and his ears were slightly longer than his companions'. Unlike the aimless gaze of the long-haired elf, the short-haired one kept his head down as he walked. He slowed his pace, still focused on the ground. "Please, just keep walking, please." Suddenly, the elf's head jerked to the left. His gaze fixed on the base of the tree, on the moss-covered root, the very moss Cersei had slipped on. The fear she had been suppressing bubbled up in her chest, threatening to consume her. "Please." The short-haired elf halted, lifting his head until Cersei could make out his face. His eyes, 2 gray orbs, seemed to be staring straight at her. Cersei ran. It felt as though her entire purpose, her very function, had been reduced to this, running near blind through the cursed forest. She sprinted in whatever direction her magic guided her. Without it, she was blind. Even if there had been a moon, its pale rays would never have pierced the dense canopy and the fog that loomed above. Low-hanging branches scraped her cheeks and arms, thorny shrubs tore at her clothes. Compared to the fire in her lungs and the knives stabbing into every muscle, the pain was insignificant. But if she fell, all would be lost. Every so often, flashes of green light from Maeve's magic lit up the trees, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the forest floor. Maeve, Cole, please make it out safely. She kept running until the bursts of magical battle dwindled into faint glimmers behind her. Skidding to a stop, she ducked behind a thick shrub, pressing a trembling hand over her mouth to smother her ragged gasps. Fear clawed at her chest, paranoia and doubt rising like a tide, threatening to drown her resolve. "You're okay, Cersei." "You're doing great," she told herself, swiping at the steady stream of tears that wouldn't stop flowing. "You have to survive. For your brother. For Seth." After finally catching her breath and calming her nerves, Cersei ignited her crest. At once, she sensed the nearest three-point array. It was farther away than she had hoped. Unable to even curse aloud, she ground her teeth in frustration. With the distance between the arrays, simple mana wouldn't be enough. It had to be strong. Dropping to her knees, she dug a small hole in the soft earth with her bare hands. Then she bit down hard on her thumb until blood welled up, letting the crimson drops fall into the pit while she infused them with mana from her crest. She had discovered this by accident. Her blood acted as a medium, amplifying the array's effects. Perhaps, if she survived long enough to return to Alakria, she might one day unravel why, and begin the evolution of her crest into an emblem. When the last trace of mana-infused blood seeped into the soil, she covered the hole and moved to a nearby tree. Knife in hand, she carved a small opening beneath a low branch. Lifting her still-bleeding thumb toward it, a sharp snap split the silence behind her. Cersei spun, knife raised in both hands, crest igniting once more as her senses expanded in a 20-yard radius. Only a forest creature. She exhaled shakily, lowering the blade. Frustration swelled at her own jumpiness. Her back pressed against the rough bark. She trembled, tears pricking her eyes. But she clenched her fists, ground her teeth, and forced the fear down into a dark, hidden corner of her mind. Time enough to die when the job's done, soldier. Despite her best efforts, despite knowing the noise had only been caused by an animal, Cersei couldn't focus. Every instinct screamed at her to check behind, over and over again. If someone were here, they would have killed me already, she growled inwardly. It wasn't much comfort, but it was true. She was a sentry, valuable, respected, but compared to strikers like Fane, casters like Maeve, and shields like Cole, she was nearly defenseless. The hairs on the back of her neck stood rigid, but with hands trembling, she forced herself to turn back to her task. One point done, then the second. At last, she moved to the final tree, completing the three-point array. The use of blood as a medium had always taken its toll, but she hadn't anticipated just how weak she would feel when the final mark was finished. Sweat dripped down her face despite the sharp winter air, and her knees nearly buckled beneath her. Got to move, almost there. Unable to hide the faint trail of mana she left behind, Cersei pushed herself forward. Thankfully, she wouldn't need to use her blood again, as long as she kept the next imprint close enough. A half jog was all her body allowed. The training drills came back to her. Those grueling marathons where they had been forced to alternate between running and using their power until half the class collapsed. She had hated those days with every fiber of her being, but now she finally understood. Without that conditioning, she would already be dead. Have the others preceded me into the afterlife? She wondered. Cole would have fallen first. Cersei knew that much. It was the way of shields. Protection of the combat group was paramount, even to the very end. After Cole, Maeve would follow soon after. Casters were aggressive, their entire focus bent toward offensive magic, but without her shield to guard her, Maeve would become little more than target practice for 11 archers. Fane, though, he was different. A striker, and one who bore an emblem. If any of them could survive blind and alone in the elves' forest of death, it would be him. For a while, at least. Her boot caught on a knobby tree root, and she pitched forward into the dirt. Well, this is as good a place as any. Forcing herself onto her knees, Cersei ignited her crest and went to work once more. Mana oozed painfully from her fingertips into the first point of the array. Her reserves were nearly gone. She could feel it. She wouldn't have the energy to complete many more arrays, yet she had no way of knowing how far the elven village still lay. Rest had been impossible since the elf Albold had discovered them. She hadn't been able to risk true sight since. "Blood honor me," she whispered, performing the mental equivalent of squeezing a lemon, wringing out the last drops of strength within her as she forced the second point of the array into being. "Light guide me." Dragging herself to a thin, white-barked tree, she pressed her trembling hand to it and began the third point. "Vritra, protect me." It was as Cersei completed the third point of the array that she heard it. Footsteps hammering bullishly through the undergrowth, drawing nearer with each passing second. Moments later, a shadowy form flew over her, vaguely human-shaped, though she couldn't tell whether it was elf or not. Whoever it was, they hit the ground running. They must not have seen me. The thought flickered weakly through her mind, until the heavy steps faltered. Slowly, torturously, Cersei turned her head toward the figure. The fog blurred the person's features, so she ignited her crest. Pain lanced through her body as her senses expanded, and then recognition struck. Fane. "You look like shit," she rasped, as the blood-covered striker circled back and approached her. Dropping to his knees, Fane leaned into her, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her upright into a rough, desperate embrace. "What are you—" "Quiet, Cersei, there's no time. Can you run?" he asked, already dragging her to her feet. His eyes clung to her, reluctant to look away, but his instincts forced him to turn, scanning the fallen tree she had failed to clear. "I think so," she breathed. Fane ignited his emblem. His entire body flared with light, and gusts of wind roared to life around him, swirling into a violent whirlwind that lifted him from the ground. In his hand, a long spear materialized, its sharpened point spinning like a drill and whipping the air into a cutting gale. "Then run. I'll hold him off." Without hesitation, Cersei turned and ran. She didn't know who Fane was referring to, but the fact that he had unleashed his emblem at full power told her enough. Whoever it was, they were dangerous. It wasn't long before the sounds of battle thundered behind her. The earth trembled, trees shuddered as if mourning their kin torn apart in the clash. More than once, the gales surging from behind nearly knocked her off her feet, but she resisted the urge to look back. Fane was doing his job. She had to do hers. Art drove the pommel of his practice sword into his opponent's wrist, sending the young man's longsword clattering to the ground at his feet. "Your movements are too stiff," Art said firmly. "You need to loosen your shoulders and wrists until the last moments of your swing. If you can't do that, the sword you're using is too heavy for you." The young soldier shook his armored hand with a grimace. "Thank you for the advice." Next. By now, several soldiers, mostly those relieved from duty for rest, had lined up, waiting their turn to spar with him. A handful of merchants and tradesmen, not occupied with evacuation efforts, had gathered as well, watching with lively chatter as Art dismantled each opponent. So far, he had exchanged only 2 or 3 moves with each soldier before landing what would have been a killing blow, then offered sharp but constructive advice on their technique. As a new soldier stepped into the stone ring Art had conjured, Sylvie's voice echoed in his mind. "I thought you said you were going to try and get some rest before setting out." He glanced up to see her descending the nearby stairs, Gavik and Callum flanking her. "I couldn't fall asleep," he replied, "so I figured I'd warm up my body and train a few soldiers while I'm at it. How was your trip to the top of the wall? Is Ellie doing okay?" Sylvie grinned as she approached him. "Ellie is adjusting well. When I went to check on her, She was busy practicing her aim from the wall's edge with a few other soldiers. One of them looked about her age, too. Art's gaze lifted toward the towering structure, noting the flurry of movement along its length. That's good. Gavik stepped closer to the stone ring. Captain Albanth and his troops are tearing down most of the support beams for the underground passages. Captain Jesmia is moving her people around the wall's ends, but... The burly adventurer hesitated, shifting uncomfortably. Is it really necessary for you and Lady Sylvie to go alone? No offense to you or Callum, Art said with a conciliatory smile. But are you truly confident you can keep up with us, fighting alongside a lance? And he caught himself before saying the word dragon. And Sylvie? I don't want to worry about accidentally killing you. Gavik glanced back at the curly-haired conjurer standing behind him. Both mages wore equally stoic expressions as they turned their attention back to Art. Yes, Gavik replied firmly. Listen, Art said, his tone even but dismissive. I know Commander Virian sent you here to assist me in the wall's defense, but I doubt he meant for you to go into battle by my side. Just stay here. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Even from where he stood, Art could hear the faint grind of Gavik's teeth, but the adventurer said nothing. Instead, he turned sharply on his heel and led Callum away, weaving through a throng of workers filing past, their destination no doubt the underground passages. We could have used their help, Sylvie remarked, her eyes following the two men until they disappeared into the crowd. And they seemed really determined to go with us. Art motioned for the waiting soldier on the far side of the ring to step forward, then shifted smoothly into a ready stance. Gavik has a daughter about my age, or younger, if the picture in that pendant was recent, he explained to Sylvie, deflecting a wild thrust from his opponent with a swift parry. I saw him sneak in a kiss after the meeting. Sylvie let out a surprised, half-stifled laugh from behind Art, and here I was, thinking how cold my bond has been to these poor soldiers. It seems you're getting better at keeping your thoughts from leaking into mine. A man's got to be able to keep a few secrets, Art replied with a faint smile, his saber pressing against his opponent's nape. His voice turned instructive as he addressed the soldier before him. If I'm not wrong, you've suffered a significant injury on your right side in the past, which is why you favor it so heavily. You fall for every feint to the right, leaving your left side wide open. Next. Mind if I have a go? A familiar voice called from his left. Both Art and Sylvie turned toward the sound, and a flood of elation rushed through their bond as Sylvie darted forward. Tessia! She cried, throwing her arms around the elven princess. Art's smile deepened at the sight. Tessia hadn't changed much since their last meeting. Her gunmetal gray hair clung dark and damp with lingering moisture, and her turquoise eyes glimmered with a light all their own. Yet there was something different. An edge, a weight in her stance that spoke of hard-won experience. He could see it instantly. Time spent in the dungeons had shaped her, honing her into a soldier with quiet strength. The princess blinked in surprise, her gaze shifting from Art to the child clinging tightly around her waist. Her eyes lingered on the small horns jutting from the girl's head, and realization dawned. Sylvie? No more sparring for today, Art called out, his voice carrying across the ring. A chorus of groans and sighs rippled through the gathered soldiers and adventurers as they reluctantly sheathed their weapons and dispersed. A few, however, couldn't resist casting jealous glances at Tessia as they passed. For a while, Art remained silent, content to listen as Tessia and Sylvie exchanged words. His bond had always held a special fondness for the princess, once even calling her Mama in her youth. He could tell Tessia was still struggling to reconcile the image of the small fox she used to cradle like a pet with the young woman now standing before her. Tessia and her party had arrived at the wall just an hour earlier, pulled from the beast glades ahead of the advancing horde. They had been directed to the inn to wash and rest for the next leg of their journey, but, much like Art himself, the princess hadn't been able to sleep. Instead, she had wandered through the market district, inevitably leading her straight to him. As they walked, Art following a few paces behind, Tessia glanced back over her shoulder, a suspicious glint in her turquoise eyes. "What's so funny?" "Huh?" Art blinked, pressing his fingers unconsciously to his lips. "Oh, I didn't even realize I was smiling. I guess Sylvie's emotions are influencing mine." Tessia arched a brow, her lips curling into a sly grin. "You know, if I chose to take that the wrong way, it almost sounds like you're saying you're not happy to see me." "Unlike Arthur, I will wholeheartedly admit that I'm happy to see you," Sylvie interjected with a bright smile, before her tone softened, a shadow of unease flickering across her mind. "I just wish it was under better conditions." "I agree, but I'm glad I was able to see the two of you before I head back out. I can't get over how cute and pretty you look in this form," Tessia said warmly, her voice carrying a playful lilt meant to comfort Sylvie. The words had their intended effect. Sylvie practically glowed as she answered, "Back when we were in Eph.226, my grandmother told me that I would grow up to be a very pretty dragon." Art raised a brow, unable to hold back his interjection. "I'm not sure most people would describe a pitch-black, 20-foot dragon with gleaming yellow daggers for eyes as pretty." "Is this how you two always talk inside your heads?" Tessia asked, her turquoise eyes gleaming with amusement. "We'd been getting along fairly maturely until you showed up, Tessia," Sylvie replied with a smirk. "Your presence must be affecting Arthur." Art rolled his eyes. "And there's that snide little attitude I've missed so much." Sylvie only shrugged, her grin unbothered, and the three of them continued to wander aimlessly through the lower levels of the wall. When they reached the steep stairway leading up to the top of the wall, Tessia came to a stop. Stealing a quick glance at Art before turning to Sylvie, she asked softly, "Hey Sylvie, do you mind if I steal Arthur away from you for a bit?" If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment "next chapter" below. Hugging Tess one last time, Sylvie turned and made her way up the wall as they waved her off. The guards allowed her through the gate to the upper levels, and soon she disappeared from sight. "Try to have some fun while you're with her, Art," Sylvie sent through their bond. "Don't think about all the other things for a while." "It's surprisingly easy to get used to Sylvie in that form," Tess remarked, glancing at him with a teasing smile. "Well, if it weren't for those massive horns on her head, she'd just look like an unassuming little girl," Art replied. "Those horns are pretty adorable, though. But anyway," Tess pointed toward the merchant area, her smile warm. "Shall we be off?" "After you, Princess," he said, bowing slightly and gesturing for her to take the lead. It was a strange sensation, walking through the bustling market alongside Tess, talking and laughing as if the looming threat of thousands of monstrous, corrupted beasts waiting to slaughter everyone stationed here didn't exist. The atmosphere had changed drastically since Art's last visit to the wall. The underlying tension he had noticed before had now escalated into outright fear. Many of the stalls along the streets were closed, some emptied entirely, their owners having taken their wares and evacuated, Others simply buttoned up as merchants sought shelter from the approaching horde. A few brave, or perhaps foolish vendors remained, quietly offering their services to the sparse crowd navigating the streets. "You're looking prettier than ever, princess. A sight for sore eyes in these parts," a bald blacksmith called out, waving a pair of tongs in their direction. "I'm going to tell your wife you said that," Tessia shot back with a mischievous grin. Art chuckled as the old smith snorted with laughter and returned to his work. A young girl covered in soot came sprinting toward them, her voice high and excited. "Head Tessia! Head Tessia!" She skidded to a stop, panting for breath before blurting, "My master has a new set of armor for you that she's been working on in—" The girl suddenly caught herself, shuffled closer to Tessia, and whispered, "In secret." Tessia's face lit up. "Oh, tell Senyer that I'll be by to visit her later tonight. Thank you for the message, Nat." "Any time," the girl beamed, her white teeth bright against her soot-stained cheeks. Only then did she seem to notice Art, giving him a small nod before scurrying off. "As expected of Tessia," Art said, his tone brimming with adoration. "Since I'm part of the Trailblazer division, I don't get to spend as much time here as I'd like," Tessia explained as they continued walking. "But I've still managed to get to know a few people here and there." Art watched Tess from the corner of his eye as she turned left and right, her wide smile never faltering and her voice maintaining a constant stream of conversation. It was a rare sensation, the comfort he felt standing next to this girl he had known for so many years. Thoughts of his duties as a lance and general faded to the background. Then it hit him. This role he had accepted for the sake of Dickathan was slowly shaping him back into the man he had been in his old life. Some differences remained, of course. Here, he had people he truly cared for, which only made the weight of responsibility heavier. He had to be better, make no mistakes, if he wanted to keep them alive. "Has being apart from me for so long finally made you realize how pretty your childhood best friend really is?" Tess teased, pulling him from his thoughts. "Actually, yes," he admitted earnestly. Caught off guard by his reply, Tess's cheeks flushed deeply, coloring the tips of her ears. I see. Well, it's good that you know now," she stammered, clearing her throat. "Hey, there's this place just over there that I've always wanted to try, and it looks like they're still open. Come on." Tess grabbed Art by the arm and led him toward an isolated cart where a handful of adventurers had gathered. The smoky scent of herbs and spices blended with the savory aroma of grilled meat, assaulting his senses and causing his stomach to growl while his mouth watered. "If it tastes as good as it smells, maybe I should have your grandfather hire him as a chef inside the castle," Art said, half joking. "Tempting, but I'd feel bad for all the people who look forward to eating here," Tess replied with a grin. As they approached the cart, a short, stout man appeared from behind it, pushing 2 bowls filled with steaming stew of meat and vegetables across the counter with a warm smile. "It's not much, but stew's on the house tonight," he grunted. "No one should have to fight on an empty stomach." "Thank you," Art said, reaching for the piping hot stew as Tess did the same. "But we'd like to offer you something. Are you sure we can't pay you for the meal?" The stand owner shook his head solemnly. Holding the bowl to his nose and inhaling the mouth-watering aroma, Art couldn't help but wonder how many meals he might miss after this one once the fighting began. "Regardless, thank you for the treat," he said, nodding respectfully to the cook. The portly man clicked his heels and saluted, his shirt lifting to reveal a round, bulging stomach. "No, thank you, General." After returning the gesture, Tess and Art wandered away, savoring the stew as they meandered through the market with no particular destination in mind. Tess used a wooden pick to skewer a piece of charred meat dripping with sauce. After taking a bite, her eyes closed and a look of serenity spread across her face. So good," she exclaimed. "You're probably the only person I know who'd regard a lance as a perk, Tess," Art replied, taking a bite himself. The stew was so flavorful that even the extravagant dishes served in the castle seemed bland by comparison. Despite his mental barriers, the flood of taste was strong enough that Sylvie could feel his satisfaction. "You better save some for me," she sent, curiosity tingling in her thought. "Sorry. I don't think I can promise you that, he replied, taking another bite. Despite the looming threat of the battle to come, Art felt more at peace in that moment than he had since he had fallen into the depths of Widow's Crypt and found Aaliyah Triskin, the lance he replaced after she died in his arms. A sudden melancholy settled over him. He was grateful to Tess, who kept him engrossed with stories of their time together in Elenoir and at Xyrus Academy. They exchanged small, kind words with the few people in the market streets and stopped at every open stall they passed. She laughed at the smallest things, and he found himself constantly looking forward to her reactions. In a way, her bright and sometimes childish demeanor was admirable. She was responsible for an entire unit, spending days, sometimes weeks, out in the beast glades, battling dangerous, corrupted beasts. Yet she still found joy in the simplest things around her, and her positivity radiated outward, touching everyone nearby. Tess's hand slowly reached toward the bowl of stew Art was holding, pulling him back to reality. "If you're not going to eat that?" He snapped the dish out of her reach, just as the skewer in her hand tried to spear one of the few remaining chunks of meat he had been saving. "You wish?" he said. "As expected of a lance," Tess replied, pouting. Art rolled his eyes. "Yes, because it's imperative for a lance to learn how to defend his or her food from treacherous allies." He held out a piece of meat on his own skewer. "Fine. Here." Her eyes brightened visibly as she rose onto her tiptoes to bite the meat from his skewer. "Show good," she moaned, cheeks full. They walked on in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. The rhythmic hammering and grinding from the forge echoed through the streets. No doubt the smiths were still laboring in the heat to craft as many blades, axes, and spears as possible before the horde's arrival. Elsewhere, builders and miners worked tirelessly to prepare for Art's plan, and within the medical tents, supplies were being inventoried and organized, and space reallocated for the wounded. If his mother were here, surely she would be overseeing the preparations with her usual stoic expression. But no, his parents were far away, safe in Black Bend City. At least for now, he didn't need to worry about them. Art spotted a confectionery stall where several colorful dough-like desserts were displayed and pointed it out. "Do you want something from there? I haven't seen anyone else selling sweets." "I'm okay, but Caria loves these," Tess said, eyeing the bright treats. "I'll go by myself. Just wait here, okay?" "Yes, ma'am," he replied. The elderly woman running the stall looked at Tess hopefully, gesturing to her wares and saying something Art didn't catch. As Tess stood examining the different flavors, he wandered over to a small booth nearby. "Please, sir, let me know if you see anything you like," the young attendant exclaimed, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "My mum won't let me close up shop until we make back what we spent, see?" "I'm just looking around," Art answered, eyes fixed on the display of trinkets and accessories laid out on the white cloth. "Actually, can I purchase this?" He indicated a simple charm that had caught his attention. "Of course. That'll be 1 silver. Ouch!" the boy yelped, glancing back. "What gives, Mum?" "What do you think you're doing?" An older woman appeared beside the boy, breathing heavily. Art suspected she had dashed back to the booth upon noticing him, and looked at him apologetically. "I'm so sorry, General. My boy here is a bit ignorant of the world." "But didn't you say I had to earn another 3 silvers before we pack up?" the boy protested indignantly. "If he's some general, surely he can pay." The mother smacked him again before handing Art the charm. "Please take this as an apology for my son's rude behavior. Again, I'm so sorry." "No problem at all, and please, I'd like to pay for it," Art insisted. She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh no, how could I possibly take money from a lance?" Art admitted. "Well, it's a present, you see, and I'd feel better about giving it to the person if I'd paid for it." "Is it that pretty lady over there with the silver?" "Ouch! Mom!" the boy exclaimed, rubbing the spot on his shoulder where he'd been struck. Chuckling, Art tossed the kid a coin and thanked both of them before walking back toward Tess. "Wait, this is a gold coin!" the mother called after him. Looking over his shoulder, he held up the charm. I just paid what I thought this was worth. It's very well made, ma'am. The woman stared at him for a moment, stunned, then bowed stiffly. Thank you. Art returned to the confectionery just in time to see Tess devour a piece of stretchy dough in a single bite. She looked at him guiltily, holding a piece out. Do oo want shom too? What happened to just buying it for Carria? He teased. As sunset approached and the bitter chill settled in, the few people remaining in the streets began heading indoors. Art and Tess made a quick stop at the inn so Tess could drop off the desserts she had bought for Carria. The rest of her group was asleep, so he didn't get a chance to greet them. When do you leave for your next mission? He asked, almost afraid of the answer. Later tonight, she replied, eyes downcast. There's a place I want to show you before you go then. Is that all right? He asked with a hopeful smile. Tess exhaled softly, taking in the view. They had climbed to the cliff where Art had once come after the confrontation with his parents. The sun hovered just above the horizon, casting a warm glow over the beast glades. The view here is even better than from the castle, she murmured. I agree, Art said, leaning forward to glance at the top of the wall and the people still moving about it. Though the streets below had emptied, the wall itself remained alive with activity. I found this place by chance. I've only been here once before. They sat side by side, their shoulders barely touching. Tess shifted her gaze from the scenery to Art. I wanted to say this earlier, but it's been a while, Arthur. There was something about the way the red sun caught the sheen of her gray hair, or the subtle tilt of her head exposing the nape of her neck, that made Art's heart feel like it might burst from his chest. Unable to meet her eyes, he looked away. Where will you be heading for your next mission? My unit, along with a few other elves from the Trailblazer Division, is being sent back to Elenoir tonight, she replied. Because of the Alacrian attacks? Yeah. Our scouts have reported several recent sightings of Alacrian stragglers throughout the forest. It doesn't sound too serious, but they've been requesting backup for a while, and Captain Jesmia finally relented, she explained, resting her chin on her knees. Art considered the weight of the captain's decisions, especially with the beast horde closing in. The captain has a difficult choice to make, particularly with the horde approaching, he said. Although, I'm sort of glad you won't be here for this battle. Tess swatted his leg playfully. While I may not be a match for a lance, I recently broke through to the mid-silver stage. Art hadn't thought to check her mana levels, so the news caught him by surprise. Congratulations, truly. Tess's shimmering turquoise eyes studied him for a moment before she let out a dramatic sigh. I wonder when the mighty General Arthur, who is actually younger than me, will begin to treat me as someone who can take care of herself. I know you can take care of yourself, he assured her. I'm sorry if my words came off the wrong way. Spending time with you today made me realize how much older you've gotten. Tess inched away slightly, turning to look directly at him. Am I supposed to take that as a compliment? Art scratched his chin, his thoughts spinning as he struggled to articulate his feelings. What I meant was, you give off a different aura now. I'm not talking about mana, although your core has improved, but more like, I've gotten more mature, Tess finished for him. Art let out a soft groan. Yeah, that. Shaking her head at him, Tess turned back to watch the sun dip below the horizon, scooting slightly closer as she settled beside him. Memories of his last conversation with Tess drifted through Art's mind. It hadn't been that long ago, yet she seemed so different now, more mature, just as she had said. Then it struck him. The sense of elation and joy he felt upon seeing Tess wasn't just Sylvie's emotions flooding into his mind. He still felt it on his own. He reached into the inside pocket of his mantle, retrieving the charm he had bought earlier. He liked Tess. He had always liked Tess. If it weren't for the fact that he had memories of his previous life as an adult, he might have confessed his feelings to her long before. But how would she react if she knew his secret? Would she respond the way his parents had? Would she feel disgusted, like he had when he first realized his feelings for her? Doubt weighed heavily on him, and suddenly the tiny charm in his hand felt like lead. Thank you for showing me this place. I always thought of the Beast Glades as such a dangerous and bloody place. I didn't realize how beautiful it could be. That's exactly how I felt. I love the view up here, but honestly, this place is tied to a bad memory, so He gripped the charm more tightly. I thought coming up here with you might make it better. Has it? She asked, shifting slightly. Made it better, I mean? It has, Art said seriously. Summoning his courage, he held out his hand, gesturing for Tess to do the same, then set her gift gingerly into her palm. It was a simple silver charm, 2 leaves laid over one another to form the shape of a heart. I got this for you. It's so pretty, Tess cooed, holding the charm up to inspect it. Is this perhaps a reward for the great tour I gave you today? No. His tongue felt unbearably heavy, his mouth suddenly dry. It's because I like you. Wait, what? Tess's eyes widened, her expression more disbelief than surprise. I'm sorry. I was so wrapped up in your present, I must have misheard. I swear I thought you said, I like you, Tess. Art finished with more conviction, pushing down the doubt growing inside him. Tess stood up, eyeing him as if he were a merchant trying to swindle her. What do you mean by like? I swear, Arthur, if you say you like me as a friend, or as a sister or something, I'm going to... I like you as a... He paused, then let out a sigh. I love you. Tess's lips trembled, her eyes shining like stars as she tried to contain her emotions. I love you as a girl, Art assured her, standing and reaching for her hand. I hope that you feel the same way about me, and well, maybe we can, start a relationship together. If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment next chapter below. It's because I like you. Wait, what? Tess's eyes widened, her expression more disbelief than surprise. I'm sorry. I was so wrapped up in your present, I must have misheard. I swear I thought you said, I like you, Tess. Art finished with more conviction, pushing down the doubt growing inside him. Tess stood up, eyeing him as if he were a merchant trying to swindle her. What do you mean by like? I swear, Arthur, if you say you like me as a friend, or as a sister or something, I'm going to... I like you as a... He paused, then let out a sigh. I love you. Tess's lips trembled, her eyes shining like stars as she tried to contain her emotions. I love you as a girl, Art assured her, standing and reaching for her hand. I hope that you feel the same way about me, and well, maybe we can, start a relationship together. You're lying, she said breathlessly. I'm not. She sniffled. Yes, you are. Do you want me to be? Art asked with a slight smile, his hand hovering above hers like a nervous bird, unwilling to settle. No, I don't know, Tess admitted, her head bowed. It's just, I imagine things going differently for us. Differently? How? Art asked, feeling the awkward frozen smile plastered across his face, while much of his body seemed to have momentarily lost its ability to move. I thought that I'd have to get stronger and prettier and older to wow you and sweep you off your feet, she said, lightly hitting him on the arm. The words triggered a sudden flashback to their childhood in the city of Zestier. The tension shattered like glass, and for a fleeting moment, they were 6 years old again, giggling and teasing each other, unsure how else to express their feelings. Can I still look forward to you sweeping me off my feet? Oh, be quiet, before I sweep you off your feet and down the mountainside, Tess snapped, her eyes glistening with tears, but her mouth twitching into an uncertain smile. She held up the silver leaf charm. Put this on for me. Art took the pendant back, but instead of undoing the chain clasp, he pressed the two ends of the leaves together. With a click, the silver leaves separated into two individual pieces. Holding one of the leaves, he draped the silver chain around Tess's neck. Here, half for you, half for me. Tess gazed at her silver leaf for a moment before untying a long leather cord wrapped around her arm. She threaded his silver leaf through the cord, weaving it carefully through the silver loop that formed the stem of the pendant. Turn around, she instructed, and bend down just a bit. You're too tall. Art obeyed, and his breath caught as he felt her close behind him. She passed the leather cord from one hand to the other, pulling it carefully around his neck and tying it so the leaf dangled loosely against his chest. Then her arms wrapped around his waist, embracing him from behind. I love you too, idiot, but we're at war. We both have responsibilities and people that need us, she whispered solemnly. Art wrapped his hands around hers. I know, and I have things I want to tell you, so how about we make a promise? What sort of promise? Tess asked. A promise to stay alive, so that we can have a future together, a relationship, a family. Her arms trembled, but her voice remained steady. I promise. Tess pulled her arms away, but Art didn't turn. He stared out at the beast glades, his mind torn violently from their mountainside ledge, their conversation, even from Tess. In the gloom, he almost missed the cloud of dust rising behind a large hill only a few dozen miles away. It's too soon, he muttered. Beside him, Tess raised a hand to her mouth, stifling a gasp. The reports had been wrong. The horde couldn't be more than a few hours away. The beast horde was coming. It wasn't long before the sounds of battle thundered behind her. The earth trembled, trees shuddered as if mourning their kin torn apart in the clash. More than once, the gales surging from behind nearly knocked her off her feet, but she resisted the urge to look back. Fane was doing his job. She had to do hers. She kept running until her legs turned to lead. Each step grew heavier, as though she were wading through tar. No matter how desperately she tried to force her body forward, it refused. Her feet rooted to the ground, her strength utterly spent. How far had she gone from the last array? She couldn't tell. Every yard felt like a mile, and her mind was mush, as if her thoughts had been hammered flat, boiled into broth, and poured back into her skull. Idiot, didn't I tell you to keep running? She hadn't heard him approach, but there was no mistaking Fane's rough voice. She had never been so glad to hear his grating words. Without pausing, Fane ducked under her arm, guiding it around his neck, and half carried, half dragged her forward. Fane, your arm, she gasped, her eyes wide. Not important, he snapped. I need you to focus on guiding me. Questions crowded her throat, but now wasn't the time. Summoning what strength she had left, Cersei pointed in the direction True Sense had last revealed, directing the battered striker toward their goal. It was with mild surprise that Cersei realized the sun was rising. They had been running through the night without pause, and now Fane looked close to collapse. He was forced to focus most of his mana on the stump where his left arm had been, just to keep from bleeding out. What little remained, he poured into reinforcing his battered body, keeping himself upright and moving. We're almost there, Cersei cried, pointing toward an opening in the woods just ahead. Just a bit more. You need to focus everything you have on the 3-point array. Do that, and our mission is a success, Fane huffed, his voice ragged. Can you do that? I can. They stumbled to a halt, and Fane all but dropped her to the ground. For a moment, Cersei thought he meant for her to begin work on the array immediately, but she was only half right. His emblem glowed brightly beneath his shirt as he stepped forward, summoning the Spear of Wind once more. He leveled it at the figure approaching through the trees. An elf. The same elf who had spotted them when they were hidden in the tree. Maeve and Cole had stayed behind to fight him, and if he was here now, alive, then they had not survived. "Our lives are the light that will guide Alakria to victory," Cersei muttered under her breath, her focus momentarily torn from the array as the elf, Albold, drew nearer. He looked battered, wounded, exhausted, but still alive. A sharp thwip cut through the air. Before Cersei could register what it meant, Fane's windspear moved, batting aside the arrow that would have ended her life. "Damn it, Cersei, this will have to do," Fane growled through clenched teeth. "Make the array. Now." Trusting Fane to keep her alive for the next few minutes, Cersei ignited her crest one final time. Imprints of the 3-point arrays blazed across her mind like a glowing map. They had run too far from the last array. This one would require blood to be strong enough to register. Drawing her blade, she shakily dragged the edge across her forearm, letting blood drip into the soil. The sudden clash of weapons behind startled her, but she refused to look back. A sharp thwip split the air, followed by the heavy sound of impact. Fane groaned. Cersei's hands trembled as she began forming the array. Damn it, it's not strong enough. She tried to force more mana into the first point, but chaos pressed in from all sides. Out of the corner of her eye, the trees swayed violently. Another grunt rang out, this one not Fane's. A sharp ache burned from her crest, growing unbearable as she poured mana into the pool of blood seeping into the ground. The bowstring loosed again. A white explosion burst in Cersei's head, and she found herself sprawled on her side, pain crawling up her arm like fire. Forcing herself back onto her knees, she stared at her right arm. It was mangled beyond repair, her hand useless, unresponsive. "The array," Fane croaked behind her. I can't," she moaned. Thoughts scattered. It felt as if every inch of her arm had been stabbed again and again. Blood pooled beneath her. Cersei knew it wouldn't be long until she died. A part of her almost welcomed it. But then she thought of Seth. He was waiting in a hospital bed back in Alakria, teetering on the edge of death himself. Even if she couldn't live, shouldn't he have the chance? She didn't know where the strength came from, but somehow, she forced herself back to her feet. Blood poured freely from her mangled arm, but that no longer mattered. She knew what she had to do. "I hope you can forgive your sister for not being able to make it back home," she whispered. "I'll sleep with you in my heart. Forever." She staggered to the side, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. The pain dulled, fading into a cold numbness that spread through her body. Fane came into view. He was barely standing, drenched in his own blood, yet still, he fought. Without words, he continued to protect her, gusts of wind knocking aside the glowing projectiles that streaked through the air toward her while she worked to complete the array, etching power into it with her life's blood. She took another faltering step, but then the world tilted, and she realized she had collapsed. From where she lay, she could see Fane still on his feet, spear spinning into a whirling wall of destruction as he held back Albold and another elf. Almost there. Cersei crawled forward, dragging her ruined arm across the ground to continue the bloody trail, though her vision was blurring. She couldn't have been unconscious for more than a heartbeat, yet somehow the world had shifted. An entire row of trees had vanished, revealing a towering wall. Atop the wall stood hundreds of elves, each armed with staves or bows. Their weapons glowed in a dozen different hues, green, yellow, blue, casting eerie light over the battlements. Hovering above them was a lone figure, the she-elf devil. She raised one hand, her finger leveled at Cersei, and blue energy gathered at its tip. "Cersei!" Fane's shout snapped her out of her daze. A raw, desperate scream tore from Cersei's throat as she forced every last drop of mana through her crest. Mana, blood, and strength drained from her all at once, leaving her body slack and hollow, but it didn't matter. It had worked. Every imprint she had carved into the forest was now linked, the path lit like a beacon. Every sentry waiting beyond the tree line would be able to sense the arrays. She had forged a trail, leading the Alacrian army straight to the enemy's heart. She could no longer feel her face, but she prayed she was smiling as she lifted her gaze to the wall of Decathian soldiers. She wanted them to see her expression, to understand. "Even this damned forest won't keep you safe anymore," she whispered hoarsely. "The Alacrian army is coming for you." "We need to go warn the others," Tess urged, mana already enveloping her body as she prepared to jump off the cliff. Art grabbed her wrist. "I'll warn everyone. You need to go get your teammates. You have a mission to accomplish." "That beast horde is more than a day early, Art. The people here aren't prepared for this. I should stay and—" "That's what I'm here for, Tess," Art cut in firmly. "You have your orders, soldier." A tense silence followed. Tess's brows furrowed and her jaw tightened in frustration, but she eventually relented. "Fine, I'll gather my team and report to Captain Jesmia before leaving." "Good. And Tess, be careful. Art replied with a gentle smile. "That's what I wanted to say, dummy," she said, grabbing him by the scruff of his mantle and pulling him into a kiss. As she let go and stepped toward the edge of the cliff, Art found himself subconsciously touching his lips, momentarily dazed. Tess smiled, her flushed cheeks betraying her embarrassment at the bold move. Tugging on the chain of her leaf charm, she met his eyes. "Remember the promise." "I promise," Art replied, lifting his own half of the charm hanging around his neck. Just like that, Tess jumped off the cliff, streaking down the mountainside like an emerald comet. Art watched her go, hoping his decision had been the right one. He didn't want her staying here. In the Elshire forest, she would be hunting stragglers, enemies lost in terrain she could navigate freely. "It's for the best, Arthur," Art muttered to himself. After a moment, he reached out to Sylvie to inform her of the situation, then leapt off the cliff. The people of the wall handled the news surprisingly well. Though there was a brief surge of panic between the adept leadership and the fact that most of those present were trained soldiers or veteran adventurers, they were quick to ready themselves for battle. In the span of an hour, archers and conjurers were positioned on every floor of the wall, staring warily out from the many arrow slits. Melee troops, largely members of the Bulwark Division, hurried into formation just behind the gate to the Beast Glades. Work in the tunnels below was still unfinished, with many workers rushing to complete the preparations. Trotius had assigned several adventurers to assist them. The trailblazers had vanished entirely, moving into position so quickly it was as if Jesmia had teleported them away. As for Art, he waited inside the meeting tent with Sylvie. Trotius paced back and forth behind his desk, hands clasped behind his back, eyes darting as if reading an invisible script. Gavik and Callum stood nearby, silent and tense. Taking advantage of the brief calm, Art checked the contents of his dimension ring. The only useful item inside was Dawn's ballad. Even cracked and broken, it was still better than any other weapon he had ever used. He took it out and inspected the translucent teal blade. Its tip melted away. A spiderweb of cracks ran down the blade from the ruined point. "I really wish this damn weapon inside my hand would manifest already," Art muttered to himself. "Now would be as good a time as any," Sylvie replied. "General," Gavik said suddenly, drawing Art's attention away from Dawn's ballad, "please reconsider. Allow us to accompany you." Art looked at the two mages and shook his head. "As I said before, your job will be to support the troops here." Callum answered, frustration bleeding into his voice. "Commander Virion has personally picked Gavik and me to assist you in battle, if something were to happen after sending you by yourself. I'm not looking down on you two, but the chance of something happening to me or Sylvie only increases if you two come with us. The tent flap was suddenly pulled aside, and a tall, muscular woman with dark skin and striking red eyes entered. Those starling red eyes swept across the tent, moving from face to face before settling on Art. "Please excuse the intrusion," she said, bowing slightly before turning to Trotius. "Father, I brought the weapons you asked for." "Ah, come in, Seigneur." Trotius waved her over, offering a rare smile. "Arthur, this is Seigneur Flamesworth, my daughter and the master blacksmith here at the wall." Art remembered Tess mentioning Seigneur when they had toured the wall together. Tess had seemed to have a good relationship with her, but even so. The word daughter, coming from Trotius's lips, irritated Art more than he expected. Jasmine's stories, about her life, about how her family had all but discarded her, were still fresh in his mind. This wasn't the time to dwell on that, however, so he suppressed his feelings toward the senior captain and turned his attention to Seigneur. "Arthur Leywin, pleasure to meet you," Art said, sheathing Dawn's ballad. Seigneur opened her mouth to reply, but was cut off by her father. "Seigneur here is one of the finest blacksmiths in Sapin, on par with even the master smiths of Darv, due to her excellent ability to manipulate fire attribute mana during the forging process," Trotius boasted. "I heard from Tessia that you prefer thinner blades," Seigneur said, ignoring Trotius's interruption as she handed Art the longer of the two swords. "I'm sure it's nowhere near as well crafted as your weapon." but my father informed me that you'll be in battle for an extended period of time. Having multiple backup weapons won't do you any harm." "Thank you," Art replied, drawing the sword from its plain steel scabbard. The blade was a pale gold, about 3 fingers wide and slightly longer than Dawn's Ballad. After testing its balance with a few measured swings, he began channeling mana into it. The thin sword hummed as fire, wind, water, and earth mana swirled around the blade in unison. Art continued feeding mana into it until he could see the metal beginning to deteriorate under the strain of multiple elements. He cut off the flow of mana and sheathed the sword. "Not bad. I think it'll suffice." It was the best compliment he could manage. Despite himself, Art found it difficult to fully suppress his personal feelings toward the Flamesworth family. Senyer couldn't keep the disappointment from her face, but she accepted Art's words with a bow. "I'm honored." Placing the longer sword into his dimension ring and fastening the shorter one to his hip beside Dawn's Ballad, Art turned to Trotius. "Have the ground troops ready to advance as soon as I leave." "I'm aware of the plan, General. Don't worry about us. Just come back in one piece," Trotius replied. "We'll be waiting for the signal." Without another word, Art walked past Senyer Flamesworth and stepped out of the tent. He was immediately met with a thunderous cheer. Soldiers, merchants, and adventurers alike clapped and shouted his name. "Your presence is what is holding this wall together, General," Trotius said from just behind him. It was overwhelming. Rather than pride or reassurance, a surge of horror washed over Art as his eyes swept the crowd. He had just seen his father. He wasn't supposed to be here, and if he was, then the rest of the Twin Horns had to be as well. No. They were supposed to be in Black Bend City, far from this battle. Sylvie squeezed his hand. "Arthur, everyone is watching." Art didn't care. He wanted to run to his father right then and demand that he leave, that he take his mother and the Twin Horns and get away from the wall. But he couldn't. One look from his father stopped him in his tracks. The determination etched into that familiar face was enough that, even as a general, Art didn't dare try to stop him. His father would never forgive him. If everything goes to plan, most of these soldiers will make it out alive. And Dad is one of the stronger soldiers, Art thought, forcing himself to calm down. Swallowing the anxiety and dread building up inside him, Art saluted the crowd, his gaze locking with his father's. His father saluted back, and despite the fight they'd had not long ago, he smiled at him. Another wave of cheers rolled through the crowd as Sylvie shifted into her draconic form. His bond reeled her head back and let out a deafening roar, shaking the ground. They ascended with a single beat of Sylvie's broad wings, clearing the height of the wall in mere seconds and giving Art a clear view of the approaching horde and of the people below they were responsible for protecting. Art's hands trembled as the true gravity of the situation finally settled in. He had brought his sister here. His parents were here, along with the Twin Horns. Their lives, the lives of every man and woman at the wall, depended on him. "You're not alone, Arthur," Sylvie said as she spread her obsidian wings. "Nothing has changed from when you made the decision to bring Ellie along." She was right. Despite the beast horde arriving a day early, the preparations had already been made. Both his mother and sister had the Phoenix Worm pendants to keep them safe, and he had even given Ellie a transmission scroll in case she needed to reach out to him. Still, Art couldn't help but feel uneasy. Was it because of the promise he had made with Tess? The pendant hanging around his neck seemed to weigh him down, but it wasn't just that. The timing of everything felt off. He still couldn't shake the feeling that this attack was more than it seemed. What were the Alacrians trying to accomplish? "Focus, Arthur. You're going into battle." "Are you ready?" Sylvie asked, her excitement flooding into him. "Not as ready as you are," Art teased, buoyed by her confidence. Sylvie's laughter rang through his mind as the world around them blurred. With her seal released, every inch of her body brimmed with power. Each stroke of her wings carved gales through the air behind them, and soon they were closing in on the army of beasts. Scanning the churning sea of fangs and claws with mana-enhanced vision, Art picked out the Alacrian mages scattered throughout the horde, shepherding the massive herd forward. How about we send them a little welcoming gift, he suggested. My thoughts exactly, Sylvie replied, her wings beating slowly to keep them aloft high above the mana beasts. Space warped around them as mana gathered into Sylvie's open maw, coalescing into a golden-white sphere. It grew larger with every passing breath until it was bigger than Art himself. The sphere erupted into a beam of pure mana, slicing soundlessly through the space between them and the enemy. A blinding flash forced Art to turn away, but the crash of shattering stone and the shrieks of mana beasts rode a wave of hot air that reached him even at this distance. So began the battle. If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment "next chapter" below. Art watched as the hole formed by Sylvie's attack slowly disappeared, swallowed up by the steady stream of mana beasts marching toward the wall. Despite the devastation the blast had caused, the corrupted creatures hardly seemed to notice. Sylvie released another blast of mana, but this time several shields appeared, layered atop one another, absorbing the brunt of the attack. Looks like we won't be able to just rain spells down on them from the comfort of the air, Art mused. After you, Sylvie thought, turning her long neck to give him a toothy grin. Try to keep up. Normally, falling headfirst from several thousand feet in the air into an army of magical beasts should have sparked fear or anxiety, but Art felt neither. His heart hammered against his ribcage, not from fear, but excitement. Mana flooded through his body as wind gathered around him, swirling and condensing as he landed like a meteor in the center of the beast horde. The layers of wind surrounding him burst outward, shredding and flinging away hundreds of beasts caught in the blast. Slowly, Art rose to his feet, Dawn's ballad in his hand. The impact had carved a crater at least 10 feet deep, and dozens of sets of monstrous eyes glared down at him from above. The creatures snarled and snapped at the air, but for a brief moment, the entire horde had come to a standstill. A wild, manic war cry suddenly burst from a bipedal canine at least 3 times Art's height. That frenzied howl rippled through the surrounding beasts, as if jolting them awake. The corrupted mana beasts, which moments earlier had marched along in a drug-induced state of apathy, all erupted at once in a concert of cries, roars, and jarring screeches. But piercing through the cries of the corrupted mana beasts was the thunderous roar of Art's bond as she landed in their midst. Sylvie immediately tore out the bipedal canine's throat with her fangs and crushed 4 other mana beasts with a single sweep of her tail. Try to keep up, she thought to him, the challenge burning in Art's mind. Eager to keep up with his bond, Art leapt from the crater and slammed into a reptilian creature with 3 swirling tails. The force of the impact knocked it flat, and Dawn's ballad finished it with a swift slash across the neck, cleanly separating head from body. Dozens of mana beasts swarmed him, snarling and spitting as claws, talons, and paws lashed out. Art conjured a surge of churning air that hurled the closest beasts backward into the press behind them. The mass of creatures was so dense that they crawled over one another just to reach him. A wolf-like beast with jagged ridges of bone protruding from its body leapt from the back of a large three-tailed reptile, only to be flipped end over end by the force of Art's cyclone barrier. Dawn's ballad flashed, and the creature's corpse fell at his feet. Art held his position for several minutes, conserving mana and relying instead on his battle prowess, honed across 2 lifetimes as he cut down one enemy after another. For every beast he slew, 2 or 3 took its place, but this was expected. After all, neither he nor Sylvie intended to win this battle alone. Their role was to inflict as much damage as possible. "Something is coming your way. Be careful," Sylvie warned. Her caution was tinged with excitement, a sensation that bled through the bond as she clashed with an S-class mana beast somewhere nearby. A pack of wolves, each the size of Boo and crackling with an aura of blue and white lightning, pushed their way through the ring of enemies, snapping and snarling until the other mana beasts fell back. The Thunderwolves, Art counted 13 in the pack, carefully circled him, staying just outside the rotating wall of wind. These ones seemed to have some brains, Art thought. It was obvious by their murky black pelts that the wolves had been corrupted, but unlike the other beasts that had marched mindlessly toward the wall, these remained alert. The pack leader, a larger wolf with a wild, spiky mane that reminded Art of a lion, let out a short, sharp bark. The others pounced. Crackling lightning arced from their bodies, jumping from one wolf to the next and forming a snare meant to trap Art within their circle. Art stomped his foot, conjuring a ring of stone spikes from the ground. The earthen spears skewered the Thunderwolves mid-leap. Only the leader escaped, weaving between the spikes before launching itself at him. Art stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the Alpha's snapping jaws, and brought Dawn's ballad up to slice open its stomach, but a bolt of lightning leapt from the wolf's spiky mane and struck his shoulder. The impact threw Art off balance, forcing his strike off course. He lunged after the Thunderwolf as it turned to circle him again. Mana flared bright white at the melted tip of his teal blade as Art focused it into a sharp point. He stomped down, exaggerating the motion, and conjured another spike of earth just to the wolf's left. The Alpha took the bait, dodging right and preparing to leap again. But it was too late. Dawn's ballad impaled it through the chest. The lightning coursing through its fur flickered and faded, and the beast collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A piercing screech tore Art's attention upward. A flock of bat-winged birds swooped down, their sharp metal beaks locked onto him. Art cast a net of lightning directly into their path. The metal-beaked creatures dropped like flies, wings spasming as the current tore through them. With the Thunderwolves dead, the restraint on the surrounding horde shattered, and the monsters surged forward once more. Sylvie's voice rang in Art's mind. "Arthur, these beasts seem off. Most of them aren't even retaliating. They just keep marching toward the wall. Only some of the stronger ones in their packs are actually putting up a fight." "I feel it too. I'm not sure what the Alacrians did. They must be controlling the beasts, directing them to get to the wall no matter what," Art replied. "I think it's time to turn up the heat, Sylv." Looking to stem the constant flow of mana beasts, Art began to rain down destructive spells on the horde. Spheres of fire, water, and lightning orbited around him, burning, slashing, and electrocuting any beasts that came near, while he focused on casting spell after spell. The terrain became a strange, otherworldly patchwork of elemental domains. Some sections of ground were scorched and littered with burning corpses, while others transformed into gruesome gardens of stone spikes from which beasts' bodies dangled like limp flowers. A storm of ice knives raged like a tornado across the battlefield, leaving behind a carpet of shredded flesh. An odor of burning fur, fresh meat, and metallic blood settled over the battlefield like a fog. Even movement became a challenge, as Art had to maneuver around the lingering effects of his own spells, the corpses of fallen mana beasts, and the endless march of those still living. "It's working, Arthur," Sylvie thought to him. "Some of the more powerful mana beasts are starting to break away from the horde. Where are the Alacrian mages, though? I haven't seen one since they conjured those shields earlier." "Me neither. Let's see if we can't thin out a few of these big ones before the horde reaches the wall." Sylvie was right. Almost immediately after her warning, an S-class mana beast appeared, charging through the lesser creatures with reckless abandon. It was a humanoid feline, twice Art's height and all muscle, covered in dense crimson fur that acted as armor and wielding deadly claws. It took Art a second to remember its name. A Razor Grimalkin. Its speed and agility were on par with Cordry, his martial arts master from Eph.226, and it would have torn most adventurers to shreds. However, it relied entirely on its thick fur for defense and focused on attacking aggressively at breakneck speed. Its fur, however, wasn't a problem for Art. "Come on!" Art roared, dodging the Razor Grimalkin's clawed kick and nicking its neck with the edge of his wind-imbued blade. Blood rushed to his head, drowning out everything other than the opponent in front of him. The beast, which had the ability to kill its victims long before they could even fear it, hissed and dashed toward Art, its body blurring into a red streak. Art used Thunderclap Impulse to heighten his senses, and the charging beast came suddenly into focus again. To the outside world, they must have seemed little more than two intangible blurs flashing around each other on the battlefield. Each swipe of the Razor Grimalkin's mana-infused claws extended through the air and left deep gashes in the earth, and oftentimes the nearby mana beasts, while opening it up to another cut from Dawn's ballad. Art's objective, the reason Sylvie and he had thrown themselves into the path of 20,000 murderous monsters, faded to the back of his mind as he dominated the S-class mana beast. Though his legs ached from old wounds and the scratches left by those vicious claws stung, he was in far better shape than the panting, oversized cat. Heaving for breath, its fur matted with blood, the Razor Grimalkin backed away, suddenly wary. Sensing that the fight had gone out of it, Art charged. Just as the creature was about to bolt, he conjured a slab of condensed air behind it and pulled with all his strength. The wall of air struck it mid-stride, knocking it off balance and into the path of his blade. Dragging the dead S-class beast up by the bloodied scruff of its neck, Art roared in triumph. The mana beasts around him, no matter how deranged and feral they had become due to the Alacrian's corruption, began to quiver. Art felt a rush of euphoria as he saw the beasts around him shake in fear, his eyes scanning for the next victim daring enough to take its chances against him. "Arthur, the beasts may be corrupted, but they're still intelligent beings. We have no choice but to kill for a greater cause. Don't take joy in it." Sylvie's words were like cold water splashed in Art's face. He had indeed lost himself to the bloodlust for a moment, high on the freedom to wreak havoc. He had acted like a wild beast let loose from its cage. It would be easy to say that this was what war did to everyone. In part, that was true. Fighting countless beasts slowly turned men into monsters themselves. However, it was also true that Art enjoyed it. Being surrounded by death, yet never being able to kill freely himself, might have had something to do with it. The countless duels he had fought in his previous life had all been supervised and restricted by rules and laws. Here, it was different. As he sobered from the battle frenzy, Art could feel the many aches and wounds he hadn't even realized existed. There was no time to recuperate or rest, however. He could already feel the approach of another S-class mana beast. Its footsteps shook the earth, and its killing intent pressed down on him like a weighted net. It didn't take long for Art to spot the towering monstrosity, which trampled the smaller corrupted beasts as if they were insects. The Iron Hyrax, appropriately named, was as tall as a 3-story building, and every inch of its body was covered in metallic plates. Spikes sprouted along its spine, and at the end of its trunk-like snout was a dented metal orb the size of Sylvie's head. "Do you need help?" Sylvie asked, sensing Art's hesitation as he watched the colossal beast advance. "Not yet," he conveyed, sheathing Dawn's ballad. Wanting to test the Iron Hyrax's resilience, Art hurled an arc of lightning at the beast, but it didn't even flinch. As it stomped through the press, it swung its snout like a flail, bludgeoning mana beasts left and right. The mana beasts, fortunate enough to evade the Iron Hyrax's snout, were soon trampled beneath its thick hooves. That was when Art saw him, a human. An Alacrian mage was clinging for his life from a perch wedged between two of the spikes on the S-class beast's back. At this distance, it was easy for Art to tell that this was not part of the man's plan. That was when it clicked. The weaker mana beasts appearing almost sedated and largely ignoring Sylvie and him even as they were slaughtered. The higher-tiered mana beasts seemingly retaining their own will despite whatever the Alacrians were using to control them. The pieces of a plan came together in Art's mind as he watched the Alacrian mage struggle with something in his hand, a small black stone. Art launched a fireball into the iron Hyrax's face. The flaming sphere splashed across its metallic hide without leaving so much as a scorch mark, but it did its job. The beast bellowed and reared up in anger. The Alacrian mage was barely able to hold on. Intent on flattening Art with its flail-like snout, the beast charged recklessly. Art continued throwing spells he knew were just barely strong enough to annoy it, which kept it barreling through the other beasts, doing nearly as much damage to the horde as Sylvie or he had done. Wherever the mammoth beast went, it left a trail of crushed corpses in its wake. To keep its attention on him, Art continued to pelt it with spells. He drove earthen spikes into its hooves, layered the ground in ice so it would slip, and hurled blades of wind at its eyes to blur its vision. But his half-assed spells weren't doing any real damage. Fire seemed to work best, but when Art threw another fireball at it, a translucent shield flickered in front of the beast, blocking the spell before it could land. "I could use your help now, Sylvie," Art sent, projecting a calm, leisurely air, then turned the beast toward where he could sense Sylvie was fighting. "Wow, how did you make it so angry?" she replied, leaping into the air with a beat of her wings. "Pin the beast down for as long as you can," Art instructed. With a mental confirmation, Sylvie flew up high into the sky before dropping back down in a nosedive. Clearing the beasts around him with a gust of wind, Art stood his ground as the iron Hyrax lumbered toward him. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he waited for the moment when the beast's front legs were just about to touch the ground as it charged. This sort of spell required precision and timing, and the distance compounded the difficulty, but as a white core mage, it felt as natural to him as shaping clay. The ground just below the beast's front feet splintered, sending it crashing onto its knees. However, its momentum continued to carry the beast, and the mage riding on its back, toward Art. Preparing his mind and body for the toll about to come, Art waited until the beast was just a few feet away, then activated Static Void. The elephantine beast and the Alacrian mage both froze in place, paused in time. Even as a white core mage, the size and complexity of the mana art caused his mana core to groan in protest, but he managed to hold the time pause until the moment before Sylvie reached their enemies. "Now!" she screamed mentally. Art immediately released Static Void and leaped out of the way, nearly crashing into the slavering jaws of a reptilian mana beast. It twisted and snapped as he flew past, rolled, and came back to his feet, already casting a spell to summon a thick stone wall between them. The force of Sylvie's headlong dive created a shockwave of wind and debris that sent the nearby mana beasts tumbling. Art heard the reptilian beast he had just passed crack against the other side of the wall, which he then kicked over, crushing the mindless creature under a ton of stone. With no time to rest, Art dashed toward the iron Hyrax, which was dazed but still alive and struggling to break free of Sylvie's grasp. "Don't kill it yet," Art said to his bond. "I'm not confident I even can. These metal plates are even thicker than my scales, and the hide beneath them is made of tiny, interlocking scales, like chainmail," Sylvie replied. Leaping onto the beast's back, Art pried the oblong black stone from the unconscious mage's vice-like grip, then hurled him down to the ground. The man jolted awake from the impact, his unfocused eyes drifting aimlessly as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. He nearly jumped out of his skin when Art landed in front of him. Before the mage had a chance to speak, Art held the black stone up to his face. "Does this control the mana beasts?" The man's eyes widened, and he made a desperate swipe for the stone, but Art shoved him back to the ground with his foot. Conjuring a stone nail, Art impaled the mage's hand to the earth. His scream carried over the battlefield, cutting through the earthquake-like rumble of Sylvie's struggle with the mammoth beast behind them. "Hurry! I can't keep him still for much longer," Sylvie conveyed. Art glanced back at Sylvie, who was perched atop her prey, biting, clawing, and forcing it back down. With every surge of its massive bulk, it pushed her a little farther and came closer to righting itself. A gurgled cough snapped Art's attention back to the Alacrian, and horror twisted his gut as he realized the man had bitten off his own tongue and was choking on blood. Reaching into the mage's mouth, Art cauterized the wound with fire mana, but the damage was already done. "Damn it! What is it with you Alacrians and killing yourselves?" Art sighed. "Well, if you won't tell me, I might as well find out myself." He quickly cycled mana through the stone. When it failed to react to any type of mana, or even ether, Art did the only other thing he could think of. He crushed it in his hand. The mage's eyes widened in panic as the crumbled fragments of the black stone fell from Art's grasp. Suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, every mana beast in the vicinity seemed to wake up, their glazed, lifeless eyes burning with fury. It was as if they had all gone mad at once. The mana beasts began growling and hissing at each other, bearing fangs, claws, and horns at any living thing near them. The mage's eyes widened in panic as the crumbled fragments of the black stone fell from Art's grasp. Suddenly, as if a switch had been flipped, every mana beast in the vicinity seemed to wake up, their glazed, lifeless eyes burning with fury. It was as if they had all gone mad at once. The mana beasts began growling and hissing at each other, bearing fangs, claws, and horns at any living thing near them. It didn't take long for all hell to break loose. Beasts pounced on one another, without even a semblance of sanity. They leaped at Art with reckless abandon, though they were so wild that few made it to him. Anytime two beasts collided, they fell into manic battles, tearing each other to shreds. Drawing the two swords he had received from Senior Flamesworth, Art became a flurry of blades, cutting down the mana beasts that reached him until a mound of bloody carcasses piled beneath his feet. Despite the massacre that befell those who came close, the mana beasts continued to attack, throwing their lives away as if possessed. "Arthur, I can't hold on anymore." Sylvie's strained voice echoed in his mind. Art turned back just in time to see the iron hyrax break free, its eyes locked onto him as it pawed the ground, preparing to charge. However, Art noticed a subtle difference in the mammoth beast's behavior. Its glare still radiated rage, but the fact that it didn't hurl itself directly at him suggested some level of calculation, or at least control, that the lesser beasts lacked. It seemed to be studying him, waiting for a reaction to its aggression. Art, however, was slightly preoccupied with the endless tide of mana beasts determined to tear him limb from limb. "Enough!" he roared, releasing every ounce of murderous intent he had built up throughout the battle. To the naked eye, nothing seemed to change, but anyone with even an ounce of perception could feel it. Even the deranged beasts froze, trembling. This may not have worked while they were in their stupor, but now instinct and self-preservation took over. Some of the weaker creatures collapsed entirely, while the others recoiled, unwilling to approach. With a little space to breathe, Art stepped toward the mammoth beast. A path opened in his wake. The mana beasts simply could not bear to be too close. Art locked eyes with the colossal S-class monster, pouring every ounce of his killing intent into the stare. Primitive as it might have been, like flexing muscles to intimidate an opponent, it worked. The massive beast broke eye contact, its body slackening. With a mournful bellow, it turned and fled, trampling smaller mana beasts beneath its bulk. "It's been a while since I've felt you unleash your intent. A good reminder not to tease you too much," Sylvie joked, landing beside him. Art kept his expression deadpan. Seems to only work on the more intelligent and powerful beasts, though. The mana beasts that had been temporarily paralyzed by his intent quickly regained composure, resuming their frenzied battles against each other. Having neutralized the largest threat, Art's attention returned to the Alacrian mage. Bloody and incapacitated, the man was still alive, and strangely, none of the surrounding beasts dared to approach him. Clearly, it wasn't out of pity or loyalty. Now, Art peered down at the terrified mage. "I wonder how you're still alive." Sylvie craned her neck and sniffed, frowning. "I'm not sure if this has anything to do with it, but there's a rather repulsive stench coming from this human." The Alacrian mage let out a muffled whimper as Sylvie bared her fangs, but there was nothing he could do. Overwhelmed by the dragon's presence, he slipped back into unconsciousness. Art decided to leave him be. He would likely die within minutes, quietly in his sleep. That was more than he'd ever do for the people of Dickathon if given the chance. Art bent down, bringing his enhanced senses closer to the mage's clothes. At first, he detected only the sweat and grime of travel and battle. Narrowing his focus, he sharpened his mana-enhanced olfactory sense while dulling the rest of his senses. There it was, a subtle but repulsive stench, just as Sylvie had described. To a human, it was nearly imperceptible, but to mana beasts, it was overwhelming. The Alacrians must have discovered some kind of elixir or serum that repelled the corrupted creatures. That explained why the beasts avoided him, even in their madness. There was no time to dwell on the discovery. Much work remained to be done. Art spent the following hours on the ground, hacking, stabbing, and shooting mana beasts with sword and spell alike. His training under Cordry had honed his body to endure days of combat with the aid of mana arts and martial technique, and the mock battles against Cathiln, Hester, Bund, and Camus had given him ample experience fighting multiple opponents at once. Experience that proved invaluable against the unceasing waves of mana beasts without overexerting his mana. Though their purpose of inflicting as much damage on the horde as possible hadn't changed, Art and Sylvie had also spent the time searching for other Alacrian mages. The substance the enemy used to conceal themselves from the corrupted beasts was an enticing bounty, and Art already knew exactly how he wanted to use it. However, even after hours of searching, their efforts were fruitless. The sheer number of mana beasts made it nearly impossible to distinguish even larger mana beasts, let alone a human. "How's everything on your end, Sylvie?" Art asked as he cut down yet another maddened monstrosity. "A bit tired, I'll admit, but I'm fine," she replied, the fatigue clear through their shared emotions. "Tired already." "It's only been like 4 hours of non-stop fighting," Art teased as he plunged Dawn's ballad into the ribcage of a four-armed gorilla-like creature. Of his 3 swords, only Dawn's ballad had held up. The broken blade of the short sword was lodged somewhere in the skull of a boarish beast, and the long sword had grown dull enough to be mistaken for a training blade. "The wall is getting closer, Arthur. The conjurers and archers will be in range to attack soon. It'll be even harder to find the enemy mages then." "You're right. Once the beast horde reaches the wall and the trap activates, it'll be impossible to find them," Art replied as he slashed through another pack of frenzied canine beasts. "What do you suggest?" Sylvie asked as she fought her way closer to him. "There's no choice but to rely on Realmheart to search for the mages." A moment of silence passed between them as Art felt Sylvie consider her response. "I want to keep your family safe as well, Arthur, but is it wise to deviate from your obligations as a general and a lance? Using Realmheart will take a toll on you, and even then, we risk it being for nothing." Art gritted his teeth and leapt onto Sylvie's back, forcing the memories of his recent battle with his parents to flow into her mind. Sharing the experience that way was far easier than trying to explain it in words. "It's not wise, Sylv. I know that. But please, just for a little bit. I need to tell myself I'm doing everything I can to keep my family safe, and finding this substance might be the key," he thought, his focus sharpening despite the chaos below. Assuming everything went according to plan, parts of the wall and the underground tunnels would have to be sacrificed, but it would give the melee troops a safer fighting ground. Even so, with so many people he cared about involved in the battle, anxiety gnawed at him relentlessly. "I understand," Sylvie conveyed, her wings cutting through the air with immense power. "Besides, who knows what uses Gideon could find for this substance?" With a surge of wind, they rocketed upward, darting past flying mana beasts before the creatures could react. Taking a deep breath, Art ignited Sylvia's beast will from deep within his mana core and let its power flow freely out into his body. He felt the physical changes to his body as the warm surge of power filled him from the inside. Long, white bangs obstructed his view, and the runes covering his body and limbs glowed brightly, even through the thick clothes he wore. Then his vision turned to shades of gray, and flecks of colorful light began emerging out of thin air. No matter how many times he used this skill, it was breathtaking every single time. Being able to physically see the very substance that made up all magic in the atmosphere truly made it feel like he had fallen into a magical world. "Focus, Arthur. Can you distinguish any of the Alacrian mages?" Sylvie said with a hint of envy. His bond had yet to grasp this ability, despite breaking out of the seal that her mother had placed on her before birth. "Not really," he replied, narrowing his gaze to try and pinpoint any mana fluctuations that seemed different from the magic that the beasts were able to cast. Sylvie continued flying over the army, avoiding or killing any flying mana beasts that got in her way, while he scoured the horde for any sign of the Alacrian mages hiding amongst it. When Sylvie swerved suddenly to avoid a giant corrupted vulture, Art pulled his gaze from the forces below them for just a moment, and he noticed something odd up toward the Elshire forest. "Sylvie, can you take us higher for a minute?" Art asked his bond, trying to make out what was happening up north. She let loose a gout of fire, which burned through the vulture's wing and sent it tumbling to the ground. They ascended until it was impossible to make out the individual mana beasts below them. But as expansive and threatening as the beast horde appeared, Art's focus was on a much bigger threat. In the distance, he could see mana fluctuations that seemed to be made up of tens of thousands of mages, the Alacrian army. The bright trail of mana snaked through the Elshire forest, right to the heart of Elenwar Kingdom. Darvis stepped up beside Tess, his knuckles white from gripping his dual axes for dear life. The smug grin he always wore was nowhere in sight. "This doesn't look good, Tessia." Behind her were the 200 soldiers that made up her unit, along with the ragtag squads of elven soldiers placed under her command. Among them were many more civilian elves, garbed only in cloth or leather for protection. These were the brave men and women who had stayed behind to protect their home and their fleeing loved ones from the approaching army. Every one of them wore a grim expression. The soldiers gripped their weapons, while the civilians anxiously clenched their kitchen knives and gardening tools, and the steady drone of marching grew louder and louder. The once lively elven town just behind them had long since been evacuated, but they knew the evacuees would be slow-moving. There were many children and elders among them. If they fled here, if they couldn't hold out long enough, they would all die. This wasn't just a matter of protecting an abandoned town on the outskirts. This was their chance to halt the Alacrian forces' momentum and show them they wouldn't give up Elenwar without a fight. Her heart pounded against her chest, and her knees felt weak. No matter how strong her mana core was, no matter how much she had trained, she felt nothing but fear in that moment. Yet she couldn't show it. She wouldn't. The morale of everyone behind Tess rested on her strength, not just as a mage and warrior, but as a leader. If she let fear take hold of her heart, the foundation of their courage would crumble. Holding her feelings in, wearing a mask of confidence and strength, such was her burden. She turned to face the small army, unsheathing her sword and conjuring a wind to carry her voice. Projecting a wave of mana to steady herself and display power before her forces, she began to speak. "Behind me, the Alacrian army approaches. Behind you, the children and elderly of this village flee for their lives, forced to abandon their only home. We are the only thing standing between the enemy marching toward us and the slaughter of these innocents." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. "Though our numbers are few, I am honored to be the first line of defense in the protection of our people, of Elenwar, of Decathan." She waited for the soldiers' shouts to die down, then continued. "Lance Aya is currently leading an army of able-bodied elves to beat back the invaders, but the question before us is," she held up her sword, "will you stand with me? Will you be the shield that protects the defenseless from the blades of our enemies, no matter the odds?" There was a breath of silence, and Tess feared her pounding heart would be heard throughout all of Elenwar. Then a roar of cheers and battle cries erupted through the forest. Korea gave her a reassuring smile, and Darvis nodded grimly, but Stannard fidgeted with his strange weapon, checking it once more to ensure it was ready for combat. At her signal, a defensive line formed around her and the rest of the ranged spellcasters. "Conjurers, archers, ready your weapons!" The foreboding thrump, 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 thrump of the Alacrian soldiers' march grew louder and louder through the dense veil of fog and trees between them. Tess pointed her sword forward. "Prepare your attacks." With her heightened senses and intimate knowledge of the Elshire forest, she could feel the moment the enemy vanguards came into range. She thrust her weapon, releasing condensed bolts of wind. "Fire!" An array of colors erupted before her. Dozens of arrows streaked past, followed by sharp shards of earth, arcing bolts of lightning, blades of wind, and bursts of fire that lit the mist like fireworks. Tess raised her sword for all to see, then dropped it, signaling another volley of spells and arrows. "Fire!" Another volley rained down on the enemy, but this time Tess could see the results. Shimmers of light shaped like shields, and walls deflected or absorbed their attacks. Very few had made it through. "Another flight?" Stannard asked hopefully, gripping his artifact in preparation for another spell. "No, we're just burning up resources." Tess turned to Vedict, the soldier in charge of the front line. "Get in there and break the line. Open it up so the conjurers and archers can hit something." With a nod, the steel-clad elf raised his shield and ran forward, relaying her order. The gallant warriors brandished their weapons, the augmenters ignited their cores, and their soldiers charged into the mists. They faded like ghosts into the thick fog, but Tess could hear the thunder of their impact against the shields. Steeling not only her weapon and body, but her will, she looked at Stannard, Darvis, and Caria, her closest friends and most trusted aides. None of them spoke, but they had spent enough time together that words weren't necessary. They were all thinking the same thing. Let's get out of this alive. Tess reached for the necklace Arthur had given her, still hanging around her neck. Kissing the pendant, she tucked it into her cloak, vowing to keep it, and their promise, safe. Reaching deep into the pit of her stomach, she let out a guttural cry. "Charge!" A concerned voice sounded from Albent's side. He pried his eyes off the beast horde slowly lumbering toward them, obscured by a blanket of dust, and looked down at his assistant. "What is it?" Cinder, who he had trained and groomed since he was just a kid, pointed down toward his hands. Albanth realized that the reinforced railings, built to keep soldiers from accidentally falling off the top of the wall, had been bent out of shape. Ah. Readjusting his grip, he twisted it back into its proper form before letting go. With a gentle smile, his assistant placed an armored hand on his pauldron. "I know it's in your blood to worry and overthink, but look at the mayhem General Arthur is causing to our enemy." All the wall's defenders had gathered to watch the spectacle. With how large the enemy army was, it was not always obvious where the young lance was within that sea of mana beasts, but they could see the changes occurring within their ranks, like nuts and bolts becoming undone, causing the larger pieces to become more unstable. Albanth let out a sharp breath. He knew Cinder was right, but it still pained him to stand there twiddling his thumbs while the lance had been tirelessly fighting for hours. "Our time will come. No matter how strong the general is, he is only one man. He will need our support soon," his assistant reassured him. "Now please, Captain, straighten your shoulders and don't let the soldiers see you faltering." "Since when did you start lecturing me, boy?" Albanth teased, smacking Cinder's back, and almost sending him over the edge of the wall. The soldiers nearby laughed. Cinder wasn't as amused, but his expression softened after noticing the smiling men and women around them. Albanth continued making his rounds, walking the length of the wall to make sure everything was in place. Not only did it bolster the men's courage to see their captain walking among them, but seeing his men, giving them encouragement, helped him as well. These soldiers, most of whom he had trained, lectured, and fought beside, relied on him, and in this moment, facing an army of beasts much larger than any force seen at the wall before, they needed his presence. "Wes, I'm not seeing you shake, am I?" he called out to a middle-aged conjurer who gripped his staff as if it were the only thing keeping him on his feet. Patting his shoulder, Albanth gave him a kindly smile. "After this fight, let's have your wife make us one of her crumbled pies, right?" The conjurer laughed nervously, but his body visibly relaxed. "It's just like you to be thinking of food at a time like this, Captain. Very well, Meryl will be delighted to know that you like her pie that much." Albanth winked and continued his stroll. It wasn't much. A wave here, a joke there, making a plan for the future. Anything to get the soldiers' heads out of the dark cloud caused by the looming battle. That's when he saw General Arthur's little sister, Eleanor. The girl was hard to miss with the large mana beast beside her. Stella, the soldier Albanth had assigned to her, was nowhere in sight, replaced by a dark-haired archer with bright eyes. She seemed to be teaching Eleanor the basics of firing from higher ground. "Miss Leywin," Albanth greeted. "What happened to the soldier I had assigned to you?" The girl stiffened into a rather clumsy salute. "Ah, yes. Hello, Captain." "Albanth," he said with a smile, before turning to the woman who was teaching her. "And you are?" The sharp-eyed woman saluted gracefully. "Helen Shard, Captain. My apologies for the confusion. I'm this one's longtime instructor, so I relieved Stella of her duty to watch after my pupil." "I see," Albanth said, relieved that the general's younger sister wasn't the one to shrug off her protector. "In that case, I will leave her in your care." "Yes, sir," she said, brimming with confidence. "Miss Leywin." He turned to face the approaching beast horde, which seemed to grow larger with each passing moment. "Do you still feel up to helping us out even after seeing that?" "Yes." The little girl's expression hardened as she gripped her intricate bow. "My brother is fighting out there with only Sylvie to help him. The least I can do with all the training I've been given is fight and be brave, like him. I can help protect my parents too, who are here as well." She couldn't have been older than 12 or 13, yet here she was, her innocence and youth left behind in the face of death. Albanth wanted to ask whether her parents knew she was here and if they would approve, but it wasn't his place to do so. With a salute to Eleanor and Helen, he turned and spotted a messenger running toward him. The messenger dipped his head before speaking to Albanth, breathing hard. He must have sprinted up every flight of stairs in the wall to reach him. "Senior Captain Trodius has called for a meeting and has requested your presence immediately." "Got it. Thank you," Albanth replied, leaving the man there to catch his breath as he made his way to the main tent. By the time he arrived, Captain Jasmia was leaving the tent with a sour expression. She bumped his shoulder as she passed, muttering a string of curses under her breath. "Captain Jasmia!" Albanth called out, grabbing the captain's arm. She whirled around, her free hand already holding her saber before realizing who he was. "Captain Albanth!" she nearly spat out, sheathing her sword again. Surprised by her venom, he asked her what was going on, only for her to shrug him off and turn her back. "Ask Trodius," she hissed before striding away. Albanth opened the entrance to the tent to see Senior Captain Trodius leafing through some paperwork, his posture eerily impeccable as always, no trace on his serious face that there had been any tension in his conversation with the captain. The senior captain knew he was there, but he continued on with his work. This went on for a few minutes before Albanth grew impatient with whatever game he was playing. He couldn't wait any longer and cleared his throat to get his attention. "Senior Captain?" A raised finger cut Albanth off. The man didn't even look in his direction until he had finished whatever it was he was doing, despite the fact that he had sent a messenger to summon Albanth for this urgent meeting. Finally, after meticulously filing his papers into 3 even piles, he looked up and met Albanth's eyes. "Captain Albanth." "Sir," Albanth saluted, his armor clanging. "Have your melee troops prepare to march," he stated. "They will be confronting the beast horde on our terms, in the open field." "Excuse me?" Albanth asked, confused. "My apologies, Senior Captain, but it was my understanding that the melee troops would enter the field only after we've lured a majority of the beast horde into the trap we have." "Captain Albanth," the Senior Captain snapped, cutting him off. "Do you understand how many resources we've expended excavating those underground passages for our Trailblazer divisions to safely explore the beast glades? I won't go as far as to weigh the value of lives against the efforts spent building this fortress, but I have determined that it doesn't make sense logistically to detonate the underground routes." "But, sir..." Albanth took a step forward, but was met with a blazing glare from Trotius. Taking a step back, he continued. "With General Arthur's plan, we'll be able to immobilize the majority of the beast horde. This will give our melee forces a much better chance to... As I have stated before, Captain Albanth, I won't go as far as to weigh the value of lives." The Senior Captain let his sentence trail off, making it clear that was exactly what he was doing. "Besides, the Lance said it himself. It was only a suggestion. I said nothing at the meeting out of respect for his position, but he's merely a boy and clearly ignorant of war. It would be in your best interest to realize that as well." Clenching his fists behind his back, Albanth stood silent. Trotius seemed to take the silence as his answer and smiled. "Good. Then we'll have your melee troops advance immediately. You and your troops will do whatever it takes to hold your ground until Jesmia's forces come around the flank to assist you. By then, the archers and conjurers will be in range to fire freely at their back line." Gritting his teeth in anger, Albanth was barely able to respond with a nod before turning around to leave. He now understood Jesmia's mood when he had met her outside the tent. Sylvie's voice pulled at him. His gaze shifted from the wall, barely visible through the dust that hung in the air, back to the site of the Alacrian army well within the forest. "Arthur!" Sylvie's voice rang louder. "I don't know," he snapped. "I don't know what to do, Sylvie." His role was to stay here, to help the forces of the wall defeat this beast horde. Even if all of this was nothing but a diversion, his family and the twin horns were still here. What if he left and something happened to them? But then, what if Tess was in danger? With so many elves stationed around Sapa, it would be almost impossible for Elenwar to properly defend itself against an army of that size. "I know it's a hard decision," she responded, her soothing voice calming him slightly. "Rest assured that I will support whatever choice you make." The gears in his mind turned as he debated himself. The Alacrian forces would be at a disadvantage fighting in the Elshire forest because of the fog, but that hadn't stopped them from navigating nearly all the way to the heart of Elenwar, and they outnumbered the elven defenders there by tens of thousands, as far as he could tell. The traps already set at the wall would even the odds between the wall's defenders and the approaching horde, although if he left, was there anyone here capable of taking down the larger S-class mana beasts? He couldn't be sure. Pressed for time as both the beast horde and Alacrian army advanced relentlessly toward their destination, he made his decision. "Sylvie, we're going to Elshire Forest. If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment next chapter below. Digging her feet into the ground as she leaped forward, Tess used a mana vine to pull herself toward the nearest enemy mage. The surprised Alacrian didn't even have time to turn before her sword staff sank deep into his hip. Blood rolled off, leaving the pale blade spotless as she pulled it free. "Tessia, duck!" Karya shouted. Tess dove under a swinging axe and rolled clear of its reach. By the time she was on her feet again, Karya had dropped from her perch in the tree above, landing on the Alacrian and driving a gauntleted fist into his skull. To her left, Stannard was falling back before an Alacrian striker, but a windblade targeted at the striker's unprotected legs dropped him with ease. "Thank you!" Stannard shouted. With his artifact charged, he unleashed a blast of mana directly at an approaching group of enemy soldiers. Darvis came into view, his dual axes carving trails of fire through the mist as they cut through both flesh and steel. "We can't let them get past this point," Tess reminded them as Karya leapt into action beside Darvis, her gauntlets wrapped in thick mana. "We can do this," she reassured herself, watching her teammates fight alongside the second unit of mages. Hachi, one of the new recruits, stood out even from a distance, a head taller than everyone else, his fists blazing with brilliant flames. Suddenly, a bright beam of ice lanced down from a nearby tree. Karya and Hachi dodged, but an elf from his team wasn't so fortunate. "Damn it," Tess cursed. Watching the elf, she couldn't even tell who, slumped to the ground, lifeless. Infusing her legs with mana, she leapt into the tree from which the ice beam had originated. Before the caster could finish another spell, her sword staff pierced to the heart. The body slumped and fell from the tree. From the tree, Tess surveyed the battlefield below, checking for any other enemy conjurers hiding nearby. Chaos reigned. She couldn't get an accurate count of her men, nor discern where the enemy forces were moving. Despite the difficulty navigating the battlefield, she knew the situation was far worse for the enemy. Without the fog, their small force would likely have been crushed within minutes. A piercing scream cut through the din. It came from nearby. Not knowing whether it was friend or foe, Tess whirled toward the source. It was an elf. The leather apron with a metal sheet clumsily attached to the chest, most likely a baking pan, marked him as a civilian who had stayed to defend his town. He crumpled lifelessly to the ground, a puddle of blood spreading beneath him. The killer was an Alacrian mage, his open hands surrounded by a spinning ring of wind. He sneered proudly as he trampled the elf's body. Tess's blood burned at the sight. Landing deftly on the ground, she sprinted toward the enemy, fully intent on removing him from the battle. "Tessia, where are you going?" Darvis hollered from behind. "I'll be right back," she called, not bothering to look back. Tess's vision narrowed onto the enemy mage as she cleared the distance between them with ease. Just as she was about to drive her blade into his back, a golden pane of light flickered into being between them. Her strike shattered the barrier, but it bought the mage enough time to scramble out of her path. "Sneaky little elven bitch," the enemy mage spat. The whirling blades of wind around his hands grew larger as he prepared to strike. "You'll pay for the elven blood you've spilt with your life," Tess replied coldly, unleashing the first phase of her beast will. Shield!" he screamed, sprinting toward his guard. Golden light flickered into existence, but before it could fully manifest, the sharp tendrils of mana surrounding Tess pierced through both mages, punching several holes into their bodies. Having defeated the enemy mages, Tess's gaze was drawn to the dead elf beside her. His empty eyes seemed to stare back, blaming her. "I can do this," she repeated through gritted teeth. "Tessia, we need you back," Karya called. It took a moment for Tess to spot her through the fog. Karya was facing a group of 3 Alacrians. Her expression was grim, but she held her ground even against 3 enemy mages. "I'll be right there," Tess shouted. Augmenting her sight, she peered through the layer of fog, searching for any of the so-called shields hiding nearby. Taking out a shield would seriously weaken the attackers, since they appeared unable to defend themselves with magic. She spotted a shield conjuring a panel of light around 2 other Alacrians, but before she could engage him, an enemy mage charged. Tess easily dodged his flame-clad spear and carved a bloody line through his neck. Turning back to the shield, she spotted another ally in need of help. A human soldier had been backed against a tree by two enemy mages who were closing in. Her main task was to reinforce her teammates and stop the Alacrian advance, but every fallen soldier made that task more difficult. With a flick of her wrist, roots shot up from beneath the two Alacrians, anchoring their feet to the ground. Compressing the air around her sword staff, Tess cast Wind Cutter, launching a translucent crescent of wind at the immobilized mages. An earthen wall burst from the ground, intercepting Tess's spell. By the time she darted around the barrier, the human soldier was already on the ground, a frozen spike protruding from her chest. She cursed inwardly, angered at herself for being too late. Meanwhile, the enemy mages freed themselves from the grasping roots and readied their next attack, this time aimed at her. With a manic cry, one mage dashed toward her, his entire right arm enveloped in a lance of ice. The emerald vines of mana surrounding Tess like an aura knocked aside his attack and plunged into his stomach and chest, killing him instantly. The second Alacrian conjured a stone barrier around himself, forming a small dome, clearly hoping for rescue before she could break through. With a snarl, Tess summoned roots and vines from the earth beneath the dome, and she could hear his screams resonating dully within. More and more plants filled the hollow space, threatening to crush him if he didn't release his spell. Moments later, the screams cut off, and the barrier began to crumble, revealing the Alacrian's broken body. Tess's gaze shifted to her fallen ally, still slumped against the nearby tree. She cursed again. She needed to take down more of the enemy's mages. The more she eliminated, the better her allies' chances became. That was her duty. The emerald aura surrounding her lashed outward, forming translucent vines that whipped, wrapped, and pierced any enemy who came too close. Tess realized that, while in the first phase of her beast will, her most effective method of attack was simply to close the distance to the enemy mages. Even the shield's magical barriers proved ineffective. The emerald vines flowed over, under, and around them faster than the defenses could be adjusted. She sprinted from one cluster of enemies to the next, darting into their midst, often before they even realized she was there, and letting the vines do their work. While the forest hindered many, the endless rows of trees worked to her advantage. The emerald vines of mana not only protected her and struck down her foes, but every tree around her seemed to answer her call, concealing her presence as she moved through the battlefield. From somewhere in the fog, Tess heard a man shout, "Focus on the gray-haired girl." Seconds later, a condensed beam of fire shot down from the top of a tree. Rather than dodge and risk hitting her allies, she waved her sword staff, channeling a spell through the mana-amplifying gem on its hilt. Thick roots shot up from the ground beneath her feet, sacrificing themselves to block the fire. Thankfully, the fog made it hard for the flames to spread, she thought, as the burned roots withered away. The thought of the entire Elsher forest burning sent a shiver down her spine. "Head, Tessia!" A desperate cry rang out nearby. Whipping around, Tess saw Hachi lying on the ground just a dozen yards away, his hand reaching out for her. A bullish Alacrian loomed over him, swinging a stone hammer. A sick jolt hit her stomach as the hammer crushed Hachi's skull. His arm fell limply to the ground, crimson spreading in a red halo around what had been her ally's head. "No!" Tess yelled, seething with rage. But before she could reach the man to vent her fury, a glowing axe struck, separating the Alacrian's head from his neck. Darvis appeared behind the Alacrian's corpse, his eyes fierce. "Are you out of your mind? Why the hell did you break formation and go off on your own like that?" "It's not like that," Tess retorted. "I was saving our troops." "Yeah," he scoffed. "You were supposed to be in position to back Hachi and his team up. You were supposed to be keeping him alive." Tess shook her head, her face burning with anger and regret. "You don't understand. We all had our positions assigned, positions you assigned," he snapped, cutting her off. "Because you ran off, two others are critically injured and their right flank is completely exposed. In what world is that saving our troops?" Shaking his head, Darvis dashed off, unleashing his anger on the unfortunate enemies nearby. Tess wanted to explain, wanted him to understand, so she started after him. But then a searing pain spread across her back. The protective aura from her beast will seem to have shielded her from the worst of it, and the damage felt minimal. But it still hurt like hell, whatever it was. If the attack had been stronger, she could have died, the realization hitting her like a bucket of cold water. The promise she had made to her teammates, the promise she had made with Arthur, would have been broken because she had been caught up in trying to play the hero, trying to do everything herself. Snap out of it, Tessia. Darvis is right. We need to stay in formation. Tess headed back toward her initial position, pouring more mana into the emerald aura protecting her. The enemy seemed to be struggling to keep their own troops in formation, and the forest was full of small groups of Alacrian soldiers charging recklessly through the trees. Turning into a whirlwind of blade and magic, she fought through several of these groups, but they were vastly outnumbered, and more enemies bypassed their small blockade with each passing moment. She could only hope that General Aya's army would deal with them, and that the elven refugees had made it far from the battlefield. Damn it! Where are the others? She cursed, straining to locate Stannard, Karia, and Darvis. Tess couldn't tell how much time had passed since the battle began, but one thing was painfully clear. She wasn't fit to be a leader. The guilt she felt manifested as a voice in her head, constantly reminding her that she had led every one of her allies into danger. It didn't matter that she was a silver core mage with an S-class beast will. Getting emotional over each death revealed that she wasn't capable of making rational decisions for the good of the whole. A leader had to be calculating, to understand when sacrifice was necessary. Shaking the voice from her mind, Tess continued toward her initial position. Finally, she spotted Stannard a few dozen yards away. "Stannard!" she yelled, hoping the conjurer could hear her over the chaos. However, Tess's voice drew someone else's attention. A human clad in black armor, his long blonde hair billowing around him. He rode a corrupted, wolf-like beast and was flanked by guards far more skilled than the Alacrian soldiers she had faced so far. He looks important, she thought, channeling more mana into her beast will as she braced herself. "Leave the girl to me," he commanded, and his guards immediately stepped back, lowering their weapons. Tess kept her expression impassive as the man dismounted and strode toward her. His black armor was a finely crafted mix of plate and chainmail. At his waist hung two ornate swords, their hilts embedded with jewels. He unsheathed them. "As expected of Tessia Erilith, to barely have any wounds. It's an honor to meet you like this." Keeping her sword staff trained on him, Tess took a cautious step forward. "How do you know my name?" He smiled politely. "You can call me Vernet." The translucent green vines thrashed wildly around Tess, mirroring her frustration and anger. She hated when they talked. Both of them knew what had to happen here. Words wouldn't change the fact that this man wanted to undo her entire way of life, reduce her home to ash, and build a war machine atop the charred remains. "You didn't answer my question," she growled, letting her tone carry the weight of a threat. Vernet shrugged as he assumed a fighting stance. "Perhaps beating me in combat might make me talk. After all, you Decathians seem to love interrogation." "If that's how you want to play it," Tess thought. She launched herself at the Alacrian, closing the distance before he could properly react. Mana tendrils snaked out from her, striking at his exposed face. But as they neared him, they slowed drastically, stopping entirely before they could connect. Looking smug, Vernet swung his blade almost lazily, and Tess easily dodged back. She followed up with her sword staff, but it felt as if she were swinging through thick, viscous liquid. By the time her blade reached Vernet's unprotected neck, it moved so slowly that it couldn't even draw blood. The battle continued, but they were at a stalemate. Tess was clearly stronger, faster, and more skilled in combat, but because of his unique variant of defensive magic, she couldn't land a solid hit and was forced to move constantly, which carried them into the midst of other skirmishes. A soldier in a silver breastplate, one of her own, lunged at the Alacrian just as Tess launched a crescent of wind. Heedless of the soldier's blade, Vernet jerked him into the path of her spell, using him like a shield. The man's chest erupted in blood as his silver armor was cleaved open by the wind blade. His eyes, wide with shock, locked onto Tess in terror and disbelief before his head drooped lifelessly to his chest. "Bastard!" she roared, dashing toward Vernet, her blade thrust out like a spear. Laughing, he hurled the body he had used as a shield at her, forcing her to dodge as he backed into an ongoing struggle between an elven augmenter and an Alacrian striker. "You're nothing but an infant wearing a shiny badge," he gloated, slicing off the leg of the elven soldier, deliberately leaving him alive and writhing in agony. "Shut up!" Tess yelled. The emerald vines surged with power as she channeled more mana into them, extending up toward the trees and cutting down 2 Alacrian casters before crashing down on the striker, who had turned to flee. With no more obvious targets nearby, Vernet halted his slow retreat and waited for Tess to strike. Her vines bore down on him, writhing in a mass of emerald green, but they couldn't touch him. Playfully, he batted each one aside with his sword. "You should have kept the tiara on your head, little princess. Leading with a sword doesn't suit you." "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" Tess screamed. Succumbing to her rage, she activated the second stage of her beast will, and the world around her turned green. Her body moved almost on its own through the verdant mists, the battle around her falling into sudden quiet. The cocksure Alacrian flinched back, finally showing concern, but it was too late. Tess reached out, and a translucent green hand shot from her aura, grabbing Vernet while the surrounding trees twisted to form a cage. "Call off your troops," she demanded, her voice thick with power. Vernet coughed up blood. She could feel his ribs cracking through her magic, yet he still smiled. What troops? Looking around, panic simmered just beneath the surface, suppressed only by Tess's beast will. She realized they were alone. The battle had moved on, or she had been drawn away, led from the heart of the conflict. She could sense her troops falling without her guidance, more bodies littering the forest floor with every passing moment. Through her beast will, she felt their lives, and their deaths. There were so few defenders left now, because of her. Because she had allowed this man to manipulate her, to isolate her, to pull her away from where she was needed most. "I'm happy you think so highly of me, but like yourself, I'm merely a distinguished soldier," Vernet gurgled, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. "The difference between us is that, unlike you, I know I'm only pretending to be a leader." Tessa's vision swam as her emotions surged. Anger, frustration, disappointment, regret, guilt. It was almost a relief when a piercing pain tore through her chest, giving her something solid to focus on, forcing her thoughts away. She found herself staring up at the forest canopy, her body unresponsive, unbearably cold. Vernet's pained yet arrogant expression drifted into view as he looked down at her. What had happened? Another enemy mage? Vernet clicked his tongue in disapproval. "You were so short-sighted that you couldn't see what was right in front of you, could you?" Tess closed her eyes, waiting to die, wishing that so many others hadn't had to perish because of her poor decisions. It wouldn't be so bad, she thought, if it were just her. A horn blared in the distance. When she opened her eyes, Vernet was gone. She heard leaves crunching as someone approached. A face appeared above her, looking down with an expression so cold that she almost wished she had died. "General Aya." Compared to the speed with which his thoughts and worries flew through Art's mind, their flight to the forest of Elshire felt agonizingly slow. When he wasn't glancing back toward the beast army, nearly overwhelmed with guilt at leaving the troops and his family behind at the wall, his focus was fixed on the bright path of mana that carved a road straight toward what he suspected was the heart of the Elenoir kingdom. "What sort of spell is capable of such a thing?" his bond asked as they followed the markers, which shone even through the thick layer of fog blanketing the forest below. He wasn't entirely sure, but seeing how the trail zigzagged around various points leading north, he doubted it was a single powerful spell. It seemed more like an accumulation of the same spell, layered repeatedly to create a path. It was only speculation, more hope than certainty. The thought of an enemy mage capable of nullifying the ambient magic of the forest with a single conjuration sent a chill through him, and he urged Sylvie to fly just a bit faster. It was already unbearable to think that something might happen to his family, or one of the twin horns, but the fear of not reaching Tess in time left him sick and clammy. After another hour scouring the forest, following the crooked path of mana that marked the way through Elshire, Art finally spotted signs of a battle in the distance. Mana fluctuations were visible even above the thick canopy of trees below them, but they were old. The fighting had already ended, and from this distance, it was impossible to tell which side had emerged victorious. Sensing the shift in his emotions, Sylvie dove closer to the forest, rapidly approaching the location Art had imprinted into their shared awareness. As they neared the battleground, however, a figure hovering above the blanket of trees and fog caught their attention. Art felt Sylvie's fear and anxiety bleed into him as she halted more than 50 feet away, before transforming into her human form. He had already suspected who, or what, it was when he noticed that the floating figure carried no mana signature. But seeing the familiar silhouette up close, clad in black armor with a purple cloak billowing behind him, confirmed it. Compared to the oppressive tidal wave that was Uto, this man was the eye of a terrible storm, just like his master. "Silrit," Art said simply. "Lance." Despite his impatience, Art exchanged a glance with Sylvie, who already had mana coalescing around her in preparation for a fight. He was at a loss. His instincts urged him to fight. Silrit was an enemy. But at the same time, the scythe he served had saved Art's life, and was the reason Sylvie and he had been able to advance past their respective bottlenecks. "Are we to fight?" Art asked, hesitant despite himself. "I have been instructed to keep you from advancing further," Silrit replied simply, his expression unchanged. "And if I were to say that I have to advance?" Art demanded, preparing to release Realmheart once again. Silrit's sharp eyes narrowed, but his voice remained calm. He said it was for Art's benefit. His master wished to keep him in optimal health for the final battle, but taking part in the defense of the Elven Kingdom could make that difficult. "Cirrus said this was for my benefit?" Art said, surprised. Silrit warned him not to speak his master's name so casually. Though his voice did not change, a sharp bloodlust surged from him at the mention of the scythe. Matching the pressure Silrit emanated with his own, Art glowered down at him as he spoke. "Watch your tone, Silrit. I chose to exchange words with you out of courtesy toward your master." "Courtesy?" The Vritra's expression darkened. "Master Sarah saved your life. I suggest you heed her words and clean up the mess you've abandoned back at your fortress, as intended." "We're going to Elenoir," Art stated firmly, his eyes never leaving Silrit's. "Knowing how to sacrifice is a part of war," Silrit said, his tone calm once again. "Wasting your efforts here won't help you, even if you manage to succeed in defending Elenoir." "You think I don't know that?" Art growled, unable to hold back. The wind stilled, and the air grew so thick it was almost tangible. Beside him, Art could feel the worry from his bond, but in that moment, he didn't care. He had already sacrificed lives at the wall by making this journey, and he couldn't let that sacrifice be in vain. A lecture on the necessities of war from a creature that could still turn out to be his enemy would not dissuade him. The Vritra's brows furrowed in frustration. "Go back, Lance. If you want even a chance of saving Dickathan, you should worry about bigger things." Art flew forward until he was face to face with the Vritra. "Move aside, Silrit. You're mistaken if you think you can keep us both here. A lot has changed since our fight against Uto." Cirrus's retainer held out his arm, and a thick black fog swirled around his outstretched hand, manifesting into a pitch-black greatsword nearly as long as he was tall. "Very well," Silrit said. "If you insist on fighting, allow me to prove you wrong." Art, Sylvie, and Silrit hovered above the canopy of trees. He gripped Dawn's ballad tightly, weighing his options, none of them appealing. Despite Sylvie's recent growth, she couldn't handle Silred alone, and she still hadn't located Tess in the magical fog blanketing Elshire Forest. The fastest solution was to end the fight quickly, but expending too much energy now could weaken him for the battles still to come. Sylvie, I'm pretty confident I can beat Silred on my own, but if his goal is to stall, an extended fight works in his favor. Let's finish this, together. Even at full speed, executing his sharp, precise movements in midair was difficult. I agree, Sylvie confirmed, mana already coalescing around her at an extraordinary rate. A solid panel of condensed mana formed beneath Art's feet, giving him a platform to fight from. Silred remained expressionless, lifting his greatsword into a defensive stance as Art closed the distance. He focused on a point 3 paces in front of Silred, while Sylvie conjured another translucent panel beneath his right foot, allowing for a rapid change in direction. Silred's eyes calmly followed his movements, his sword steady. Dawn's ballad whistled through the air towards Silred's chest, but the teal blade jerked off course, clashing against the retainer's pitch-black greatsword. It felt as though Dawn's ballad were being pulled by an invisible hand into the massive weapon. The pull vanished after the clash, but as soon as Art swung again, the same force yanked his blade towards Silred's sword. Frustration mounting, he activated the first phase of his beast will. Static Void. The world inverted around Art, freezing everything but himself in place. He pressed the broken tip of Dawn's ballad into a gap in Silred's motionless armor, then released the spell. Even at point-blank range, his sword veered off, barely nicking the retainer and leaving Art drained. Damn it, he thought, grinding his teeth. Sylvie reacted instantly, conjuring another platform beneath his feet, letting him quickly put distance between himself and Silred. His breathing came in ragged gasps. Static Void was a spell passed down from Sylvia, but it relied on manipulating Evum, a force incompatible with his mastery of ether. Even as a white core mage, using it for any extended period was exhausting. I was taught of the various mana arts forged by the Asura clans, including the ether arts of the Indrath clan. Experiencing it firsthand, though, I can see why it's feared, Silred said, glancing down at the minor wound. Art ignored the words, nudging his bond mentally. Sylvie, fire a few shots behind him. Got it. Just as arrows of mana formed in the air behind Silred, Art unleashed a blast of frost and a bolt of lightning. The ice spread into a wide cone while the lightning arced to cover the retainer, but the attacks were absorbed without effect. With a single sweep of his black greatsword, Silred devoured both spells completely. Sylvie snorted in irritation. What a troublesome ability. If you're enjoying this series, please give the video a like. It really helps others discover it. And if you'd like to see more, consider subscribing to the channel. Want the next chapter? Comment next chapter below.